Year 80 month 9. Teehee fact that I'm here means it's not good news for the four of you. A lady arrived in New Freaka and quickly found the four druids. There were many other ladies looking like her, and she didn't emit any visible presence or magical energy, so her arrival didn't even trigger any of my sensors. A mature-looking lady, in human terms, she looked like she was in her 50s, though I suspected she was probably older. Despite her petite size, her very presence sent the four druids into a tense combat stance. The enforcer, the four fumbled over their staff and called out their familiars. They were right in the middle of town and the citizens cleared a space. It was common for brawls and fights to break out in town, and citizens generally knew to just give way. When there were fights among adventurers or people of that level, everyone would just let them fight. I've been busy, and I wish I could come sooner. But you know how it is. Investigations take time. A crime would be committed months ago, and only now the sentence was meted out. Such was the speed of justice, always lacking. The lady shrugged. She was dressed in a loose-fitting shirt and pants, but they were clearly woven with high-quality materials. When she took out a scythe from nowhere, all my alarm bells started to ring. She wasn't exactly tall and probably on the older side, but the way the massive scythe swung around her, I knew she was trouble. An intense aura spread around her. It even made the subsidiary trees around New Freaka feel heavy. It was some kind of suppression aura. On what crimes? The druids put on a brave face, attempting to feign ignorance in the face of the lady. Oh, this trick has been done many times, but fair, the one carrying out the punishment must repeat it, just so that the offender may drill it into their souls for their next life. The lady stepped forward one small step. For lying to the council, jail time. For forcing a high-tier spirit tree to a spiritual contract, the four of you have contravened one of the core tenets of the Houghton Council, and for that offense, the Houghton Council has empowered me to bestow your punishment, death. The four men summoned their wolves, armor, and whatnot, and whatever they had. All the familiars charged at the lady, but the battle was awfully short. The lady swung her scythe, and it glowed in a dark greenish color. Druid Hunter. A dark wave spread out, and the familiars of the druids all just turned into dust. Then from the earth, four black roots emerged and stabbed them each in the heart, killing them instantly. She then walked up to the four impaled bodies of the druids. Children, everyone, please don't watch. It was in the middle of town, and the announcement of the execution sent a lot of younger children and their parents running away, and her scythe beheaded all four of them. Their heads fell easily, like harvesting hay. She chucked their heads into a gunny sack and then into her magical pocket space. Should we do something? I wondered and asked my tree minds. She's scary. I suggest not, Ivy said. She's got the ability to sneak in and find the druids and then kill them. She might use it on us. Well, the lady quickly went and met Jura. Supreme Council Jura, I apologize for my sudden, unannounced presence. My name is Lethia, a Conduct's enforcer of the Houghton Council. I've been informed that I may be able to seek a meeting with the tree spirit through you. No, I didn't feel like I should meet her because she was dangerous. Jura seemed unfazed, though. He even managed to sit comfortably in his chair and took a sip from his tea. He was really into tea these days. I understand that the spirit is probably apprehensive to meeting another druid, and that's fine. I would like, on behalf of the Houghton Council, to apologize for the acts of our rogue druids. It was a great disappointment to us as well, that our druids acted in such manner in the face of a chance to get power. Jura nodded and offered her tea. Well, glad to know that laws are being enforced after all. Indeed, I would like to assure the spirit that we will still fulfill its wishes to commune with the other great tree spirits, and we are in the process of arranging that. It's not easy to convince other tree spirits to participate, and we will need specialized items to allow the tree spirit's thoughts to be transmitted. In the meantime, the council will send someone over as compensation. Wait, was there really a need for such things? Couldn't I just chain my subsidiary trees all the way to wherever the other spirits were? Or was this subsidiary tree skill rarer than I thought? So, please assist us and manage the spirit's expectations. Jura nodded. I think the tree spirit will give some concessions on this, though I'm not sure for how long. I will try my best to convince him. Lethia smiled back at Jura and nodded a little. That's the most we can ask for the offense the council's poorly trained druids have caused. They both sipped on the tea. It was an awkward silence, but Jura looked more comfortable than the lady. Would there be anything else? That's all we wish to say, council. I'll take my leave and will leave your town in a few days. Enjoy your stay. Druidic aspects failed to collect the chosen skills as the period of the contract was too short. Received 24x essences of druid. Received 4x druid class seeds. Received 1x experience seeds aches. Oh well, I would have to use the essences to teach the girls then, but 24 essences might not even lead to a single skill. Sigh. Anyway, I was happy that the druid enforcer didn't push to see me, and so I turned my attention elsewhere. Ivy was still keeping tabs on her, though, and as she said, she spent her time in town. Thankfully, she left after 2 days of eating and meeting. I decided to reward one of the girls, the one who reached level 15, by giving her a choice of the class seeds to take and 1 skill seed for archery. The choice was actually just between Druid and Ranger, since I'd like to keep Dark Knight for later. I also had some random jobs from the deceased, like farmer, merchant, scribe, and stuff like that. But since the Valthorn initiates were meant to be a combat unit, it'd be combat skills and jobs. They also already had soldier, which I found quite strange, but I suppose that was the result of being trained by soldiers. The problem about the druid class seeds was that the trainers were now dead. Can't we learn from you? The girls asked. Good question. If I was playing a game, I would think going to the source was a good way to truly learn a skill. But no. Druids and tree spirits understood the same kind of abilities differently. The way I sensed and commanded trees was different because I was a tree, and I had access to certain kind of senses that elves or centaurs like these girls did not have. So even if our powers looked and felt similar, the mechanics of how our powers worked at its core were different. The way I commanded and used root strike was different from how a druid would. I could move my roots as if they were a button I could press. For the druids, they had an incantation to call on the earth and trees to obey their commands. It was like I was the wheels, whereas the druids moved the wheels through a steering that went through the transmission. I am afraid it would be very challenging for me to directly teach you druid magic, though I can use the essences. I have to give you lessons through Dream Tutor. And the druids' magic actually covered a wider scope. Their field extended into earth magic, water magic, some air magic, and also some animal mastery. Whereas mine so far was rather wood-focused and a mix of tree abilities. In a way, they were generalists. But you are a tree. Are you not superior to druids? Superior's not a fair way to say things. Our natures are different. Why? The young girls asked. Perhaps to them, everyone could be placed on a spectrum from weak to strong, and that may be true from a strictly combat perspective. But there was a nuance to abilities that extended beyond pure direct combat. But why? You're a giant tree with strange powers. Shouldn't you be better than them? These young girls could be strangely naive. Well, there are some things you can do when you have hands, and there are some things you can do when you have roots. They have job classes. I don't. Year 80 month 10T he Houghton Council sent a strange person to serve me. Compensation, they said, accompanied by a beautifully written letter, an arborist by the name of Giga. Why did the council send you? Jura looked a bit puzzled. I am here to make the tree spirit feel better, of course, Giga smiled. He was an old man, but there was plenty of spring in his step. He came with a bag of tools like little scissors, small shovels, and multiple bottles of dirt. After the recent incident, I am afraid that the tree spirit is a bit reluctant to meet new people. No, totally understand. I shall remain in the city and take care of the trees here. The arborist remained in the city with Ivy watching his every move. The city was open to visitors. It was peacetime after all, and so long as he obeyed the rules, he could stay in city. Jura had a lot of time to think. When I offered to remove some of his skills, especially those from his earlier days that he may no longer need, he needed some time to think about it. His levels and skills, experience as a villager, and also a fighter, some of those held certain memories to him and may have saved his life back in the day. Some skills made the difference between victory or death, and although they seemed weak now, they had special meaning. I'm not sure whether I want to remove my villager skills. I have like 15 levels in them. Well, Jura's overall level was 80, and it comprised of 60 levels in Warlord, being a combination of 40 levels in fighting and 20 levels in diplomacy and administration. What if there was a way for it to merge with Warlord? Maybe I will be Village Warlord. If such merging was possible, it would improve the organization and presentation of his soul spring, but I wasn't sure whether that freed up life force to support new skills and levels. Was there a way to assign a life force consumption drain value to skills and levels because perhaps there was some skills that used up more life force than others? I would imagine these skills had a slot value. What if someday I need those villager skills again? When I grow older and I can no longer fight? Wasn't that a long way to go? You said I won't be able to relearn the skills. No, I mean, I can't use the skill seeds on you, but I suppose you could learn it on your own again. Jura paused and sipped his ginger-tinged tea. I think I'm fine. Tree, I appreciate you trying to push me past level 80, but I think I value my existing skills. They have meaning to me, and I'm not willing to let go of them. Inwardly, I felt like sighing. I guess skills were like scars. They punctuated certain moments in a person's life. Jura knew what it meant to be higher level. It meant he could fight stronger monsters, do more, but he had somewhat decided there were certain things he wouldn't do to get there. I can respect that, but if you ever change your mind, Jura nodded. I think rather than that, maybe let's get back to basics and figure out how to restore my hand. He flexed his wooden hand. It was made using his mental link with Bamboo, his Eidolon familiar. It had been wonderful since Bamboo obtained the skill Extended Self, which sort of functioned like a power armor, and because how frequently Jura used it, it was really like having a hand again. The challenge about lost limbs was that, well, the soul itself lost the blueprint and memory of the limb. Essentially, when healing magic attempted to heal a person's body, it accessed the soul's blueprint. That blueprint was then used as the basis for restoring the body. When a limb was cut off, there was a crucial period during which the limb must be healed. After that, the soul lost the blueprint relating to that limb, and then healing the limb became impossible, and what was left was a stump. In my earlier days, I didn't have the soul forge when I saw Jura. He had already lost his hand. I didn't have any ability to heal the lost arm. But I'd changed, and altering his soul to recreate the blueprint was certainly something I was now willing to try. At least I would first need to do some experiments. Animals. If all souls were reincarnated, sometimes as animals, I probably should not be doing this. These poor animals could be me in my next life. Alexis and Mila clearly felt disturbed by what I was doing, even if they understood the rationale of what I was planning to do. I had the order gather stray animals in New Africa and those further out. Dogs, cats, deer, wolves, cows, any stray animals that were injured, amputated, limbless. If I was to alter and recreate the limb, I needed some practice. And then I went to do my testing on these animals, using the soul forge to repair their souls. The first animal died from the magic overload instantly. A gruesome death best not to be described. What you are trying to do seems to require precise tools. beyond just what the soul forge normally does. Alexis was curious, of course. I thought she was attracted to such gory things, even if she was disturbed. I healed the princess many years ago. Her soul spring was wrecked. Why do you think is this different? The fact that you are doing experiments tells me you know it is different. The princess's spring was wrecked, but the body was still there. It's like her house collapsed, but the components were just a mess. I think in Jura's case, the component is lost and you are trying to rebuild it. You need to do something in the soul so that the left arm can regrow. Okay. To rebuild that soul blueprint, I would have to alter the form of the outer shell of the soul. Maybe something like a massive mold, like those casts people make. A mold, eh? But let's see. For the second animal, I plan to put the animal inside the mana soaking facility, wait for a day, and then start up the soul forge. I put 2 subsidiary trees with biolabs right next to the forge tree and attempted to use the vine tools from the biolab to make the changes. The soul forge did have some default tools, but unlike the biolab pods, the array and precision of the tools were lacking, at least for the augmentation I was thinking of. During the test run, the vines from the biolab burned once they entered the forge tree. It was more like they started to darken and turn to ash. Details were a little lacking when it came to the forge tree. I thought it looked like I had to get something with more mana resistance. Something that did not burn from mana or allow the mana to flow around it. I had some ideas there, but I would need to buy some jewels. At the same time, I asked Jura for his oldest belongings, ideally something before he lost his hand. Like the princess, maybe his belongings had a remnant, a shard of his soul that I could somewhat work with. I think they all burned down during the burning except my sword. Your sword it is then. Give it to me. It was precious. I'll make you a new one. The sword went into the forge tree, and there were some shards of his being, but because he'd been using it even after the incident, the shards and fragments in there were all without his hands. Sorry, I really have nothing else. Perhaps these items were like loose memory cards, and Contact refreshed their memory to the latest version, or did they merge? So, my sword was gone. Well, the sword was still there, but in order to analyze the shard, I had to break it down, and unlike people or souls, the soul forge wasn't designed to put them back together. It was quite strange how the soul forge knew what to keep and what to break. I mean, why was it that a person inside could survive, but a steel sword got broken? Kind of. It wasn't that great a sword anyway. It was really just a basic steel sword, despite the fancy design. Jura sighed. But he understood why I did it. Even now, I had an inkling of how to do it, but I still needed to test it out on animals. Year 80 month 11T, he merchants delivered a bunch of ores containing various unprocessed jewels and metals. The idea was simple, really. Some of these metals should be able to strengthen the biolabs and their tools via mineral augmentation, and together with wood shaping, I could make the tools necessary to perform more precise adjustments in the soul forge. Or maybe could I use star mana? Anyway, that was also worth testing. First, the ore and jewels test. Before the second animal test, I fired up the soul forge, put the ores in, and measured how long each of the ores lasted before they melted into a puddle. Some would last longer, and if so, some of them should last. Nope. All of them melted, some a little bit slower than others, but all melted into a puddle. It was as if they were stripped apart bit by bit. Or maybe I just didn't have the right kind of ore. Maybe I should use my main body. Wouldn't that work? My main body should be more resilient than using it via subsidiary trees, but I would have to move things around. Can I have a forge tree inside my main body? I asked the wisp. The forge tree was created to minimize the pain of using the soul forge. That was why it was outside. You certainly could, but you will feel quite an intense pain when you use it. The forge tree received lightning and vibrated like mad when the mana spun. It will feel a bit like when you were evolving, and you will feel like mana poisoned, but then again you were an evolved tree, maybe you can. Let's try it anyway. So, in my body, within the secret hideout, I set aside a space and made it into a forged tree. It came easily, after all. I already had the tree, and this was just internalizing it. Secret hideout modified. Internal soul forge chamber, and I fired the internal soul forge up. Woo-woo it spun. It was kinda like a really bad stomachache, the mana spinning in my metaphorical tummy, but not as bad as I thought. "Are you okay in there?" Alexis asked. She couldn't see this part, inside here, deep inside the secret hideout. "Yeah." Using wood crafting, I created layers of wooden walls around the chamber which formed a barrier to protect myself from the swirling mana. The space here was flexible in sizing after all, and I fired up the soul forge again. These protective walls were in a state of constant regeneration. The gathered mana swirled and sped up. As it did so, it expanded and burned the protective wooden walls. At higher speeds and at full power, it felt like I was surrounded by fire, like I was in a sauna. But my initial theory was correct. My main body, vines, and feelers were more resistant to the mana burn, and they did last longer. Not only that, thanks to self-awareness, I was far more aware of what was happening. Zap! A lightning bolt struck my main tree, followed by loud thunder. I felt it travel down from the branch to the trunk, leaving a streak. It burned a little while, but my fire resistance and healing power quickly kicked in and put it out. The mana in the forge spun and it sped up. As it sped up, it quickly took the shape of a spinning ball. Time for another test, so I put an ore in with a feeler. The ore started to disintegrate into a puddle, levitating in the middle. My soft, green, viney feeler started to disintegrate as well as the swirling mana bombarded it. There must be something. Maybe just starting up the soul forge wasn't the complete process. I needed to see how the soul forge did it normally. I decided to test it out on an animal. The animal was one of the many stray ones, a small hamster-like animal. It had lost its tail. This time, I observed it intently instead of letting the skill do what it needed to do. And partly, being inside me also allowed me to truly see it, perhaps through my skill self-awareness, since my vision of the separate forge tree wasn't as holistic. And I saw it. The mana-dispensing feeler in the soul forge. The moment the animal stepped into the soul forge, a small layer of mana was applied to the creature by a tiny feeler. As the soul forge started to spin, the body was protected by the mana funneled by two vertical magical connections, and then the soul was pulled out of the body. Even the tiny hamster had a soul. Were you possibly human in some previous reincarnation? Sorry, I have to do this. It's for science. May your soul move to a better place, reincarnated into some other form. The soul was in the shape of a hamster, too. It didn't have a tail. I could see the soul. It had multiple layers, and the soul forge started to split those up. One layer representing the spirit body, and one multi-sub-layered spirit representing the skills and outer soul. Seemed like all these details were omitted when looking at the forged tree, with the princess or the artificial souls. The body was moved aside, and the two spirit layers moved to the center of the soul forge. What did I do at this point? How did I recreate the tale? I tried to look back at all the other animals that the order gathered, and yes, there were a few samples of this animal. Some of those animals had tails. I pulled up the data, stored in my biolab, and cross-checked to the body. Firstly, the data from my biolab was in a different format, presented in the form of the soul spring and its extensions. This meant my biolab wasn't collecting data suitable for the soul forge. The way things were presented and the information was different. It's like one was an X-ray photo, and another was a 3D MRI scan. The information was different even if the body was the same. Still, the creature was in. No point stopping. I tried to use the data I had to recreate a tale. Using soul fragments, which I had plenty of, I formed it into a rudimentary shape of a tail. My difficulty in shaping the soul fragment into the tail was partly because my feelers only lasted a short while before the swirling mana burned their tip up. The soul forge spun, and another lightning fell. It felt like when I touched a light switch after a shower, only stronger, more intense, and it traveled to my belly, where the soul forge was. The tail slowly, clunkily merged with the spirit body, my burning feeler clumsily trying to adjust its position, and then it merged with the layered spirit. The real body now came back and rejoined the spirit, and then the hamster creature was whole again. The forging complete, I put the hamster creature back into a healing pod, and I used a healing ability. The creature's bottom started to heal. Indeed, there was a small dot that was regenerating, and it resembled the shape of what I made. It was somewhat mispositioned, like the root of the tail started a little too low. A rough tail shape appeared, like an engorged balloon stuck on the creature's bottom. Then the tail expanded and exploded in a massive splatter of blood. The hamster creature died instantly. I'm sorry, hamster creature. Looking at the remains of the splattered body, the cause was simple. The tail lacked all the details of the blood vessels, muscles, and bones that were needed in a real tail. All it had was a layer of skin in the shape of a tail, as a result of my poor drawing of a tail. The healing accelerated the blood flow into that tail, so when the skin could no longer take the pressure from the blood inflow, it exploded, and the creature died of blood loss. Looked like it wasn't going to be easy to rebuild. A limb when the soul had forgotten what the limb was like. And I wouldn't want Jura to go through that sort of miserable death. The barriers. The first challenge would be to get a good soul forge level imagery of what a hand should be. I would have thought I could fix this by taking a good scan of Jura, again, this time in a biolab pod inside my body, using the soul forge's power. Something of a similar resolution and detail as what I had now seen, preferably more. Maybe create some kind of soul forge, biopod hybrid. Maybe, if I could somehow flip the image of his existing hand, then I wouldn't have to start from scratch. Next barrier, a way to recreate that image in the soul forge, using soul forge. My expectation was that a full soul copy of the limb would be extremely detailed, and would need a lot of work to recreate such a thing with soul fragments. Even if I had a lot of soul fragments, my concern here was whether I had the correct tools and means to recreate it, and how long would it take. And lastly, even if I could recreate the hand in a soul form, using the soul fragments, I would need to figure out a way of accurately joining it all together, and then heal it in such a way that he would have a functional arm. I still didn't know even if I created the hand correctly whether healing would somehow regenerate a hand with all the necessary bones, muscles, blood vessels, and stuff. I had taken the assumption that magic would handle it, but I did want to minimize that risk. Lastly, what if there were things I didn't know? Maybe there were other details that I couldn't see because I was not using the right equipment. Skill upgraded. Biolab healing pod. Jura thought healing his hand was going to be easier than breaking level 80, but I thought both of these challenges were equally difficult. Year 80 month 12T, he news of demons from the distant lands trickled in. More rifts had been spotted, but the military remained fully in control and had been suppressing the demons from the rifts, though perhaps the military was greatly downplaying the threat of the demons. So, for now, our part of the world remained safe. The reason we were all generally suspicious of the good news was because the kingdoms were stockpiling resources. Whether this was due to habit as a precaution from all prior demonic wars or a sign of true distress, we still did not know. In past instances, trade lines got disrupted and sources of food became unreliable, so it could be that there was really nothing and some of these kingdoms were just being prudent, preparing for the worst. Still, it was infectious. New Frika was also in a mood for preparations. The council hired more soldiers, conducted extensive training for their militia, and stockpiled food. They also tried to run a campaign to smear the Order's name, especially on the way we spent money, and to some extent, it did convince the regular citizens. But we didn't part with the Order's money. Instead, we decided to spend the money on new walls and defensive towers. This was partly because I had a good range of defensive skills, and I wanted to make use of them. We built an outer wall a short distance away from New Frika, and it was filled with trees on both sides of the wall. The skill-reinforced defensive structure created a vine-based structural reinforcement with sharp thorns on the outside of the wall and carnivorous plants, and cactus defense system, as traps. The walls were separated into segments by defensive watchtowers. Next to that, I had subsidiary trees filled with beetles, and they functioned as watchposts, and the beetles patrolled the walls. In front of that, we placed some subsidiary trees with shield generators to block large projectiles. This whole thing was Trevor and Ivy's suggestion. Ivy listened in on military defensive strategies from other nations and collated the information and put forth this suggestion, which I thought worked for the large hordes. If it was going to be a large army of hounds, the wall would work swimmingly well. Still, the core issue with demons was their demonic champions. Like the massive golems or the large centipedes, with opponents like that, these reinforced walls were not going to last very long. On that front, the plan would be anti-demon weapons. It had been something I'd been hatching since the previous battle with the champion. Magical wooden spears were filled with all the anti-demon abilities I had, also made with damage-boosting essences, and all the holy enchantments I could get from the priests and mages in New Frika. I would use them to cap my super anti-demon root strike. I even managed to weave a bit of star mana into it, and hopefully that'd make the difference. It worked before, so I thought it'd work again. This time, I was going to stockpile a whole load of these anti-demon weapons. If the heroes were going to come around, they'd probably do crazy tricks like that again. You could make a sword like that. Huh. The anti-demon weapons you were making, could I get one? You did take my sword, you know. Oh, yes. I needed to make a weapon for Jura. But these were wooden spears. I showed him one of the spears, and well, it was massive. After all, it was made for me. It was bigger than a lance, and so it was really heavy. It worked for me because their wooden nature meant my roots merged with their other end, and this was the largest size my roots could handle. The size helped because you could fit more spells into bigger things without having to increase the complexity of the spell or use more magically compatible materials, which may not work with my roots. He touched them, and he looked quite impressed. So, this was what Mattias and the group of priests have been doing for the past week, enchanting this. Yeah. I can make a wooden sword, but I doubt it can carry the same quantity of enchantments as these large, multi-layered wooden bolts. I'll take it. I would like it to have anti-demon effects, too. I might need it. Well, true. Maybe I should outfit Horns, Lausanne, and the rest with anti-demon weapons as well. So I went and made wooden weapons for them. Ooh, this is new. You didn't show me this before. Mila poked her head when I was growing wooden weapons using woodcrafting. I didn't. You didn't use it much, or if you did, I wasn't there. I used it to make toys and furniture. I made Lausanne's toys with this, and the playpen was made using this. Oh, true. Come to think of it, that explains where a lot of your tools come from. Mila stared a bit too closely at the little growing sword, and she poked it. Now that she'd gotten a physical body, she was frequently walking around New Frika. So I made more wooden weapons, swords, spears, and stuff. The process of making wood weapons was actually quite time-consuming because for them to have a comparable strength to a regular metal weapon, I actually cheated, meaning I used irons and other metals harvested via my roots and infused them into the wood itself. the wood using them to form a kind of metallic frame in their structure. But that wasn't enough, so I then infused essences. I had elemental essences, strength essences, and life essences, and adding essences strengthened the overall weapon. The best part of essences was that they could coexist with magical enchantments. For small weapons like a sword or a spear, relatively speaking, they could take one or two enchantments, more if I embedded jewels in them. But since I didn't have many magical enchantments, I used the only one I had, lesser holy enchantment. Cool weapon. Mila nodded, looking at my completed wooden sword. It was almost black in color because of the essences used. In terms of sharpness and strength, it was above a regular steel sword. It was no super sword, but Jura tried to swing it around, nodding. The weight distribution feels a little weird. Probably need a bit of getting used to, but I suppose it's good enough. He still liked his own steel sword. Mila was also examining Jura's new darkwood sword now that it was done. Mika, you like swords? Jura asked. Mika was Mila's name in New Freaka, and Jura thought Mila was one of my artificial souls like horns. Mila didn't want to be known as a former hero. There was just too much baggage, hence the new name. Alexis's new name was Alex, but for now nobody could see her except me and Mila. A bit. I think they're quite cool. I generally like things made of wood. Jura nodded. I see. It makes sense. Treefolk like wood stuff too. But don't you find it weird in a way? It's like an elf admiring a weapon made of elf bones. I would be somewhat creeped out. I don't see it like that. If your entire life you were brought up that this was what your species does, you wouldn't think it's strange. Jura paused, nodded. I see. The two chatted for a while, mostly talking about swords. Tree, you should fuse an artificial soul into a sword. You could make a talking sword, Mila casually said. She also took a swing of the new sword. It was a little too heavy for her, so after a swing or two she gave it back to Jura. I felt like I'd had a stump rammed into me. That was actually quite a good idea. But then the poor artificial soul was stuck in a sword, and what if he didn't want to be in there? What if the sword broke? But those were minor challenges. It was an idea worth exploring. It had been 2 years since I'd made Ivy, so I already had enough fragments for more artificial souls. I just need to check whether I had enough potato power. 400 normal trees, 5,630 subsidiary trees, 1 ley line. Currently have enough power to support a total of 11 artificial souls. Oh, there was really a lot of trees now since, well, it was peaceful. Now let me think, back to Jura's arm. I had Jura sit down and go for a full scan in the biolab again, this time specifically the one inside my body. And then when he did, I pulled the power from the Soul Forge and used it to get a scan. Now that I had some idea what I needed, based on my experience with the hamster monster, I was trying to recreate that sort of data. And it worked. But it was a far longer scan than the usual biolab, which took about 2 hours. I had to sedate Jura and put him in sleep, since the mana from the Soul Forge had to scan the arm. To use my earlier analogy, the biolab was an X-ray and the Soul Forge was an MRI, and now the mana from the Soul Forge was entering the hand to collect data on what Jura's existing body looked like. And because it went section by section, it took Jura the whole day. When he woke up, he was not too pleased. I was asleep for a day. Sorry, didn't expect it to last so long. I mean, you should tell me first. I had work back in the order. Laughing, who came to check on Jura, smiled. No worries, I postponed all your meetings and briefings to tomorrow. I figured they understand that you've got a personal life and that involves seeing your healers. Honestly, some of those issues, I told them to deal with it themselves. It's just a day, I thought. I slept for weeks sometimes, and I had my 3 lovely artificial minds running things on my behalf. Looked like the order needed to delegate more. Jura nodded. Fine. Let me look through the results. I'll let you know. The scan was a lot more detailed than the ones from the biolab pods, but it was missing something. Maybe this too was incomplete. So I tried putting my two scans together, the one from the biolab pods and from this Soul Forge-powered scan. I needed some additional processing power from the root brain complexes, so I had to temporarily tap on their root brains for a bit more mental juice. Suddenly, a string of notifications appeared in my head. It seemed there was a whole load of upgrades available for the internal Soul Forge chamber, but they would require me to build or grow certain things. Secret hideout. Internal Soul Forge chamber upgrades. Upgrade dedicated root brain complex to support higher resolution data analysis of souls and storage of scan output. Wait, this reminded me of something I didn't finish. A ton of gold and a ton of quartz, and all these crystals and stuff. The men looked amazed at the order. That'll cost us quite a bit of our revenue, one of the treasurers said. We'll need to dig into our reserves then. The master of ceremonies opened his arms wide. Our reserves were meant for moments like this when Ian calls on us to meet his demands. Do you not answer? The men gulped. The treasurer shook her head and nodded. Certainly. Go before Ian finds us lacking. Year 81, month 1 H. How are the preparations? Shouldn't you not care about this anymore? Jura asked. He parried a vertical slash from Lausanne and then ducked to dodge another initiate's horizontal slash. I can't. You know I care, Yvonne answered. She was sitting on a bench watching Jura spar with Lausanne and the initiates. Didn't see the walls. Jura jumped and he elbowed the young initiate on the chest. The initiate wore a wooden breastplate, all of them did. It made them look a bit like a wooden knight. It cracked. The initiate was out. I did, but you know walls alone do nothing. Haven't visited them. Jura ducked and Lausanne momentarily vanished and emerged behind him, but Jura blocked it anyway. Good move, shadow stab, but you tend to appear right behind me. It's predictable. Lausanne's sword bent and it curved toward Jura's head. He grabbed it with a reinforced wooden hand and with a strong yank pulled the sword out of Lausanne's hand. Lausanne protested. It's a spar. You used two skills, so I retaliated. It's a handicap spar. Rest. We can continue later. Lausanne was still a bit upset, but she did as she was told. She was close to the initiates now. Jura walked to Yvonne and grabbed a drink from a wooden flask. Where were we? Oh yes, the walls. I thought you would have visited them, didn't you? I did. Yvonne looked at the girls. All of them were young. Lausanne was the oldest at 11. The rest were between 6 and 9. Not enough. Yeah, my own sources tell me nasty things. About massive armies in the southern continent popping out of the hills, ravaging cities and setting up camps. I fear for us whether we can survive that. I wouldn't worry too much. The Order's making preparations and so is Tree. He's making a whole load of preparations. Even the Council's busy preparing for the demons. As a whole, we're doing fine. Yvonne paused, breathed a long sigh. Is there something underground? Oh, is there? You don't know about it? Yvonne looked puzzled. Then, is Tree doing something? All these tremors and shaking, is it not him? Didn't sound like it's related to what I know. Jura shrugged. He motioned to the initiates. Anyway, time's up. 3 initiates this time. Lausanne, you sit out and watch. Lausanne raised a fist. More spars. The girls and Jura would spar a few times that day. The initiates benefited the most since they lacked combat experience. Lausanne, on the other hand, was starting to plateau. I wasn't sure how it worked, but it sure seemed like there was a limit how much one could gain experience from fighting the same person over and over, even if the gap was huge. Yvonne asked during one of the other breaks, "Do you think we can beat a demon champion?" "What? You and me?" Yvonne pointed to herself. No." Jura shook his head. "Why not? Have you ever faced one in battle, Yvonne?" "No. I have. We're quite good, both of us, but a demon champion, I don't think we are there yet. Not without Tree's powers. How is it that Tree is able to defeat demons anyway? I've never heard of a tree spirit that's able to defeat demons. It's unlike their nature." Jura paused. "That's a question I do not ask." "You should. There was something, isn't it? Maybe he's some kind of unique anti-demon variant sent down by the gods. This is a conversation that I don't want to have, Ivan. Ivan HM fed. Fine, but you are his spokesperson. You should know. I am fine with other people having secrets, Ivan. I am not a young teenage elf who's obsessed with everything anymore. It's not the same. You could lose your life. Lives have been lost for far pettier things, Ivan. Let's leave it at that. Ivan sulked. Research status. Beetle anti-magma armor stage 4 4 months. Metal hypercumulator trees stage 1 6 months. Fidor mediation process basic 16 months. Dedicated filtering blackwater plant stage 1. Completed with the blackwater filtering plant research complete. I now had a specialized tree type, derived from the trees near the sewers of Ransala. New Freeka's sewer project was still under construction, so this tree was a bit early. Thanks to the budget reallocation to the military, the new Freeka sewer project was now crawling, with less than half the original workforce and artisans. Meh. But I didn't want the order to fund the project, so I deployed some of these new filtering trees near the present latrines. These trees helped segregate the contaminated water such that only filtered water passed through. Poop was generated daily. Daily. It grew, and it must have some way of being recycled or processed. Reluctant to use the order's funds, I decided to get the newly obtained dung beetles to dig a subterranean tunnel to act as a waste tunnel for a designated spot, where the poop was aired and sun-dried. My hope was the sun and air could kill or allow natural microbes to partially process the poop, and my future poop processor trees would be able to do the rest. The dung beetles rolled the poop into balls, and over the month they pushed massive balls of rolled-up poop to a field outside town, where they remained. It kind of resembled a futuristic art installation, a field of round balls of poop. Thankfully, the rain didn't break it up. Seemed like the poop balls had some water resistance, or maybe I could use them as a weapon, roll these balls of poop into the enemy like a bowling ball. Oh well, this was a temporary measure while research continued. Okay, we decided on helping the heroes, but what are we going to do? I am already eavesdropping on my guests, and it seems like the heroes are not here yet. Mila frowned. She was sitting on the bar in her hotel tree. Alexis appeared as a ghost on the other seat. There was no one else in the bar. I've got magic sensors, so that's going to help a bit when they do appear. I've used what I remember of our own magic to calibrate the sensors, but they keep having false alarms, so I'm still trying to tweak it. But seriously, even if we do locate the next batch of heroes, then what? I'm a hotel and you are a tree lab. What can we do? Without Tree, at least, he's got subsidiary trees. Can't you get subsidiary trees like Tree, like hotel chains? Yes, I can, but it's like a level 80 upgrade. I'm only level 41, and even then I'm limited to 2 branches initially. That's pretty fast considering you just started, but yeah. It was a bit risky if the Demon King pops out in another year or so, and the heroes 3 to 6 months after that. We've only got like 2 years to gain those 39 levels. Alexis twirled a drink. It seemed Mila's bar was ghost-friendly. I can make drinks and foods that makes my guests stronger, and as part of a hotel's hospitality services, I do have some healing abilities. I have a VIP escort, unlock at level 50, but I'm not sure whether that's any help to the heroes. Mila looked at her upgrades. It seemed she had visibility of what skills she would gain, up until level 100. Something that I had yet to figure out why, but I was guessing it was part of the hero blessings. Fine, let's do a recap. Maybe we can figure something out. In terms of potentially useful abilities, I have probe beetles, magical sensors, decipher runes, copy biological ability, life scan, and multiple versions of heal, Alexis said. We have a lot of healing. Our physical forms were both derived from Tree, and Tree's got incredible healing powers. Unjay. You should have taken the beetle or the wooden body, Alexis frowned. But that copy biological ability, what does that do? Pretty much transplant an ability native to a living thing to another entity. But copying is one thing. After copying, I get an ability seed. Then I need to create a fruit with the ability seed. So what can you copy? Native racial abilities. Like the Beatles, that would be armored body, elves, nature affinity, centaurs, and centaurian endurance. Cool. You can give that to the heroes. You could be right, but then I just realized the heroes don't lack overpowered abilities. They lack experience, knowledge, other people to take the heat off them, true friends, not scheming nobles and greedy adventurers, people that won't backstab them. Mila sipped from her wooden cup. Alexis paused and she looked up at the chandelier. It was weird having a magical chandelier on top of the bar, but it was one of the aesthetic options Mila had to decorate her hotel. The chandelier comprised of almost 20 little glowing lights, and multiple merchants had inquired about it to buy it from her. Mila waited. There was no one else in the bar but a few autonomous tree servants cleaning the rest of the tables and adjusting the chairs. It was quiet. The bar was quite soundproof. You're right. They don't need more power or abilities. They need friends. Didn't have to be us, though. And they won't trust us just because we come from Earth, and frankly, I don't think I want to tell them that we are from Earth. Maybe we need to narrow our scope. As it is, helping the heroes is probably out of our league. Alexis tapped on the bar countertop. It was ghost-friendly. True, but we do need to find them. They will be most vulnerable at the start. It'll be horrible if, don't say it. Mila glared. Alexis nodded. I know. Your probes, can they communicate? I'll find a way. But if they don't spawn in this continent, then it's out of our control. They won't be the last batch of heroes. This plan can be used for all subsequent generations if it works. Mila nodded. Ah, true. I would have more branches by then. If I have branches on different continents, they could be like assassin-safe houses, like that John Wick film. I'd be a brand name like the Continental. That wasn't something I expected you to reference, Mila. But heroes do need a safe house of some kind, a place to keep their stuff. I've got a niche I can fill, Alexis frowned. How about me? You could make weapons, or be like those skill-editing NPCs in the safe areas. Year 81 month 2's preing began, and a strange structure was spotted emerging from one of the rifts in our continent. Massive, it resembled a giant walking tortoise with a castle on its back. Any attempts to approach had been met with stiff resistance from new types of humanoid demons. What do you think? Jura read the circular from the Merchants Guild. It advised alternative routes of trade. Somehow, the Merchants Guild's trade route circular was one of the best updates on the demonic invasion. Sounds like a champion, Mila said. A large walking castle. If Tree could walk, we'd have a walking tree versus walking castle fight. No, I groaned. Not keen on that. Besides, I'd lost a lot of power and my consciousness the moment I was no longer connected to the earth, so not exactly keen. But it does sound like a champion. How far was it? Mila asked. Not far enough. Jura smiled. According to the circular, they predict maybe 4 months. The Merchant Guild circular came with a map, and it had a shaded heat map, resembling a hurricane path kind of map. The merchants used this information for trade route planning, and there was a small disclaimer saying the information was not guaranteed and demonic movements were unpredictable. The Merchants Guild bore no responsibility for any loss or damage arising from the use of these maps. Should we do anything? I asked the group. Against demon champions, Mattias paused. We would need to get the temple's aid, else we stand no chance. The Gaia Temple and the other large temples were already mobilizing their best priests and paladins to the capitals. I doubt we will get much aid from them. Their resources are limited, Wesley, the senior priest, responded. And for them to aid another, a faith was weird. Yeah, we were kind of like a faith now, with me as the deity. I still found it weird, but apparently that was what the temple said, since I had rituals, priests, and a focal point. I hoped I didn't get classified as a cult, though for now the temples classified the order as a folk faith, a kind of animistic religion. So we were on our own. Oh well, nothing different then. I had been making my own preparations for demon champions. I just did not expect it to be a walking castle. Mattias then went off tangent. If I may, Ian, I would like to request we offer refuge. To whom? Somebody from Baruch got in touch with me yesterday. The demonic forces were very close to where they are, and although the army was trying their best to hold back the demons, it seemed the presence of this monster has tipped the scales in the demons' favor. Ah, Baruch. That was where Mattias was from. They exiled him, didn't they? Looked like he still had some positive feelings for his former state. Many of them are still friends, and they want a backup plan if the Baruchian army can't hold them back. Jura. I wanted to add some conditions, but I thought of asking for views. We could accommodate, but they are guests, so they will be expected to behave themselves and follow our rules. Looked like Jura had similar thoughts. Certainly, I will relay the message. Mattias nodded. Back to us, what should we do? The walls are not going to hold if a massive monster like that can just walk through it. Tree, that dungeon we attacked, is it still there? Yeah. Can we convert it into a shelter? And I recall there was a deep tunnel from the giant demonic centipede. The tunnel is now home to beetles and fungus, but I can make some space. The former dungeon is empty. I think there are rats, but that shouldn't be a problem. Then it's decided. We need to start convert these two locations into fortified shelters. If we can't fight, we need to hide. There was an uncomfortable look around the group, a realization that this was going to be it. Demons were real. Should we tell the people? Vice Consul Lawfen nodded. Yes, if this was going to be hideout, it's best if everyone knows about it. Even those outside the order. Yes, we're not going to pick survivors when demons come around, Lawfen insisted before anyone could respond. Whoever gets to the shelters deserve a chance. The group discussed other matters, usual administrative, trade, and training stuff, and they left when the sun was starting to set. Tree, the secret hideout, you're not willing to let anyone go in. Yes, as I said before, it's only for all of you. The most I'm willing to accommodate is in the outer subsidiary trees, and those for the people I trust. It was a risk, and frankly, after what happened with the druids, I felt I should be more careful with whoever got to come near me, what more inside me. It was unfortunate that some lives would be lost this way, but I thought my own self-preservation trumped that. I couldn't save everyone, and I didn't plan on trying. Lawfen sighed. I wasn't sure whether she was happy or sad. Your secret hideout was probably one of the safest places this valley has, though. If I still stand. But I believe the two options are pretty good. The tunnels don't require me, and the dungeon's been reinforced. The root network should last for at least a few months before the spatial magic started to collapse on itself. It was probably a good idea to get the builders working on it. One of the things when disaster happened was that people prayed. It wasn't my first time to receive prayers, but there was something about impending death that caused more people to pray. Some of those citizens prayed to every god, even if they only professed to one. Some even prayed to me. Not all behaved this way, of course. Some became more devout in times of crisis, putting in more offerings, going for more blessings and masses. But this behavior led to something that was new to me. Throughout New Frika and the valley, there were about 7 trees of prayer, one in the treefolk's village, one up on the slopes of the centaur camps, and the remaining 5 in New Frika itself, mostly in the order's compounds. These functioned as mini shrines. Tree of Prayer upgraded, Tree of Prayer's calming presence significantly improved, those around more likely to express their grievances. Tree of Prayer gained ability to extract some negative emotions and convert them into essence. I mostly listened. After all, there was no real need to interact. I thought to a certain extent most of these citizens knew what they wanted to do with their lives, but anxiety, fear, and worries just clouded their minds. So, They needed a place to vent, to relax, to just think in peace. So if I could talk back, that wasn't exactly something pleasing. Instead, the tree of prayer just bobbed its branches, the leaves shook, and occasionally a small fruit would fall down on the person's lap, kind of like, "Hey, I heard you have a fruit." The fruit was just a regular fruit. It was sweet though, so most of them ate it, and some of them actually displayed it in their homes, which was creepy. Anyway, the amount of too much information when people poured their hearts out in their prayers and whispers was, well, immeasurable. Seriously. Elves, centaurs, treefolks all still had their emotional problems, their professional challenges, financial and money issues. It may be a magical world, but problems were persistent across worlds. The Tree of Prayers had an odd side effect, which was, it remembered the prayers, especially those who prayed often, regularly over the same thing. It was an annoying side effect, because I'd suddenly remember who and who cheated on who, and I didn't need that sort of telenovela in my tree life. I told myself that it was a public service and it helped to keep the citizens pacified. Like my other services, the birth and death services, we should have more, Ivy suggested. They're good intel. It helps me with my dossier. Ivy's like a real spy master now. If you could create one in Ransala, that would be ideal. That's a great idea. On the Sala side of things, they'd finally responded to Jura's letter. There was a follow-up letter sent 2 months ago, just lightly reminding the kingdom of the official letter sent a year ago. So it seemed they picked someone to be the scapegoat. An unfortunate administrator and some of his subordinates were identified as the mastermind of the massacre, and he would be transported to New Freaka. A scapegoat. Could really be him. We have to interview him to know for sure. The prisoner convoy will be escorted and they will arrive in a month. Jura shrugged. Let's see what comes out of this. Perhaps he has a passing involvement. I would think so. Sala isn't that stupid to surrender someone with totally no involvement. The point was to sacrifice the tail to spare the head, so the real mastermind of such slaughter was spared. It could be it's just some prince up there who just goes, burn the rebels, and everyone down there just carries it out, Mattias chimed in. It's very common for royalties to say things without actually thinking about the lives lost. You say that like it's an everyday thing. Mika frowned. Yes, Mika, that was indeed how the kings and royalties are. Our role as their servants and subordinates was to understand our liege and guess what they truly desire. We cannot always take the words of our king for what it is. At that point I thought, that sounds like insubordination or treason. After all, our king has a wish, a desire, and sometimes the words he has cannot communicate that will, though some kings have skills that help with that. Jura raised a hand and everyone quiet down. Let us not speculate. We will wait for whoever they sent. Tree, I must trouble you to help us in our interrogation. Would you happen to have those tree saps from long ago, the ones that make them delirious? Of course, I'll make some. It wasn't hard to make different kinds of tree saps. Regular plants made poisons and allergy-triggering saps all the time, so it was easy peasy for a magic tree. In fact, I should totally infuse more magic into it. Anyway, back to Ivy. Ivy, you suggested having a tree of prayer in Ransala. Yes, master. These people seem to confess their challenges to the tree so easily. Why go through all the trouble of spying when they are more than willing to tell a tree? There is nothing to lose, and if anything, we gain insights into the human mind. Fine, but where and how should we do it? New Freaka can make a goodwill gift since they gave this scapegoat to us. Then manipulate the officials to plant the sapling in a public park, which we can then replace with the tree of prayer. Call it the New Freaka Sala Friendship Tree. That sounded like something politicians did back on Earth, but I thought it could work. I could make a sapling-sized tree of prayer. And so Jura arranged for a small sapling of a tree of prayer to be sent as a gift. It was sent, planted in a large vase so the tree of prayer didn't die, escorted by the arborist. Since Houghton sent a tree caretaker, it made sense to call on his services for such transportation duties. The merchants completed their big deal, and the demanded goods were finally delivered. Good job. Now leave them here. Wesley and the master of ceremonies pointed to a place. The workers started to unload. Just leave them here, the merchant stuttered. The master of ceremonies nodded, and the jewels and gold were unloaded. Yes. Beetles started to emerge from the woods, and some started to tug at the shipment. The merchant wanted to say something and pointed to the beetles, and the master of ceremonies smiled. The shipment was for the tree spirit, and it was time for us to leave. The master of ceremonies and a few of the order's men started to walk. The merchants were still a bit shocked by the beetles that were pulling the shipments into the tunnels that suddenly appeared. Ooh, this was fine. Have you not done business for tree spirits before? Wesley grinned. Of course I have. The merchant tried to straighten himself up, procuring the gold and hiring a large escort only to put them in an empty spot for beetles. It was a first for sure. After everyone leaves, the beetles continued unpacking the goods in the network of tunnels underneath my trees. I created these tunnels recently because, realizing how vulnerable I was, I wanted some of the structures to be underground, and that was the 10 new root brain complexes and the Grand Mind Tree project. Grand Mind Tree's construction has begun. 18 months to completion. Year 81, Month 3T. Updates from the merchant network increased in frequency, especially from the Western Theater head office. 2 towns were lost in a month. A large army of demons escorted the walking demon castle wherever it went, and throughout the continent the demons had been spotted in more locations. One of our merchants was attacked. Half his convoy was destroyed, but luckily a party of riders managed to come to their aid. Are we not far away? Well, it seems the demons now have small raiding parties, targeting weak spots and gaps in the nation's defenses. It's a very kingdomish tactic. The raiding parties were 1 to 200 demons strong, populated by mounted humanoid demons on hellhounds. Don't kings and many generals have some kind of watcher ability? Jura asked. I had the impression kings have ways of watching over their territories. Well, yes, but such skills are not exactly detailed. The council deployed multiple 200-strong militia patrols to help protect the trade routes, but honestly, I would know. My subsidiary trees function like my watchtowers. Failing that, there was the rootnet, so if there was anything, I would like to think that I would be the first to know the presence of demons near New Freaka. But with demons, one could never be too careful, so I spread out my beetles to a few locations around as an additional protection force. This month I added more to my anti-demon bolts and more weapons for the elves and the order. In fact, this occupied most of my time, my preparations to face the demon champions, and made a whole load more bolts and weapons. Woodcrafting upgraded, skill learned. Wooden anti-demon equipment crafting, essence infusion upgraded, more bolts, spears, shields, more. What if it's the Demon King? Jura asked. Then we die. If I could shrug, I would. The Demon King was as close to a death sentence, wasn't it? If the heroes could die, how could we face it? I didn't think some anti-demon shield was going to survive a nuclear explosion. Anyway, Demon King was not here yet, so that was not something to worry about. I guess we will all run. Yes, on that front maybe we should be preparing like Mattias's friends. Tell the Houghton Council druids to grant you safe passage as compensation, just in case. Jura paused. Okay. I will be fine. I want you to take everyone as far as you can if a Demon King comes our way. Arrange for some kind of teleportation. I'll speak to Mattias about it. Jura sat on his chair. This feels morbid. Why, staring death in the face sounds morbid. Not that. We villagers used to live and let live. Things happened and then we reacted to it. For me, having to predict what might happen and then try to prevent or prepare for it. Unusual. Yes, it's a strange thing to do. Plotting and planning. The most we planned for was when to plant our crops and when to build houses. And even then, we defer to the wisdom of our elders or tree spirits. It is the burden of those who lead to see what lies ahead and to guide them. Know that your actions will determine whether your friends and family lives or dies. Was that me? Where did such tree wisdom come from? Jura slumped on his chair. That is a mindset I am still coming to terms with. Truly, only when faced with demons I realize how heavy this burden is. Everyone prepares for it. This is just on a larger scale with more players. It was once about how much stronger you can be, but now it is about how much stronger the order is. Jura paced the room and had a sip of ginger-flavored tea. I thought he preferred ginger tea over the other flavors. Mila had been experimenting on tea flavors as a specialty drink for her morning and lunch crowds, so she had funky flavors like garlic tea, herbal mint tea, and grape ginger tea. Ah! Jura stretched, tired. A knock and then a voice from outside the door. "Counsel, the suspect is awake." There was a small prison in the Order's compound, located beneath one of the buildings. It was lightly guarded, just 2 beetles there. Sala's scapegoat. Yes, I ordered the burning. I was the officer in charge of the military draft for that region, he said when interrogated. He tried to put up a brave face, but it seemed like he was hiding something. Jura looked. So did everyone else behind the bars. The elves shared a glance, and one of them, Emil, started to cry. Somehow it brought out a strange emotion in her heart. A vine administered the hallucinatory sap I'd prepared. Jura sat facing the officer. "I ask you again, did you order the burning of Frika?" "Yes." "Yes, I did," he said. Something wasn't right. So he went into the biolab pod for testing. His soul spring looked fine. The skills were okay. If he was lying or being forced to, there should be something to hint at the truth. I would have to go deeper and call on the powers of the Soul Forge. Once he was knocked unconscious, a few beetles helped to transport his body into the main pod in my main body. With it, I used the Soul Forge's power to pry into the outer soul shell. What I saw was the usual human soul, semi-translucent, but in that soul's head there was a small bluish blob. As I attempted to alter or touch it, a strong force repelled me. Blocked by oath, It seemed there was no progress here either, and it looked like he wasn't under the influence of magic. "Is he lying?" Jura asked. "I have no clue. The oath could have nothing to do with the burning, or it could be key. It looked like I had to use other means of interrogation, so I subjected him to some more hallucinogens and relaxants. With my vines wrapped around him, I used an authoritative version of my telepathic voice. "You died." I spoke to the prisoner, now in a daze because of the crazy cocktail of hallucinogens, relaxants, and other stuff. I have, how?" he asked, flailing his arms. "Poison, died in your sleep." "Ah, so that's what they were feeding me. Why am I looking at a scary-looking tree?" "Is this hell?" "Yes, this is the entrance to hell. You died near a tree spirit, so this is where you will depart to hell." He paused and looked confused. "I still feel a pulse." "What made you think hell would not have a pulse?" "So I might not be dead. It's a common mistake. When you die, your soul goes to this other soul realm, awaiting reincarnation. During that waiting time, life goes on normally." He paused. "Okay. So, please wait. There is a long queue to enter hell, so it will take some time. Make yourself feel comfortable here." I didn't know how successful this would be, but I was going to overload his body with so much of these saps that he was going to lose his grasp with reality. There is a queue to hell. Everyone's a sinner. So it's natural the path to hell is extremely crowded, and why we have demons so often. Since we are on this topic, would you like to confess your sins? That was a whole load of bullshit, but he bought it. Paused, and he started to break down, shouting and weeping. I was not sure whether he realized it, but I increased the dosage a bit more. He started talking about how many people he killed, the people he betrayed, the families he lost. It was kind of like we were having a session of Tree of Prayer confessions. He talked for a good hour, alternating between breaking down, crying, and anger. But then I got what I wanted. It was just fair that I died this way. I sent the army to burn the village. I mean, the commander said that dissenters should be punished, but maybe I did go overboard. I gained levels in authoritarian when I ordered all those villages burned. I was drowning in joy when I gained levels. The skills were powerful too. I got a skill like submission which worked so wonderfully with the commoner ladies. Oh, I'd expected a scapegoat, but color me impressed, Sala actually sent the right guy. And a scum too. But could you fault me? The commander himself burned many villages to the ground when they rebelled against the king. All of us did. We did what we had to enforce order. Fear was key to maintaining control. It was either that or we would be chopped for punishing the villages too lightly. Looked like maybe not. It was an institutional failure. We burned many villages. When there was a plague, we culled. When there was a suspected demonologist, we culled the villages. There was no time for proper justice. We lacked the resources, manpower, and even if we did, there was no way of ensuring justice was properly conducted. Every kingdom did what it felt was right. Maybe all of us should just burn to the ground, you know. He sat, surrounded by the vines and roots. All of us were sinners. Maybe the demon king should just crush all of us. Did I overdo the tree saps? Would I be able to meet the commander here? Or is he already on the other side? How long a backlog are we talking about? I definitely overdid the tree saps. Skill upgraded, tree saps skill obtained. Condensed tree psychedelics dream tutor variant obtained. Skill, psychedelic dreams dream tutor variant obtained. Skill, mystical dreams. Year 81 month 4T he wore in the Barushian territories deteriorated. The presence of the walking demon castle greatly hindered all attempted progress, and even with high-level individuals, the demons had now deployed knights. These demons had been described as elites, capable of standing up to a level 40 elite soldier toe-to-toe, and were described as humanoid horned demons, usually with one large, unnaturally crimson wing. They had been seen wielding spears, swords, axes, and many other types of melee weapons. No rifts near our location yet, the captain elaborated. It was a once every other day meeting to gather data on the demons. They were coming and everyone was feeling a little tense. That's of no comfort, we are just waiting, Jura sighed. One of the merchants wants to meet council. Sure. A merchant walked into Jura's office chambers. Salutations, council, I'll get to the point. The Merchant Guild is trying to build a coalition force to protect key trade routes, especially those that cut through the kingdoms nearest to the spotted giant demon walker. In exchange for the various nations' contributions to the force, led by a group of senior military men, the Merchants Guild will offer preferential prices on goods well below market rates, and also the rights of first purchases on goods passing through these routes. You sure didn't mince words there. Jura sat and thought for a moment. How many men were you talking about? Have you spoken to the High Council? Yes, I have. They are keen, but only if the Order also participates. They will match every person you put in. Clever of them. If the Order doesn't participate, then we look like scum. Jura sat and twirled a wooden pen. Back to my question, how many men does the guild want? Ideally, we want high-level individuals, elites if possible. Numbers, while they do have their own quality, are not the most suitable countermeasure against a demonic force of nature like the giant demon walker. I need to have some discussions. Come back in 2 days. The merchant bowed and left. Jura turned and called in the management team. Matthias, would you be keen? I'm also planning to talk to Ivan. If anything, I would like both of you to participate. Matthias shook his head. I'm having fun teaching the kids in the orphanage. Well, turned out Ivan also had a similar idea. The Valthorn kids need me. I'm not leaving them alone with Tree, not without my supervision. Also, now that we knew quite certainly the Sala guy was the right guy, I was a bit stuck with what to do. You know, if he wasn't the right person, it's not cool to drug him and make him think he died. How did you plan on integrating or undoing the effects of such a powerful hallucination? I had a hunch he was hiding something. He could be hiding other things. Too bad. I'll just make him think it's all a dream. You know, like those exceedingly vivid dreams that you wake up from wondering what in the world just happened. That sounds like the kind of essays I used to write for school. Mila grinned. When I delivered the message to the elves that he was the right guy, Lawfen stormed up and went to one of the tree of prayers to gather her thoughts. Somehow the reality that she faced the person who indirectly caused the death of her husband made her angry. I want to slap him many, many times. Okay. So the drug-delirious prisoner was freed from his biopod prison and Lawfen slapped him many times. In fact, the other elves joined when they saw Lawfen started to slap the man. You evil man, our lives lost just because you felt like it. Lawfen slapped. I had thought that maybe you had a vendetta, but no. She slapped again. We were just, another slap. Another village to burn, another slap. The guy was delirious. The overdose of hallucinogens had massively distorted his sense of reality. Is this like purgatory, where I meet those I have sinned and answer for them? He asked, which only made Lawfen even more mad. Hell yeah, it is. She slapped him some more. The other elves, like Emil and Belle, both just gave him one slap. One big, fat slap, and that was it. They walked away. Because although they were angry, watching Lawfen's ugly chain of slaps made them feel like they needed to be above this. All because of some stupid levels. Were our lives all so meaningless and insignificant to these nobles and lords? Lawfen slapped. The guy just laughed. He'd lost it, really. Yes, my dear, yes. Actually, even lords and nobles were meaningless. We all die in the end. Everyone's just out for themselves, and we make life difficult for everyone that is not us. Lawfen slapped him in between those words, so it was actually not so coherent. Ag. She slapped him a few more times until she stopped, sat on the ground, and started to weep. Lausanne watched and gave her mom a hug. Mommy, it's okay, it's okay. The guy's face was red and blue from all the slaps, and I thought it's time to end it. So some vines pulled the guy back into the pod. I'll keep him for now. Lawfen still cried, so she didn't respond to my statement. Jura just watched, and he walked away. Tree, just kill him already. Him being insane and mocking us with that insanity just makes us feel worse. Well, I kind of figured he was gonna die anyway, but to kill him would be a waste of valuable mortals. He would join the other criminals on death row that I'd reserved for my soul-related experiments. I mean, if the justice system said who was to die, might as well contribute to science while dying. It wasn't as if the manner of death made a difference. It was a position opposed by Mila and Alexis, of course, but they couldn't stop me. If I was going to figure out how to fix Jura's arms, I needed more experience with all the sophisticated meddling in the Soul Forge. In the past month, in between creating more of those anti-demon bolts and weapons, I'd been experimenting with creating an arm. And indeed, the first thing I needed was to reverse engineer the thing that protected a body while undergoing the forge process. It seemed there was a specific frequency to the mana, kind of like a state in which the mana was able to hold its form despite the maelstrom within the soul forge. And mastering this process would allow my feelers to interact with the exposed soul fragments in the soul forge. So, firstly, the process required the creation of more mana-tuning organs. It took quite a few tries, but it was a whole lot easier once I used some of the jewels as regulators. I knew this because it was part of why jewels were so commonly used in magic items, because precious gems and jewels had a kind of mana storage, mana-stabilizing quality to them. Essentially, it was like a ball of roots organized along a few jewels as nodes, with two feeler ends. Kind of like a large tuning fork, and the length-width of that fork determined the frequency and spin. With it, I was then able to coat my feelers with attuned mana, which protected it from the effects of the soul forge by about 90 to 95%. Pretty good, I thought. Next was to make simple organs. Using animals as my test case, I tried to make small tails and whiskers, repair ears, and repair skin. Most of them failed, but I was getting better at the smaller stuff, relatively speaking. I judged my performance by the size of the little animal's explosion when healed. Year 81 Month 5 My first encounter with this generation's demons. A pack of humanoid demon riders spotted passing through one chain of subsidiary tree that stretched up to the previous dungeon hole. The chain of subsidiary trees, with New Freaka Valley as the center, was kind of like a spider net. They didn't attack my trees, but I moved some beetles to the area as I watched their actions. These demonoids were clearly more intelligent than before. There was a visible leader giving some kind of instruction in a language I couldn't fathom. They were setting up an ambush. I watched them camp there for 5 days until a trader caravan approached the area. Their ambush was countered by an ambush from my beetles. It went well. Despite their intelligence, their ability to fight was just about average. A regular demonoid was at the same strength as a regular hellhound, which wasn't much. Their leader was much better. It took 2 beetles to take him down. The merchants are struggling to keep certain trade routes with the demons employing such guerrilla tactics. I'm impressed that demons have the concept of attacking supply chains. Impressed. This was horrifying. We could spot demons a mile away thanks to their unfettered destruction. Now we can't. That's not a good thing. I think we shouldn't overreact. It seems the precautions needed will be similar to bandits if their raiding parties are so small. A small group of adventurers would have been able to defeat that raiding party. The threat of the raiding party was small, but the thought that there is potentially sophisticated intelligence behind the demons. Tree, you said your trees spotted them. Yeah, Jura paused and sat. The captain then asked, can we have a perimeter of trees? Would it be possible? UHNO, I can't make that many trees. 4 lines as it was almost maxed out my subsidiary tree quota. Unless I gained levels or the skill got an upgrade, I didn't think I could spam more subsidiary trees. I did have my basic tree eye, but there were only 10 of those, and I wanted to keep those for special places where I wanted to see things for myself. Trevor interrupted. Demons. There was more of them, Trevor said to me. What? A pack of 300 demons appeared. North. Mostly regular demonoids, but this pack had about 10 of the captain-grade demons and 1 mounted knight. Beetles. I looked at the map, and Trevor pointed me to the nearest group of 50 or so beetles. There was another group of 30 beetles further away. Okay, let's group them together. They won't make it in time to save that convoy if they do. What? A convoy? Trevor changed my vision to see a convoy of 8 carriages and about 20 merchants. Recommend we send the 50 beetles now, and hopefully the 30 beetles can join the battle midway, or if you want to intervene directly. With root strikes. Heh, well, I was itching for a fight. Rooting field. Roots emerged from a field of grass and they quickly entangled the group of 300 demonoids. The leaders of the group were able to cut the roots off, and then my squad of 50 beetles arrived. The beetles' charge easily destroyed quite a bit of the regular demonoids, except the knight. It had a black sword, and in a single slash it cut one of the beetles in half. Nuwuwuo. Horns was upset. Kill that enemy. The demon knight cut down a few more beetles. I recalled seeing demon knights during the previous war, the demonized humans. But this knight was pure demon, and I would say he was about level 40. I wasn't too sure. Heh, no point delaying. Serpentine root strike. Multiple roots appeared and pierced through the demons like a multi-headed hydra. The knight dodged and cut through some of the roots, but the roots, when cut down, instead split into more roots, which attacked the knight. The knight cut down more roots, but it kept breaking up into more roots. And then one root speared through the knight from the back, and it turned into ash. If the demons could create more knights at that level, the kingdoms were going to have a whole lot of problems. Turned out, shit was already pretty bad. News from the southern continent came, and it wasn't pretty down south. Another walking castle had been spotted, and they'd overrun a few kingdoms. The southern continent was essentially in a pure war mode, every nation in the region combining their forces where they could to delay the demons' advance. These numbers, the captain started to read out the Merchants Guild report. Are they trying to ask for help? The report had a whole load of numbers on the size of the demon armies. In the southern continent, they'd spotted 6 different armies with at least 50,000 demons. Sounds like it. The Merchants Guild can't formally request for aid without the consent of the local kingdoms. At best, they will try to build a coalition with the local kingdoms, but it's something they were already doing. Is it normally this bad? I asked the captains. They shrugged. I don't know, but it's sure messier this time around. How many have been displaced? Jura wondered. Are we going to get more refugees? A lot. With all continents facing some demon issues, the refugees don't really have a lot of choices on where to go. What about the islands? Sounds like they won't be able to run away from the south that easily. So if anything, we're still going to get Barushian refugees. The elven kingdoms were up north, right? Loffen suddenly asked. Yeah, why'd you ask? If Barush was in trouble, how about the other elves? Mattias paused. I believe they would not be in any better shape. The Demon Walker is a massive size and the army's not been defeated yet. We need to figure out how to hide, Jura pondered. It was only 6 months into the beginning of the demons, and things were already not great. And that was how I spent more time on the underground tunnels. The farmers did already have warmed farmhouses and underground chambers, but I didn't, and I thought I may be able to do things differently. The underground tunnels were humid but had no sunlight. Any plants that needed to survive here would have to have long roots and somehow have tubers that stored their food in the tunnels, which the refugees could use. Using root tunnels, we built a network of tunnels with rooms and with some wood magic and woodcrafting, made wooden furniture and flooring to make the rooms somewhat habitable. In the event the demons overran the surface, though, they would need a source of food and water. It was fairly easy to create roots that stored some water and food as emergency rations, since I had the tuberous storage, which, when not storing energy, could be converted into a massive edible potato and a high-water content potato. Preparing for the apocalypse, Mila seemed quite interested in all the preparations. I thought she recently added a few underground chambers to her hotel, so I thought we were aligned on that part. Yeah, this Demon King feels different. I doubt it'll be that different. Maybe it's just a change in the minions. The previous Demon King we faced was a floating castle. Alexis then buted in. I like all these preparations. Reminds me of the kind of nuclear bunkers we have preparing for eventual doomsday. I should add something like that to the basement of my hotel, huh? Of course, if a disaster happens, a hotel must have a safe space for its guests. It should be reinforced and close to impenetrable. Lexus laughed and Mila nodded. True, I guess if I wanted to make a hotel like the Continental, it better be a battle-ready hotel. You can start by adding a vault, a strong room, an armory. Alexis rattled on a list of things to add. I think we're getting sidetracked. I'm trying to make habitable hideouts for the citizens in case things deteriorate. I had to bring the conversation back on track. And if both of you want to help me with it. Alexis stopped and thought for a moment. It'll need some artificial sunlight. Perhaps mana-powered lights, and then with it, grow some kind of vegetables under those lights. Oh, that was kind of like the greenhouse idea again, but indoors. So we tried it out. I got Trevor and Dimitri to help, since I was really kind of tired of doing things on my own. There was just so much to do, so many things to manage. We upgraded the tunnels into canister-like compartments, each canister a self-sufficient setup, with a water storage plant, fungi and plant growing area, food storage, and wooden beds. It had metal-reinforced wooden pillars and walls for additional strength and toughness. It was kind of like segments and sections in buildings. New skill acquired. Customizable roots. Customizable roots function like the underground equivalents of your customizable branches. Each subsidiary tree now can support one customizable branch and one customizable root. Choosing the customizable roots will shrink the tuberous storage of that subsidiary tree. Oh, cool. How does it look? Jura and the elves looked around at the new network of underground housing cum hideouts. Just needs some more lights for additional brightness, but for a wartime hideout, absolutely luxurious. The food supply may be insufficient, though, since these things depend on you growing your own vegetables. But at least there is water and the potatoes on the wall are still growing. The potatoes on a segment of the wall were still linked to the roots. It was like the seed of the potato, so the refugees could pluck the potato and a new one would grow. Good enough. I suppose next will be fortification and security. Alexis and Mila added, how about air? Is there sufficient oxygen down there? Ventilation is super important in underground spaces. People could die from choking and smoke. Good point. I had thought of using the plants, but the plants probably didn't produce enough oxygen. Could you use mana to create oxygen? UHIS there a spell like that. Natural tree ability. Water, oxygen, carbon cycle converts water to air or air to water. Uses mana. Oh, that was easy. Turned out I had that ability all the while. But it didn't solve the problem if I wasn't there. How did the refugees get air? Do you have plants that create air? No, maybe there were, but I'd need to find them. It was Mattias that gave the solution. We'll get some gems of breathing. Those gems can produce air at a mana cost, and with that we can breathe. It doesn't require much mana that ordinary folks with some magic should be able to operate. That's quite expensive. Jura nodded after the treasurer told him the expected cost. But we'll get a dozen, and the gems of sunlight as well if we plan to grow these plants underground. Turned out there were some off-the-shelf solutions already. Alexis paused. Can you ask for some of those gems? Ask Jura to buy a bit more. Our coffers are a bit low after my recent spend on the gold and jewels for the grand mine tree, so, Alexis frowned. I could use some of those for research. Year 81, month 6T, he magical sensors went crazy. Across my many subsidiary trees and biolabs, the array picked up multiple large surges of energy. Something's happening. Alexis was the first to be disturbed by the sensor readings. The air seemed tense, and a sudden gust of wind followed. A while later, my network of roots started to detect tremors from afar, the sign of a massive explosion. Jura, any idea what's going on? Jura was oblivious to it because, well, unless you had a built-in magical sensor in your body, you wouldn't notice it. It was Mattias who ran in along with Ivan to the Jura's council chambers. A massive magical explosion has been detected. The demon walker was attacked with some kind of projectile weapon. Oh, isn't that good news? Who did it? Jura asked. The Baruchian court gathered their mages and the voluntary sacrifices of a few young men and women. It's forbidden blood magic, and it didn't work. Instead of destroying it, the magical projectile heavily injured the demon walker, and now it's marching for the Baruchian capital. Blood magic. Jura looked at Mattias suspiciously. Baruch has blood magic and sacrifices. There was a hidden faction in the Wizarding Academy studying blood magic, secretly, but the king gave his consent to do this. The blizzard may have links to Baruch, Mila said. What's Baruch's relationship with Nung, Tact, and Sala? Mattias shrugged, a little bit ashamed. Okay, I don't know, but whatever it is, that magical disturbance came from Baruch. The magical sensors went off again, but this time it wasn't from Baruch's general vicinity. It came from further north, from the coast. Any idea what's going on? We didn't know. until news came about a week later that the same blood magic ritual was repeated in another kingdom south of Sala with more sacrifice. And the worst part, the second projectile missed the demon walker and left a crater filled with an unpleasant miasma. Mattias, is there a cult practicing blood magic throughout the continent? There are all sorts of cults out there practicing all kinds of obscure magics. No one really knows, but I would say yes. The demon walker changed direction. It's now heading south. What? Another magical disturbance. My sensors were starting to become quite attuned to this. It was the same country and they did the ritual. Again. How many times can this ritual be repeated? I don't know. This time we all saw it because the dark purple and red magical projectile flew overhead. Even with my spiritual vision I could see it. It was a missile made of condensed magics, sacrificed lives, and a whole load of unknown energies. It's from a country called Gila. The array of magical sensors could now track the movement of the magical energy. A kingdom led by a new king. There was little I knew of them that wasn't outdated. This third blood ritual bullet exploded at the edges of Baruchian border. Scrying revealed half of the castle on the demon walker's back was destroyed. The regular demons died, but it didn't stop the walker. Oh no, it didn't. It's still headed south. Are they planning to use this against the demon king? Well, it turned out Gila and Baruch were not alone. In the southern continent, a few similar spells were used to great success. They destroyed a demon walker. The demon walker, though, now moved as fast as it could toward Gila, devouring every single town or village in its path, and with it, a growing army of demons. It's coming here. This is insane, Alexis screamed. She used the readings from the magical sensors and her own sensors. It's pretty much a magical nuclear weapon, tuned to cause immense destruction in a narrow area. News indeed spoke of the location of the missed shot turned into a corrupted, haunted, poisoned place, where everything died and strange alien monsters emerged from it. But despite the costs, the fact that there was a reliable weapon against these demonic walker giants gave great hope to many kingdoms. A weapon that could fight back. So it seemed there was widespread propaganda that the Magus had discovered a potent magical spell able to defeat the demons. No longer did they have to fear the champions. Tree, I hate you, Alexis said one evening at the news that more such rituals were being used throughout the world. Why? You were preparing for underground hideouts. Did you have a spirit vision or epiphany that you somehow saw this coming? Hex bombs. Alexis called them hex bombs because they left a hex on the land. Honestly, no. I was preparing for the possibility that a demon champion would defeat me. But this feels too coordinated. Who's teaching the process of this ritual to all the different kingdoms? The speed this ritual spread was unreal. The kings won't hear naysayers now. They all bought the story that this spell can defeat the walkers, and they have 2 success cases now. One in the southern continent and one in the eastern theater. People celebrated, ignoring the reality that there were sacrifices needed for each shot, which numbered between hundreds to thousands, less if the person was of a high magical power and level. But one was still walking our way. After Gila's 2 shots, they stopped. The demon walker was wounded with a strong hex on its body, but it was still headed this way. Deep inside, I just knew that it was going to come through here. I didn't need a messenger running inside the room shouting. Demon Walker was headed for New Freaka, expected to be 2 to 3 weeks away, with an army of 40,000 demonoids. It was just how it was. I was a magical tree, and somehow, I would always end up fighting demons, which was fine. Demons were my natural enemies. I just didn't appreciate being potentially in the line of fire of a hex bomb. Year 81 month 6T, he demonoids came over the hills, the giant walker with the body of something resembling a mutant giant tortoise with a castle on top. The castle consisted of multiple reddish spires with jagged edges, resembling the teeth of a monster. It wasn't hard to tell that it was approaching. The demonic army would cut down the trees in its path, and I could feel the walker's energy. With each step, a bit more of its energy pushed back on my bubble and caused the effective radius of my lesser demonic suppression aura to shrink. But whatever that was, it only worked on the outer area. At this distance in this valley, the aura from my main body was strong, and here it overlapped against whatever that demon walker emitted. Together with the walker, the 50,000 or so demonoids crossed the rolling hills. By the scouts' count, the army increased by 10,000, and this was due to the bases and the walker itself being a mobile demon production factory, or as Alexis called it, a hive. Like a beehive that made more bees. The past 3 weeks, along the expected path of the demon army, we built a few more layers of walls, filled with traps and places for the soldiers to retreat and tunnels for the beetles to spring a surprise attack. Honestly, I felt confident. A defensive battle was pretty much how I could fight, and it was something that I was good at. And we had been preparing for this fight. And when the demon walker emerged, I felt ready. The demon walker's spires somewhat recovered. The damage from the blood hex magic was no longer noticeable, so we presumed they had some self-healing ability. Until we saw the other side of the giant walker, where a large chunk of its body glowed purple as if it oozed a magical rot. This massive giant tortoise with a big castle on its shell stomped and the earth shook. Luckily, the walls held. The roots and plants helped to absorb the shockwave. A Zaratan. Alexis was the one with a wide general knowledge. A walking Zaratan, instead of an island on its back. A loud but deep roar shook the entire valley. Trivia will have to wait. The demon walker roared again, and that signaled the beginning of this battle. The army of demonoids charged toward the first layer of walls into the carnivorous plants and cactus defense systems, and the sound of wood and demon colliding became the background chorus. The demons chopped the defenses down, but not before the carnivorous plants devoured some of the demonoids, and in doing so, gradually but surely, reduced the number of demonoids. I reckoned about 1,000 to 2,000 demonoids fell before the outermost layer was breached. Jura, Mattias, and Ivan prepared on top of the fourth makeshift wall layer. Lausanne, stay with Tree. This is not your battle, not yet. But my level is already in the 30s. I should be out there fighting. The young lady protested. She too was armed for battle, and she had 2 anti-demon wooden short spears on her back. She's right, she's a valuable battlefield asset. We need her on the field together with the girls, one of the captains said. The archers got into position. They'd been waiting for this moment. Many had a good meal last night, perhaps in preparation of death. No, not Lausanne and not the kids. The Valthorns stay back, Jura insisted. Right, Tree. Lausanne should be fighting, but let her take one of the flanks where it's less risky. Together with horns, the beetles will cover her. The beetles were all hidden in the tunnels, all 10,000 of them, but I could spare some to act as Lausanne's squad. The demon walker roared, and the demonoids all received a boost. My lesser demonic suppression was effective, and the roar merely offset the effects of my aura. Ivan nodded. You can't coddle her forever. Fighting demons is a regular affair. She best get some experience. The giant walker had a large head, and its head resembled part tortoise, part dragon. It had spikes and horns, and it roared, revealing its fangs. It was a different roar. The vibration was different, and that roar sent out an energy blast. Steelwood barrier, woodshield shield generators. The subsidiary trees that functioned as shield generators created a large wall of wood, blocking the energy blast crack. The energy projectile from the blast slammed into the shields, and it crushed the first barrier and woodshield and then cracked the last shield. Okay, fine, go, keep yourself safe. Jura sighed, turned, and faced the horde of demonoids. The demon knights led the charge against the first layer walls. Remember what we discussed. We've got to take on the demon knights. Tree will focus on the demon walker. Ivan nodded and then shrugged. Though I would prefer to observe Tree in action, but I suppose we don't have a choice. Be careful of the knights. Lozan smiled. Okay, stay safe, everyone. Jura gave Lozan a pat on the head. You too, retreat or ask for Tree's help if you're in trouble. Better alive than dead. An armor of wood surrounded Jura, and in his hand, a dark brown wooden sword. There were multiple wooden spears on his back and multiple smaller wooden stakes enchanted to weaken demons. And Ivan, you can watch after the knights are destroyed. The demonoid horde still charged, and in one area where the density was highest, I activated Root Surge and skewered about 2,000 demonoids. The walker stepped closer and the earth shook. It roared another energy blast, this time aimed for the second layer of walls. I couldn't stop the full power of the energy projectile in time, and this time, a section of the second layer walls disintegrated and killed about 20 archers and the beetles hiding underneath. Tree, can you stop that blast? Jura asked while running toward the army. The archers had started their volley overhead. I am creating shields right in front of it to deflect and absorb the blast. That should take the heat off you, but be prepared to run if I can't stop it in time. Great. Jura cut down a few more demonoids in the way. He was looking for the knights. A roar and another energy blast, but this time I stopped it. It took 4 layers of steelwood barriers. A special demon, one with wings, appeared and it landed with a bang. The explosion from its crash crushed another section of the second layer of walls, and then it stabbed the few soldiers right in front of it. Jura, there was a winged demon elite. Look out for it. It should be on your left. I don't see it. Jura was deep in battle, fighting some more demonoids. The horde breached through the new gaps in the second layer of defenses, like a pipe with holes. The mages conjured their fireballs and spells, and the demonoids raised a shield made of their demon matter. Since when did the demonoids have shields? The explosions from the spells still destroyed a few demonoids, but the shields reduced the damage. 2 knights closed in on Jura's position. Tall, dark, and honestly quite cool looking with that jagged-edged demonic body, one used an axe and the other used a spear. I should create wood knights. They looked cool. Ruoer. An energy blasted from the walker again. My shields blocked it, but there was still collateral damage from some of the deflected blast. A part of the third layer walls was destroyed. It was using the blasts to open a way for the horde. These makeshift walls weren't that tough, but the 4th layer was the one we built previously. The 4th wall was tougher and where most of the men were stationed. So you're the demon knights. Jura was deep in battle near what remained of second layer walls and his wooden sword glowed. Show me what you can do. Speed slash. Jura's sword flickered like streaks of light and the first demon knight turned to mincemeat. Oh, easy. Jura looked at the other knight and closed in. Indeed, the level 80 warlord crushed the level 40-ish knight within 5 swipes. Honestly, using his high-speed skill was overkill. Ruoer. The walker stomped, and it interrupted the archers and mages' spells. Another energy blast, and somehow I got the angle a bit wrong. The projectile deflected and made a hole in one of the valley cliffs. The walker's large size meant it could easily walk over the walls, and it did so. It stepped across the second layer of walls. He'd entered the range where my root strikes were at full power. Something hopped off the demon walker's back and landed right in front of Jura. A demonoid with wings, proper demon-like horns, and a sword large enough to cut a cow in half. He radiated a magical aura. Jura smirked. So, the demons now have tiers of elite forces too, eh? Tree, you watching this the guy? Yes. But my focus was on the walker. My 3 artificial minds were working really hard to help. Trevor, Dimitri, and Ivy managed the beetles, created root tunnels, and helped to activate all the subsidiary trees, cactus defense system, shield generators, and provided battlefield intel to Horns, who was deep in the fighting with Lozan. It was a good thing I could delegate some of my abilities to them. Ivan landed next to Jura after killing one demon knight. Need help? Jura shrugged. I'll let you know, but I'll try to handle him myself for now. I've got skills I've been itching to test out on something strong. All right, I'll keep the demon knights from meddling. What should we call this demon? Jura looked at Ivan and the demon elite looked quizzically back at them. Its large sword glowed red and then black. A black flame emerged from it. Demon fire again. How nostalgic. The walker stepped closer. A bit more. I just needed its entire massive body entirely within range. Most of the horde of soldier demonoids crossed the second layer of defenses. Those makeshift walls really didn't last very long, but it served the purpose. For Tree, Horns mentally shouted. Battle beetles, let's go. There was no new beetle type. It was just a name Horns came up with. It was punny, he said. Wisp said their personalities took after an aspect of their creators, so I thought Horns inherited a punny part of me. Beetles streamed out of the tunnels under the second and third layer of walls, charging into the mass of demonoids from both sides, and the entire area turned into a massive brawl. Strangely, despite the chaos of the brawl, all the demons had the sense to avoid the demon elite and Jura, both in intense, rather high-speed combat. The demon elite or general could fly, but at that distance, neither could really hurt each other. It seemed that the demon elite wasn't much of a spellcaster, so they went into a full melee. Jura ducked, dodged, and sidestepped the demon elite's large bastard sword repeatedly, often narrowly avoiding many explosions from the sword blast. Demon General's a better name. Jura's sword cut the demon general's wings, but the wings regenerated. It roared in response, its mouth shooting out a mini projectile at Jura. And screw this. Bamboo generated a massive wooden shield in front of Jura. The wooden shield disintegrated, but it seemed like the demon general didn't have that many uses of that projectile since it went back into melee. Right above, the demon walker stepped even closer. Its feet now crossed over the third layer walls easily. It roared again, this time the energy blast aimed right at the forest, right at me. It can sense our presence, Master, Trevor commented. It knows of the magical energies you are radiating. In my mind, I didn't think so. Steelwood barrier. X5. Thank goodness I seem to have more than few hundred uses of these shield skills per day. Multiple large wooden barriers once again appeared to block the energy blast. 4 barriers disintegrated, but the last one held. Well, what do you know? My shields at this distance can stop that blast. Below it, the beetles and the demonoids fought it out in a massive brawl. The militia and the Order's soldiers kept up the volley of arrows, but in such state there was quite a bit of friendly fire. The beetles' large sizes didn't help. The walker roared again, and the spires on its back glowed red and another spire glowed purple. Once that started, the demonoids glowed red, too, and they went into a kind of battle frenzy, and the damage suffered by the demonoids seemingly regenerated. Oh, that castle's an aura machine. I mentally smacked myself. Of course, the castle imparted passive buffs like me. The spires started to shoot out smaller, less powerful energy blasts, and it's equipped with laser turrets. Alexis looked in amazement. It's a walking laser tank. For me, those glowing red spires reminded me of the obelisk of light. The blood rituals don't look so bad now. I sighed. To be fair, without the walker, I'd defeat the 40,000, even 60,000 demonoids without a problem. 10,000 beetles would have taken out 20,000 demonoids, easy. Clearly, for regular humans without special anti-demon skills and weapons, they would need to gather a large group of high-level individuals, at least multiple level 80s. It really made my multiplier against demons a great advantage. Mattias, together with the mages of New Frika, changed their targets to the giant walker, since it was hard to avoid friendly fire with the beetles fighting literally in the trenches. Lausanne was doing fine. She had a whip-like weapon that seemed to cut through the demons like they were made of paper, and it was only against the knights that she needed help from the beetles. "We've got them held up at the third layer," one of the captains said. Well, the fourth layer was the last layer of walls, and after that it was New Freeka's own town walls or the forest itself. I wasn't keen on letting the walker anywhere near the forest since the treefolk village was between me and them. The walker stepped and kicked the third layer's walls with its large feet. Oh, I kind of forgot that it could just hit things instead of using the energy blast, and it kicked again, and that segment of the walls crumbled. Most of the men had retreated to the fourth layer. It was mostly just ranged combat, except for beetles. Some of the soldier elites also tried to fight the demonoids. By now, the demonoids thinned to about 30,000, and I'd lost about half of my beetles, some losses of soldiers or the order, mostly from the walker. But it looked like they would have to bear some more. The walker stepped through the crumbled sections. It kicked the fourth layer walls with incredible force and then strangely walked past the fourth layer of walls. It walked toward me as if it knew I was there, waiting. "Oh, it dares to approach Tree," Alexis grinned. "Even though Tree has anti-demon powers." It roared. My wooden shields blocked the energy blast. "Good, come. Get as close as you need to so I can shove all the roots I have through your body. Let's see whether there was going to be any collateral damage. Have the treefolk evacuated?" "Let me check, yes," Trevor said. Most of them were now in the designated safe houses. Those that could fight were on the fourth wall and some back at New Freeka's town walls. The demonoid army was still behind it, caught up in the brawl with the beetles, though some were trickling past the third wall. Jura and the demon general fought toe-to-toe as Ivan focused on fighting the other demon knights that tried to come to the demon general's aid. Jura still had an edge, but if there was two of them, he'd be in trouble. He took a few hits, but thankfully the armor bore the brunt of it. Ivan, on the other hand, focused on the other demon knights. At first Ivan wanted to help, but her own level was only about 60, so she changed her targets. Jura and the demon general traded blows. The demon general leaped high up, half of its wings torn from an earlier well-placed slash. Its large bastard sword cracked and a massive wooden fist punched it right in the body. It staggered back and Jura changed weapons again. The wooden swords didn't last long, but he had a whole lot stored. So, any tricks? Jura's body was surrounded by bamboo's wood armor, and its flexible form meant it was also a weapon. Or were you just faster, stronger, and hit a whole lot harder? The demon general staggered, even with the aura effects from the demon spires. There were 3 wooden spears lodged in its body, the wooden spears enchanted with holy magic and made from Tree's anti-demon wooden stakes. Its enchantment meant it drained some demonic energy out of the demon general. Well, time to end this. Speed slash. A flash of light and the demon general's body was cut in half, then it disintegrated. Just a faster, stronger demon knight. I'd be worried if they start having actual skills. Jura did a fist and then he realized there was still a whole lot of demons to fight. Good, I'm going to be fighting the demon walker now. Is this what Godzilla looked like? It's massive. Mila looked in amazement. Are we going to have a monster fight now? Tree versus demon walker. Size-wise, it was larger than the earlier demon champions, but it felt like maybe it was not as strong, or maybe there was some trade-off. It certainly didn't feel as threatening despite its enormous size. A demon champion. I'd long awaited this day. The special anti-demon bolts were ready. I'd gained 20 levels and many skills since I last fought the demon champions 8 years ago, and I had more hero fragments too. I had prepared for this moment with skills and items. I believed I could take it, and now to see whether I could. The giant demon walked, and now it was on the very edges of my forest, and that was as far as I was going to let it go. A wall of wood shields appeared in front of it. "You shall not pass," Alexis shouted. Mila did a facepalm. "That's lame." super anti-demon root strikes X5, all tipped with the specially made demon bolts. One root strike for one of those giant legs. The roots shot out of the ground, a dense energy surrounding each of the bolts and the edge, and it exploded right on the legs. The demon walker roared, and this time it shot out a few energy blasts. I blocked 3 of them, but the 4th one leveled a patch of forests and destroyed a section of the treefolk's village. Still, I was happy. The root strikes did what I expected them to do. It stopped walking as large chunks were taken out of its 5 legs. It looked unsteady, as if it was going to crumble on its own weight, but it didn't. It roared again, and this time it turned its head. It wasn't aimed at me, but at the 4th layer of walls. Shit. I created the wood shields in the wrong place, and the blast vaporized a large chunk of the 4th layer walls. Some of the beetles and soldiers there were killed. Tree, don't let it shoot at us, Jura shouted. Some of the men were buried under the rubble. All it could do now was shoot. The spires on its back glowed and shot out red beams, and it set a portion of the forest on fire. Its large head roared again and blasted one more energy blast. My wooden shields caught the shot, but still, the impact caused the space right before the shield to burst into flames. Constrict. Using vines, I attempt to force the head to aim only at me. Super anti-demon root strike, X5 more bolts, and this time before it could release another round of energy blasts, I took out its 5 feet. The giant crashed into the ground, and with it came a huge shockwave of smoke and dust. But it wasn't dead yet, the spires on its back still shooting beams. Still, I was confident. Let's see whether it had any tricks left. Super anti-demon root strike X5. More bolts. I had about 90 bolts left and had many more super root strikes to go. It struggled. It roared again, and more energy blasts. This time, I thought it used a special attack because it blasted through all of the defensive shields I had and then blew up 3 subsidiary trees, and then the energy blast smacked right into my main body, and I felt a chunk of my bark fall off. Oh, I'm still alive. Thank goodness for all the fragments. Well, let's retaliate. Super anti-demon root strike X10. The hard shell around the main body shattered on impact, and a few of my roots struck whatever was inside. I thought I hit something important. The ground shook like something exploded inside of its body. Its head roared again, charging another energy blast. This time, because of the poor angle, the shot went wide and flew into the sky. No chances. I shot out another 10 super anti-demon root strike, aimed at the giant head. It cracked, and then the entire head crumbled. The spires of the castle collapsed. A humanoid giant appeared in its place. Its body was half-hexed, as if the demon flesh was rotting, and each step, chunks of it fall off, as if it was melting. If this was what the hex bomb did, it felt like the future was gonna be quite grim. The giant humanoid demon stepped forward, and more parts fell off. Yet I saw it struggling as it attempted to regenerate the destroyed parts. It was an ongoing battle between the demon's regeneration and the corruption of the hex bomb. It was a demon, and there was no time for caution. Super anti-demon root strike X22 roots shot out of the ground and impaled the giant through its chest and what I suspected was the head. Seriously, a humanoid demon. And then it disintegrated along with the rest of the demon walker body. UHIS that it. The walker is down. The walker is down. Alexis shouted and clapped her spirit-like hands. I mentally made a fist bump. I'd finally reached the point where I could take on a champion by myself. As the body disintegrated, the aura from the spires faded, too. The elves, centaurs, treefolk, and beetles who were busy fighting the regular demonoids suddenly found their opponents had become far weaker than they originally were. The energy that was resisting and offsetting my lesser demonic suppression was gone, and now they felt the full effect of the aura. What was left of the 20,000 or so weakened humanoid demons fell to the might of the remaining forces or were skewered in the flood of root strikes that followed. Level up. You are now level 137, plus 5 levels, skill acquired. Healing aura skill upgraded. Subsidiary trees, 15,000. Subsidiary trees gains a share of main body's environmental adaptations and auras. Only applies to subsidiary trees within 100 km of main tree. Skill upgraded. Wood crafting skill upgraded. Steelwood barrier skill upgraded. Root tunnels year 81 month 6 continued WE lived. Ivan sat. I thought that was not the hardest battle I've been in. Jura tapped her shoulder. We've still got work to do. He pointed to the many injured soldiers and the dead. The energy blasts from the demon walker still killed many, and there was a portion of New Freaka that was blasted wide open. A whole load of repairs had to be done. But the demon walker was defeated. We deserve a celebration, the captain said. Jura smiled. Perhaps, though I would give credit to Tree's exceptional anti-demon weapons. The demon general would have lasted a lot longer without his demon-draining weapons. But you would still win. Jura just smiled and looked at a young girl running over, her short hair fluttering. Lausanne was covered in dirt, blood, and a whole load of demonic shards, mostly unhurt. Uncle. She landed right in front of him. I destroyed 87 demons. Good job. Jura smiled and just rubbed her head. Hope you gain a level. I hope I gain many levels. Jura smiled. How was it, your first true battlefield experience? Oh, it was a lot less bloody and messy than my dreams. I think Tree exaggerated how gory and brutal it is. Tree been giving you gory war dreams, eh? Jura frowned a little. Using the essences and my own memories of wars, I could somewhat mold the general direction and types of dreams Lausanne got. I honestly didn't know what exactly happened in the dreams. Dream Tutor was kind of like a random map generator where I put in the parameters and ingredients and things just happened. Yeah, I told him I wanted to feel like. Lausanne then paused. Oops. Yvonne frowned too. I better check what dreams the other kids are getting. It's not good to have visions of death and destruction at that age. What I needed to start parental guidances for dreams now. Lausanne shook her head. Tree was just helping so that I know what to do when it's the real thing. Jura sighed. Anyway, not a good time to argue about it. Let's get the wounded to the healers, those seriously wounded to the biopods, and the dead to the morgue. There was a lot of wounded and dead soldiers, despite my interference. About 800 soldiers and close to 7,000 beetles still died in the fight against the demons. The soldier deaths mostly from the demon knights. But then my new healing aura kicked in, and for the injured their wounds began to heal even before the healers got to them. And my new aura even improved the effect of healing. New skill? Jura asked, noticing the unusually quick recover of his own cuts and wounds and those injured suddenly finding their strength returning to them. Yup. The mood all round was mixed but getting better. Some groups were upset and mourned the deaths of their comrades. Some were just incredibly amazed that they survived a battle against a towering giant. And of those that survived, a lot of the soldiers would gain levels from this battle. The citizens also got the signal to leave their respective bunkers and hideouts, and there was a big blast that wrecked a portion of the city. I also had to get the mages to help put out the fires since I didn't have my own water magic. Beetles closed in on what remained of the demon walker. I had a quarantine zone established, and Mattias, our resident wizard, was tasked to investigate the remains. There was massive rubble where the main body of the walker collapsed, and most of the demon walker's body disintegrated into nothingness, but there were still some remains. The rotting thing was the hex. Like a sludge, it now pooled on the ground. Ian, can you see this? Mattias poked it with his wooden stick. It kind of latched on like a slimy thing. Mattias likes to refer to me as Ian since he felt it was inappropriate to refer to me as Tree. He poked it. It was not exactly a slime, but it sure radiated a kind of energy. I don't feel too good being so close. Then stay away. Inspection. A hex made from the sacrifice of souls. Didn't tell much. Can you do anything about it? Mattias tried to use some spells, but the hex kind of just stayed there. It didn't react. Can you blast it to smithereens or something? Nope. Mattias did a fireball. Hex remained. It was not exactly destroyable. It kind of just got splattered. So we just leave it there, I asked. This was new to me. Mattias looked at his staff. The hex had damaged the wood somewhat. A section that had come in contact with the hex was rotting. Yeah. I think it's best we just seal off this area and let the hex dissipate naturally. I wasn't sure whether I should get near the hex, though. Alexis's nuclear description somehow made me suspicious that this hex might be radioactive residue. But I had to know for sure. Can you take a very small sample, just 1 cup? Oh, okay. I had one of the beetles carry the small wooden container. The almost black hex slime seemed to have a purple glow, and really, Alexis took a glance at it, shook her head. Disgusting. As a precaution, I created a biolab some distance away, such that if anything happened, such as rotting, I could cut off the biolab and I wouldn't suffer the consequences. This hex thing, it's created from sacrifices, eh? I asked. Yeah. Blood magic's quite special in the sense that it powers itself and lasts really long. But of course, the cost of it is usually someone's life. It's common in the countries with extensive slavery some time ago, but its practice and use has dwindled as the constant use of slaves is unsustainable, and there is often a great deal of backlash from blood magic, such as the spellcasters suffering nightmares or perpetual hauntings. Alexis went into full nerdy magic mode. Even Mattias didn't know that much, but it seemed Alexis was a mage, and she did somehow manage to read such things. It's just bad. Mila frowned her wooden eyebrows. I thought they looked like little stems from a flower. She had an actual flower on her head now. She said it helped in the whole hospitality business thing. According to our modern sensibilities, Alexis frowned. But blood magic is primordial. I recall meeting a shaman on one of the islands we visited, and they used to sacrifice goats and cows to the gods, and they say they've been doing for ages. Kind of like our ancient civilizations, Mila. Which one? Most of the Mesoamerican ones. Even now there are some ritual sacrifices that happen in many cultures. I would think there must be some parallels with how blood magic is in this world. Perhaps they sacrifice and trade for some godly powers. I took a look at the blackish hex liquid. Godly? Certainly didn't feel that way, but well, what did I know? How do you plan to investigate it? Biolab, pour it into your pod and figure it out, Alexis asked. Yeah. It certainly looked a bit organic. Well, yeah, black hex-like thing. Maybe it was like sludge from like a petrol spill, but there was a purple glow, so there was clearly some magic to it happening. I decided I needed more time to think about what I was going to do, so I let the specimen sit on a little storage container in that lone biolab in a corner of the valley. Year 81 month 7 after a brief status check, New Freaka emerged mostly unharmed. The site of where the hex sludge, left behind by the massive demon walker, by order of the council and order, was to be quarantined. So it was now surrounded by walls and guarded by beetles. If reports were true, they would spawn monsters, though so far I'd not seen any. The sludge kind of just pooled together into a large, blackish pool, and it seemed they were somewhat magically intertwined like magnets, that they would naturally merge into one interconnected body. Not that anyone wanted to get near it. It seemed Mattias said he felt sick for a few days, and I had to check on him. It wasn't a bodily sickness, or maybe if it was, it wasn't something that healing aura or my powers did offset. It really did give credence to the whole radiation theory that Alexis had, but the idea of doing nuclear fusion or fission with souls just boggled my mind. I think the tree of prayer does relieve the symptoms a bit. I think it's all the negative energy from the blood sacrifice, Mattias theorized. Again, something worth investigating. Or maybe it could just be additional placebo from the calming effects of the tree of prayer. On the political front, the defeat of the demon walker was significant and greatly boosted the order's standing. Jura was now viewed as a hero, and the soldiers, even those from the council, now viewed Jura as a respectful, good man because he fought on the front lines, unlike the council who hid or fled. That meant the council had to shut up on their anti-order rhetoric, though I suspected this silence was only a temporary one. The euphoria and memories of this battle would fade, and with it, these power-hungry folks would rear their head again someday. And the news of the victory spread quickly, drawing the attention of the guilds. The Merchant Guild has determined that we are a high-priority safe zone in the region, and they will send a fair bit of resources and manpower here. The Order's treasurer read out the notice. The Guild plans to explore the possibility of establishing a regional trade coordination and cartography center, and also a collection of high-security storage warehouses. Jura clapped his hand. I must confess, I don't exactly understand what some of those words are, but it sounds like a good thing. The merchants' guilds were essentially like the world's shipping companies. They were the blood vessels that connected the world. So much produce and money changed hands through the guilds that they often were able to sway kingdoms into fighting wars for them. But I wondered whether this world had protests against banks and corporations. After all, capitalism could be pretty nasty. The treasurer nodded. It is. They will be having a proper office here and an actual merchant prince or guild trader, rather than just appointed representatives. This is usually followed with the opening of a guild's marketplace and exchange, and the regional contracts department. The council will be approached to discuss the regulations on the markets once they arrive to survey the location. Jura nodded. Honestly, trade was not his strongest suit, though he had improved. Lawfen just smiled. Don't worry, most of us will attend the meetings and will let you have the summary. The recent battle also made the elves think about the future of their combat forces. We need more combat experience. Lausanne looked at Ivan. The demons are coming, you know it, we know it, everyone knows it. All of us need to have experience. Lausanne referred to the rest of the Valthorn, especially the 4 girls from the first batch. Ivan shook her head. I spoke with Tritri and Jura, and we're only letting those at level 20 actually join the battle. Until then, the rest of them are staying back. Only one of the girls had hit level 20, so she would join the next battle if there was one. But Lady Ivan, it doesn't make sense. We gain levels when we participate in battles. Holding us back is just taking away our levels, and Tritri needs high-leveled fighters to fight the high-leveled enemies. I know, but they are too young and they are not ready. They are not you, Lausanne. If they don't get chances, they will never be. Lausanne was now 12, so she had more opinions. I gained 7 levels in that battle. 7, I'm almost level 40 now. By most accounts, she'd be classified as a genius. Wasn't it you that told us that during great battles, explosive leveling happens? Then why are they not given the chance? Ivan sighed. I get your point. Let me discuss with the rest perhaps an arrangement depending on what kind of battles. If it's a smaller scale battle, we can consider putting you and the girls on support. Lausanne nodded. For me, I did need to expand the Valthorns. It was true that I couldn't multitask as well as I liked, and when I ended up focused on the Demon Walker, my ability to coordinate all the other fights on the ground had to be delegated to my tree minds, and yet I needed my skills on hand against the Walker. So I needed more high-level fighters, multiple Juras and Ivans, to win such a fight consistently, with minimal casualties. Speaking of casualties, there was a funeral procession for those who fell in battle. It was something one of the officers suggested, something they had from where they came from. A practice of one of the world's southern continental religions, the Urgama, to honor the dead, and the benefits of it was that the dead spirit apparently enchanted the surviving soldiers to carry on the fight. The mechanics of how such a magic worked was interesting, and as a soul tree that helped the reincarnation and passing on of the fallen spirits, it was educational. Surely they don't have time to do such processions when a demon army is on their doorstep, Alexis wondered. The southern continent was embroiled in massive wars with the demon hordes. According to the merchants, there were 4 demon walkers in that continent alone, and inland trade prices were sky high. I wouldn't know. Well, for us, the procession went on, and we didn't get any blessings. Or at least, nothing I could see for now. It was all business as usual in my soul realm, too. People were dying all over the continent to the demon hordes, but thanks to the fall of the demon walker, it seemed the rate of death throughout the entire continent also somewhat dropped. I wondered whether it was a coincidence or the walker had some kind of continental boost ability. If it did, would the king have some kind of worldwide ability? But anyway, it was still not the end. Now that the demon walker battle was over, I went back to making more demon weapons and research. The whole shtick with restoring Jura's hand was still ongoing, so more brutal animal explosion followed, but I was getting there. I think. I had to get some help in cleaning the room, though, since there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere. So I made a quarantine area where the specimen animals remained, and blew up, or lately it was more like leaking pipes. Like the tail would regrow and then somehow a hole would appear, and blood just kept dripping out of it, and no amount of healing would fix it because it was a flaw in the soul. In a way, it was like 3D printing. I had to set up the template in the soul, and then the body would heal in accordance to that template. At the same time, I needed to make the soul part, using my new tools, in a 3D printing fashion, putting the bits and pieces in, piece by piece. All of this was from a sudden epiphany when I saw a key duplication contraption one of the new Freeka's smiths had. Essentially, I needed a tool that worked simultaneously, that read whatever scan results I had, and reproduced it in the soul forge. Also, I needed to also build a library of organs that I could use in the future. Kind of like playing Spores, the game. Honestly, I didn't know why it took me so long to figure shit out. Maybe there was mold in my wooden brain somewhere. Oh, and on research, where was I? Research status. Beetle anti-magma armor stage 4 completed. Metal hypercumulator trees stage 1 completed. Fight door mediation process basic 10 months. Ah yes. I had new accumulator trees. These hyperaccumulators functioned primarily to absorb high levels of metallic content from the contaminated poop ground, which continued to be something of a problem, even if a contained one. But I supposed it was a good time to force the council. We're having the upper hand after the recent victory. The population sees us as the protectors of the valley, and Treetree's position was close to unassailable. And we want to use that goodwill on sewers. One of the treasurers tried to debate with Jura in the meeting room. Yes, sewers. We need sewers. Why not more seats? Have our own candidates on the council against the other group. Some of the independent-leaning councilors now feel they should lean toward us, given the Order's secure position as the defenders of the valley. No political power can change that. Jura frowned. Sometimes the Order's own officers got sucked into politics. Perhaps we need more resources for the Order's military. Jura frowned too. Between me and Jura, both of us generally felt that quantity was unnecessary. I'd need about 3 to 4 months to replenish the beetles, but my beetle army was tough, and for what it was worth, unlimited and expendable. The only drawback was that they couldn't gain levels, but who cared when I had so many of them? If anything, it was the Valthorns that needed to be expanded. There was really no point throwing more fodder at a monster like the Demon General or the Demon Walker. The merchants delivered the gems that provided light and other stuff meant for the hideouts, and it came with an alchemist's contraption thing. So I requested for one of each for research, which led to an upgrade for my labs. Biolab upgraded. Centrifuge material lab upgraded. Centrifuge, these gems were essentially concentrated light, mana-sensitive rock, and mana that, via some fluke of natural magical forces, formed into a gem. There were apparently artificial variants as well, but these didn't last as long as the naturally mined gems. This new centrifuge essentially acted as a concentrator, creating for higher concentrations and enriched versions of ginseng. Okay, it worked for more than just ginseng. I meant things, but when I was thinking about the possible uses of this item, wait. If I needed to concentrate ginseng, and concentrating them eventually made them into gems, that meant I should be able to use gems as soul forge components. But I tried that previously, when I acquired gemstones. Running the ginseng through the centrifuge, I got concentrated ginseng medium quality that took the appearance of a brownish paste, kind of like those funky pastes used in exotic oriental massages. Was this it? Maybe I needed to soak it in mana or something. Like how there was a layer of mana on the body. It was really not going anywhere, was it? Again, Jura asked. Well, he was busy. There was still a lot of demonic movements to keep track of. It had been a year since the rifts opened, so the Demon King should appear soon. No, I just wanted to test something out. Infusing ginseng into Jura's soul using the soul forge took about an hour, strangely easy. Ginseng infusion successful. How do you feel? Nothing. Did you do anything? Jura woke up from the quick nap. Or maybe not yet. Maybe it takes a while. Year 81 month 8 W ill the council grant us rights to grant us refuge, rights to purchase land and build a mansion. A royal envoy from a nearby nation of Rajasthan came with gifts and money. They were not the only ones. What was happening was quite simple. The royalties of the nearby nation, now that they realized I could fend off a demon walker, wanted to set up a refuge. Essentially, they would buy land and build a small palace where their family could hide. Although the kings usually did not leave, there were some weird rules about kings' powers being related to being present in their kingdoms, but these kings wanted to protect their offspring and successors by sending them away to a safe house. Kind of like what Mattias' allies did. But they wanted exemptions, special treatment, and the ability to rule over their own properties, which was absolutely ridiculous. It's politically advantageous for us to accept, but if we do, we must be prepared to accept most of them except those who have crossed us, a counselor said. A delegation from the council and the envoys came to present the case. The council, being the usual politicians, would like to agree, but Jura said, "This is a decision for Ian. It is his protection to give, not us. I do not fancy the creation of a royal district where our laws do not apply." The idea that all these runaway princes came to my place and set up little outposts just frankly annoyed me. When I imagined all these stuck-up royals treating this little valley of mine as their summer palace, I just felt disgusted. No, they may come as regular guests, but they will be treated in the same manner as any other refugee in this valley. If the council wishes to extend any privileged treatment to them, let them know that I will not recognize that privilege, and if I so desire, I will not hesitate to crush them. In this valley, they are ordinary souls like anyone else. The counselors froze. But, Council Jura, surely Ian can recognize the value these royals can bring. Jura shrugged. I'm afraid the tree spirit was very firm about not giving royals any privileged treatment. And if I may add, accepting royals and granting them special treatment contradicts why New Freaka exists. Do you guys really want to put up with the whims of royalty all over again? Do you not forget that it was royal conflicts that brought all of you here? They can still come, should the demons ever threaten their lands, but they will be like any other refugee. One of the counselors stared at Jura. The tree spirit has no concept of royalty, Jura nodded. Is aware of it, but he does not intend to recognize their power in this valley. 3 of the envoys from 3 kingdoms were present. Surely there is something that our kingdoms may provide to sway the tree spirit's view. It was one of the order's head priests who responded. Ian's protection is a blessing, and one couldn't haggle or bargain one's blessing, even if you are royalty. Accept or do not. When you stand before a local deity, what is a royal? I mentally cheered for the priest's good comeback. I was a bit embarrassed that they thought I was some kind of deity, but I was too far into that whole religious shtick to bother correcting it now. And if I gained even more levels, I guessed a deity wasn't too far off anyway. The envoys frowned. One of the envoys, the one from Rajaskan, then said, "It's a shame that the tree spirit of this valley rejects our king's offer. I will relay the message, and I fear he will not be pleased." I told Jura then, "Is that a threat? I don't like receiving threats." Of course, the envoys couldn't hear this. Jura smiled at the envoy. "I am afraid your king must get used to it. Ian's under no obligation to obey a king's demands. What more one of another nation?" "And Ian did not even heed the views of his council," the envoy retorted. "Ian was here before the council was born, and he may remove the council should he so pleases." Jura smiled, but it was a creepy kind of smile, and the room's air suddenly felt heavy. A warlordess skill, heavyweight presence. He looked at the counselors, and the counselors somehow all took 2 steps back. The envoy, too, took a step back. Then he drew in a deep breath and sighed. "I see, but surely we can still purchase property in New Frika." "You may, but your property will be subject to all of New Frika's rules and regulations. There will be no exemptions. In short, you will be like any other wealthy merchant who invests in a property in New Frika. And know this, you will be watched." The envoys traded glances. They discussed with each other a bit, but then they all decided to leave. But I could still eavesdrop on them as they walked back to their inns. "Who does this tree spirit think it is?" one envoy said. "Our king's adventurers can chop down a tree. But your adventurers cannot slay a demon walker," the envoy for another country said, "or you wouldn't be here." The Rajaskan envoy said, "A powerful druid or monster tamer should be able to sway this tree spirit's mind." "I wouldn't count on that. Any monster able to slay a demon walker has to be at least level 100, and you won't find many druids or monster tamers willing to even try taming a creature of that level. It's a life-or-death battle." The Rajaskan envoy nodded. "Perhaps, maybe a heroic artifact could." The 2 other envoys' eyes lit up. That certainly changes things. Is there such an artifact?" The Rajaskan envoy said. "The elven kingdoms may still possess Rona's staff. I reckon a level 80 druid wielding that can bend this tree's will." The 2 envoys laughed. "And I thought you have such an item. That staff was destroyed long ago." "Was it? I had the impression it was what they used to keep the guardian tree of the elven capital under control." Don't tell me you believe some of that kind of silly propaganda. It's a myth to maintain the royal family's legitimacy." The envoy frowned. "Well, the king won't be pleased with this. I don't know how to go back." "Well, we're in the same boat. I bet the king's gonna have my head. He tends to do that when he loses his temper. I'm just going to fake my death. Demons killed me on the journey back. That's going to be my story." The 3 envoys sulked together. Were there seriously no good kings around? Or do they just die because they were too nice? Year 81 month 9, another demon walker had been spotted on our continent this month, and strength returned to the demonoid forces throughout the continent. Thankfully, it appeared far south, nearer to Gila. I guess they could use their newfound sacrificial blood magic powers and test it out. For us, we still saw small packs of roaming demonoids close to our territories, but they were easily crushed by the patrolling beetles. It was a bit annoying that we were only free from demon walkers for 3 months, but then again, I was expecting the Demon King within the next 6 months. Couldn't be helped that the escorts would increase before the main character came along. We just hoped it appeared on the southern continent, where there were now 6 demon walkers. The nations in the south managed to kill one using the blood magic, but it took more than one shot to slay the demon walkers. So it was really quite a miserable battlefield, the southern continent. I heard from Jura that they'd sent all sorts of requests for assistance. Ah, too bad for them, that was their problem. For now, I focused on rebuilding my stockpile of anti-demon bolts. Year 81 month 10W in Tur arrived early. Apparently something to do with moon movements, according to Mattias, every 30 to 32 years or so. The moons changed position and somehow caused this world's winter to last a month longer. Not sure how that actually worked and why, or whether it was magic. And fun fact about the world, nobody could agree on how many moons there were. Some said 3, some said 4, some said 10. The night sky, even with magic, sometimes revealed odd moons that only appeared every now and then. Elliptical moons, Alexis said. She'd been sky-gazing almost every day. She'd even gotten a telescope recently. I suspect some of them have century-long orbits. That's like crazy. Mila was quite into the moon and star stuff too, but mostly for astrological sign stuff. Some of her guests enjoyed that kind of service. I thought even the biggest planets from our world orbit the sun in a few years. How can something orbit a small planet so slowly? Or they could just be comets. Not strange for them to mistake comets for moons. Comets have crazy orbits. Could just be magic. Well, that was my view. I mean, there was really no reason why the astronomical rules that applied from one world should carry over into another world. The forces acting on interstellar objects could be different. Maybe there was a fifth magic force, or maybe dark matter in this world comprised of ether or star mana. You know, weird shit like that. True, Alexis sighed. Tree, how high can you grow? Why? That was a weird, off-topic comment. I wonder whether it's possible for you to grow until, well, space. Like a space elevator. Or maybe you could be like a super tall viewing gallery and observation tower. That's going to be absurdly high, I said. No way. The required height of a space elevator was dependent on rotational spin and planetary gravity. Unless I had some kind of magical item or object that created some kind of levitation effect, such that it functioned as a counterweight, I doubted it. I recalled Earth's space elevator needed to be like 35,000 kilometers high. How could a tree ever grow that tall, unless there was some really wonky magic? I mean, maybe you could be like magically super strong that you could support the weight. Maybe you could even reach like, what's the word for it? Geostationary orbit, Alexis mused. Or low planet orbit, Mila shook her head. I think you should just think about using magic. Magical rockets, Alexis. Magical rockets and levitation. But why would I even want to grow so tall that I reach space? Was there something to achieve there? Fruit satellites? Or would star mana harvesting be far more efficient because of the altitude and exposure to direct starlight? Or more solar power? Seriously, growing so tall just sounded like Jack and the Beanstalk. Unless, maybe ancient space elevators were how stories of world trees came around. Yggdrasil supposedly connected itself to 9 worlds, and if you imagined a modern, futuristic setting, a tree-shaped space elevator would be the gate to those other worlds, Alexis said. Oh, wait. Do you want me to explain what all those words are? Yeah. And Alexis went on about space elevators, Yggdrasil, and stuff like that. I sort of recalled the story. It was a fascinating thought, but I suppose there were magical alternatives to a tree that grew into space. And why would I want to go to space? A tree couldn't grow into space. Or could it? Anyway, enough about space and winter and moons. Demon battles intensified throughout the world. Refugee movements increased. And news of death, destruction, glory, and victories flooded the merchant channels. And that Gila country was crazy enough to actually use the blood sacrifice again. And I thought Gila used 3 rounds of that blood sacrifice ritual, because my sensors detected 3 surges of magic. But it didn't kill the walker, though it did somewhat disable it. News reported 2 of the hex bombs hit the walker's legs, so the walker was unable to move. Still, that didn't bring an end to the intense fighting, as the walker did what it could, which was to spawn demonoids and flood the area with them. So it kind of sucked because the walker was a walking demon hive. It just vomited out demonoids when it didn't move. And thanks to the merchants, there was increasing awareness that the demonic camps were all hives as well, constantly spawning demonoids, and taking them down would be key to reducing their threat. I think they were like ants despite looking like humans, Mila suddenly said, giving a cleaning analogy. How do you kill ants? Wipe out the nests or the ants will just keep roaming the entire kitchen. Turned out, she was not the only one with that idea. Jura had been asked to support a 5,000-strong force meant to take down a demon fort found in the vicinity of a neighboring kingdom. A coalition force, a common thing during demonic wars. I recalled that Lord Rajiv Nung was also part of a coalition force. So, are you going? Ivan asked. Jura shrugged. I'm not keen, and I told the merchants that my place was here. Joining coalition forces is for youngsters. I'm starting to think you spend too much time with Tree that you're getting his stationary habits. Jura didn't mind the jab. Tree-S got a point. Staying home's nice and I've got better things to do, like practice. Besides, they've got a general, don't they, or some of the human elites. They don't need me. Ivan sneered. They'll be fine. I don't quite trust this coalition force anyway. Jura felt these coalitions generally had ulterior motives, like getting a good sense of what his strengths were, and so on. I thought that was his diplomatic sense tingling. Heh. Ivan wasn't exactly trusting of them either. Merchants probably just want to clear that base for a trade route. It was between this side of the city and the other, and they can't be using their airships all the time. The coalition was partly funded by the merchants, and they would handle the logistics and supplies and also provide reimbursement. Forces from various kingdoms would join, usually the lower-ranked ones. Battles were a good chance to gain levels, and usually such coalition forces tried not to take on challenging opponents due to the political fallout from a failed coalition attack. Throughout the world, there were multiple such coalitions, many based on century-old treaties for mutual protection or ancient commitments with temples and religions. But they will insist on someone, and the council will look to us to volunteer someone, Mattias, who was also in the meeting, responded. He wasn't keen, either, and like Jura, he'd prefer if he could just study and conduct magic research all day. I'll ask one of the captains to volunteer then. He's about in his level 40s and should see more battle experience. I'd send Lausanne if she was a few years older. Ivan shrugged. True, but she's not, so she stays. We have enough demons roaming the countryside as it is. Well, Lausanne and the Valthorns were now attached to a mobile cavalry unit. They rode beetles in a way as the Proto-Beetle Knight squad traveled the countryside and hunted any demon packs that we spotted. Helped that I could telepathically communicate with her over the distances for coordination, a feature of her special familiar contract. Maybe Roma can join if he's a bit older depending on how long this demon king lasts. Ivan shook her head. Roma didn't seem to have inherited our combat talents. He's more into books, perhaps a mage. Ivan's son, Roma, was about 9 now, and he seemed to prefer being at home with his books. His mom struggled to get him to practice with her, and well, there was a bit of resentment between the two. Maybe he needed a father figure. In fact, Roma's relationship with Ares was a whole load better, and Ivan frequently had to rely on Ares to speak to Roma. Jura nodded. It was between her and her son, not for us to intervene. Ah, never mind. Ivan diverted the subject. I hope the girls come back safely. Lausanne led 4 of the girls, together with a group of 100 beetles. They were headed for a 100-strong demonic raiding force. They should win relatively easily, and Horns was close behind with a force of another 100 beetles. Even though New Freeka's territory was small, my subsidiary tree network stretched far, thanks to my prior expansions. And with my newfound aura-sharing skills, the subsidiary tree network functioned like defensive lines, a place where the intercepting troops could return should the battle turn bad. Gradually, I am extending this network of trees further. They were, after all, a great early warning system. Trees had eyes, you know. Year 81, month 11 WRs. Wars, wars, battles and battles, seemingly endless ones. So much that my soul realm was filled with the souls of the recently departed. My soul harvesters were busy, battlefield after battlefield they visited, and each trip they brought back more souls. Even as the cold swept through the continent, the demons didn't stop fighting. And so the defenders were forced into battle even when they didn't wish it. I feel a little bad being safe and warm here, one of the captains joked. The other one was out as part of the merchant coalition force. Mattias laughed, and then he sipped on his ginger tea. The group decided to have something a bit cozier, so they brewed a few pots of fruit tea, ginger tea, garlic tea, and snacks, mainly some fried potatoes, chips, fries. One of Mila's kitchen projects was to recreate potato fries because part of the global domination plans involved being a chain restaurant, like McDonald's. So she had to have fries. Wesley and our priest sat around the meeting room, too. Don't jinx us. Appreciate that we can still huddle around in such comfort, even when there was a demon walker around. Mila was happily playing the caterer. Apparently serving food contributed to her levels as a hotel tree. Jura, Lawfen, and Lausanne also ate the snacks. Yeah, never know when the good times come to an end. There was a nod of agreement throughout the room. I wondered whether they felt it that the Demon King was coming. I certainly thought I could. The strange twitches to my star mana leaves, the unusual fluctuations there. I'm just missing good chili sauce to go with my fries, or ketchup for that matter, Mila whined to both me and Alexis. I need to get chilies and tomatoes. Mila was clearly more focused on unlocking new recipes for her restaurant. I was starting to think she was playing Hotel Tycoon or Overcooked, since the whole Demon King thing was really just a distraction for her. The council is of the view that we should be building more walls and have the sewer project modified, one of the treasurers said to the group. Even though it was cozy, it was still a Valtrian order meeting. 4 layers of walls was insufficient. Well, they thought that some of the collateral damage could be minimized, and we do have the capacity to add walls. As for the sewer project, they're now thinking of adding bunkers and hideouts to double its function as a safe zone from the demons. Should we oppose such a motion? Jura shook his head. I think it's fine. It's aligned to what we wanted, and the city should be allowed to protect itself. But it should be funded by the council, not from the order. Most of the other meeting attendees nodded, then went back to eating. Any other business? Jura asked. Most of them had just completed regular updates and reports. Discussions on the demonic forces took up about half the time, due to the far-reaching implications of the demons on trade, funding, military, and infrastructure. The Demon King, according to whispers among the temples, will arrive within the next 3 months, a priest said. In my mind, that was what I thought, too. This meant the temples may have some kind of star mana equipment. How reliable is this prediction? Jura leaned forward. And even if so, what can we do about it? One of the captains said. I believe the best thing to do, Council, is to just keep watch. You were right to say that we have no way to stop whatever the Demon King does. Be on the lookout and move out of its way. Agreed. Jura nodded. I thought it was probably the best decision as well. I'm personally more interested in when the heroes will arrive, what powers they have, and how we can spot them so that we can stay out of their way. We don't like heroes, Mila asked. The crowd here didn't know her true identity as a former reincarnated hero. If they are not humans, I will like them, a captain said. Else these stupid heroes will buy into the propaganda the royals feed them and treat us non-humans as enemies once the war is over. Mila did not reply. I thought she was trying to remember what the other kings and royalties had said to her in the past. She deftly served a plate of fried potatoes to one of the priests. Thankfully, all the previous generation heroes died with the Demon King. It was a priest that said it. The post-war political jostling was usually terrible. Heroes who see it as their duty from the gods to correct all that was wrong in this world. Mila stopped. She sighed. Ivan, who was invited for the food, nodded. Indeed. We should do our best not to offend them. We stick out with our presence as a non-human nation in this region. But let's hope the gods spread out the heroes a bit and that some of them are non-humans. If that's the case, the heroes will balance each other out, or maybe all of them will die to the Demon King. Mila sagged a little. Never mind, never mind. Let's just wait and see what happens. Jura munched on a piece of bread. Year 81 month 12T, Houghton Druids responded that the meetup with the other tree spirits would be delayed because of the demons. Their efforts were dedicated to defending their areas against the demons. Ah well, I didn't expect much from these druids anyway. I intended to reach out to these tree spirits without their intermediation, anyway. I certainly would prefer to have discussions without the eavesdropping of others. Somehow, I had a gut feeling that there would be things only we, tree spirits, should know. Or should I say root feeling? What would be a plant equivalent of gut anyway? After my recent level gains and my recent subsidiary tree numbers, I might have just enough to extend one long chain to the giant lillipod city, but I would have to give up all the other subsidiary trees around, and that would leave the valley defenseless and without its early warning system. I'd wait for my next subsidiary tree upgrade then. Or maybe I could extend halfway there and see whether I gain levels killing the demons I encountered along the way. But giant Lillipod City was way down south of my continent. Even past that Gila country where the legless demon walker was. Decisions. Year 82 month won a new year but same old threats. The demons found the volcano, and now we were fighting a three-way battle. The native golems, the demonic forces who seemed to be interested in the same mana source in the volcano, and my beetles. This, to me, was sufficient confirmation that the demons were looking for mana-rich sources, so maybe they would look to my 3 trees of mana soon. Without the walkers, it wasn't that difficult to defend these 2 locations, but I was having some trouble with the demon knights, so I did need to deploy Horns, Lozan, and the Valthorns. I mean, I could root strike the knights, and I did every now and then to delay and postpone the battle until I could get Lozan and gang into battle. The reasoning was really simple. I was way too high level that defeating the knights was really quite pitiful for my experience gain, even with my overpowered experience gain. It was far more fruitful to save mobs of this level to Lozan and the budding initiates, such that they got to a level where they could be of some use against the demons. At first, they were excited, but after 1 full month of constant battles throughout the volcanic area against the demons, Lozan and the initiates were beginning to realize the enormity of the task. Wars are not nice. One of the young initiates she's 8 sat next to Lozan at a campsite. She sipped on a small wooden flask containing a kind of healing fluid. There were a few subsidiary trees here, so they benefited from my healing aura and demonic suppression aura, so it was a relatively good campsite. One of the captains who'd come along nodded. Good that you realize that when you're young. It's not a nice feeling going out to fight and realizing you might not come back. We're lucky our tree spirit watches over us in this area. The volcanic area's outer area was mostly conquered by my subsidiary trees by now, effectively forming a ring of trees to block out the demons. I called it the volcano tree line. That didn't stop the demons from trying to break through, occasionally with 500 to 1,000 strong forces. Lausanne sighed and massaged her left shoulder. A wooden vine surrounded her, an effect of the special tree familiar. She was level 42 from a whole month of demon fighting, most of it from taking on a few demon knights. Doing it every day was quite different from fighting occasionally. The captain smiled. You may be a genius, Lady Lausanne, but fighting daily is a reality for most common soldiers and guards in small villages. There was a group of soldiers who also came along. It didn't look good to leave the fighting to young kids. She nodded. Jura did tell her stories of the past, when Frika was still the village of Frika, and the men frequently patrolled the woods to defeat monsters. But still, nothing beat the experience of active duty, to know what it was like. If only we can stop this for good. The captain smiled and patted Lausanne on her lean shoulder. Honestly, New Frika has it good. The protection of the inn's beetles meant we soldiers can fight more carefully and less frequently. Lausanne twirled her right hand and the vine formed itself into a spear. Ah, let's not have this talk. She twirled her fingers again and the spear unmade itself into a vine and then into a wooden sword. This was one of her daily practice routines to hone her mastery over the flexible vines from the special familiar. She would alternate the vine's forms: a spear, a sword, a whip, a lasso, a bow. The rest of the initiates watched. To them, it was a bit like a magic trick. They would rest for an hour before continuing their journey home. Thankfully, the beetle army carried them. A few of the beetles had things resembling seats, and since each beetle was about the size of a large rhino, about 2 to 3 could fit on each beetle, except for one of the centaur Valthorns. She was one of the younger Valthorns from the second batch, but centaurs tended to be bigger despite having similar ages. She would gallop next to the beetles, and her stamina was pretty good. The soldiers who returned did so to relieved family members, happy to see their family returning safe. The Valthorns would mostly be greeted by the ladies of their orphanage. The orphanage was frankly overloaded. The number of kids aged 3 to 13 was close to 1,100, and Laufen and Bell were tasked with supervising the expansion of 2 additional buildings. The population was generally supportive of the orphanage, so there really wasn't any challenge in terms of funding or land, though the politicians saw it like a private military academy, given the extensive combat training in their curriculum. So according to my people watcher Ivy, there were little pockets of discontent. In fact, the expansion of the orphanage meant about 30% of the order's budget was now used to fund the charitable segment. Both the death services, orphanage, and birth gifts all did not generate money. One of the priests suggested tithes or donations, but I shot down the idea. I felt if people started giving money to priests, that was going to just send us into a downward spiral of corruption. So no, I insisted on the priests being paid a salary and no donations or tithes. Instead, the order had to do work for money. We ran a vegetable market, food market, and herbs market. Herbal soup, herbal soup. There was actually a lesser variant of ginseng grown by our herbalist. It didn't have the full effect of the ginseng plant, and this variant's boost was temporary. We thought of using the term ginseng, but then that might ruin the branding of the real ginseng plant, so we decided just plain old herbal root soup. Ginger tea, an employee of the order shouted. Flavored olives, oranges, cotton, and clothes. Yeah, a market. I thought of having a more upmarket feel to the premises, but somehow it just organically transformed into this chaotic mess of a market that wouldn't feel out of place in any Asian or Middle Eastern metropolis. I wondered whether this was what the grand bazaars of Baghdad would be like. I would usually tune out the shouting match in the markets. There was only so many times you could bear a middle-aged lady repeatedly shouting, "Potatoes for sale! Potatoes for sale!" Listening to it for too long, I found that those words ended up repeating in my thoughts too. Thank goodness, like the root in it, I could tune out all the chatter, but Ivy liked the market. She said the gossip in the markets was her top 5 ways of getting information. The things ladies shared with each other while haggling over carrots and tomatoes was quite interesting. 95% made up, by the way, but still, that 5% was worth it. Oh. And the bigger orphanage kids were usually tasked with security. If they weren't in the orphanage, they'd be the ones stealing. I thought it was a good way to deter the food thieves. It took a thief to catch a thief, until we got some rather interesting comments from the general populace. Why can't we just give our surplus away? Can we just run charity kitchens for the poor and hungry? The council already did have some kind of community kitchen, a legacy of the New Freakins' origins as refugees. The generation that came and survived the move to New Freaka generally appreciated the community kitchen. Never mind. I decided to just stick to the plan. The little tree of prayer shipped to Ransala had safely arrived and was planted in a small public garden. A rarity in Ransala, from what I heard. Sadly, because it was way too far from any of my other subsidiary trees, it was not connected by root to the rest of the rootnet, so I couldn't really communicate with that tree. All I knew was it lived, and it was there in that little garden somewhere. My rootnet needed to get some kind of wide area network service. I mean, did we have like 4G transmission trees, or wide area network? Nothing much I could do, except to find a way to extend my roots into that area of town. So for now, I hoped that tree of prayer was well taken care of. It'd take a few generations of rootnet upgrades before I'd get there. In a way, my network of trees was essentially a subterranean cable line, kind of like those subsea fiber optic cables that crossed oceans to form my homeworld's internet. Of course, the scale of my rootnet was minuscule in comparison, but I'd like to think with all the research and advancements I was doing, I was like a precursor to DARPA and my rootnet was like RUTARPANET. So I was TARPA, Trees Advanced Research Projects. Wait, wasn't that TARPANET? Never mind. That was horrible. I mentally told myself that set of names was to be forever banished from existence. Year 82 Month 2 Demon King Sabnok has arrived. Teehee news came like a wave. An actual energy wave swept through the world coming from all directions. I felt it and I was sure everyone else felt it too, but the wave stayed like some kind of background disturbance. Buzzing, like white noise from a radio. Jura gathered all the leaders. What's going on? WWE don't know. None of my message spells are working. Mattias looked afraid. It seems like the Demon King has somehow managed to interrupt all long-range communication spells. I tried to check on my beetles and got no response. I lost contact with all the beetles that wandered too far off from my subsidiary trees. Immediately, I ordered all beetles to stay close to my subsidiary trees. Lausanne's out on patrol. I spoke to Jura. Looked like here near my main tree, it still functioned. I couldn't contact her. We'll have to do it the non-magical way. Couriers, messengers, escorts. Jura looked and the captains ran out to summon as many couriers and messengers they could get. Mattias sat. There was another mage I rarely saw next to him. This has never happened. Well, times had changed. Certainly, this new Demon King seemed to try rather exotic strategies. I wondered whether he was a reincarnator. That would be something very, very scary to think about. In the past, dedicated couriers, messengers, or even scouts used to travel long distances to deliver highly classified messages before the encrypted magical means of communication were invented by one of the heroes a few generations back. These days, diplomats and merchants took over the role of official documentations and treaties, and the magical encrypted messages were the mode of communication for discussions. Magical obsolescence, I supposed. But I supposed a return to the analog ways had its interests. What do we know? Jura sent out the couriers and messengers to all the nearby kingdoms, requesting for status updates. A new set of magical seals were made to facilitate these sorts of letters and messages. The merchants were the first to quickly summarize the effects of the Demon King. It seemed they managed to retain some form of communication network throughout the continent, though their intercontinental networks were now broken. Message spells are unreliable at 10 kilometers. High-tier communication spells are unreliable at 30 kilometers. Warnings on summons. Magically controlled monsters have a chance to break their servant-master link at a distance of 500 meters to 5 kilometers, depending on the type. All my subsidiary trees were still in contact. RootNet was still online. Message integrity decays at 5 kilometers onward. Merchants Guild is still experimenting with supercharging magical messages. The message spell was essentially the communication backbone of the present society. War, commerce, and trade all relied on it. A message spell was essentially a message wrapped up into a magical container and sent like an invisible letter, where it then arrived at the other side as a letter. It was possible to secure the packet by way of encryption codes, and similarly, it was possible to intercept them as they passed through. All message spells traveled along corridors high up in the sky, known as the aurora currents. These currents helped to reduce the mana load required to travel long distances, as the aurora currents had a positive, recharging effect on these message packets. Apparently, and this was also something that was debated, the aurora currents were created by some hero a long time ago to facilitate their anti-demon efforts. Some said it was made by the gods because why else would the currents be so convenient? It boggled the mind that a supposedly natural phenomenon could be exploited to function as a global airborne message superhighway. A mage learning how to use message learned about the world's magical currents and sent the coordinates along the packets. The way I understood it, as Mattias explained it, was that the messaging network was essentially like a collection of email servers with some snail mail features. For example, a mage who wanted to send a message from New Freaka to, say, Ransala must know which current, node, and subnode. Kind of like a traditional country-state-city hierarchy common in addresses and old-school mailing systems. The message packet itself was then wrapped with some identifiers and locators so that it could locate the intended receiver. Or what most nations had was a magical artifact that acted as an anchor to receive the messages, sort of like a post box. But now, this network was unusable. The chaos was perhaps similar to what happened when the internet went out. Learning the intricacies of the message system worked only when the system went down was like how people started to study the intricacies of how planes worked after a flight crash occurred. A little too late. Merchants, especially, scrambled to find alternatives to their usual sources. Trading prices for certain goods started to fluctuate because the merchant's ability to obtain market price information from other cities was now gone, and a merchant's willingness to purchase local goods dropped significantly because he was unable to guarantee his own ability to make a profit by locking in another deal in some other part of the world. How about scrying and remote viewing? I observed the mages in New Freaka's Mage Guild in a discussion with the local merchants. Thankfully, this newfound magical interference from the Demon King didn't affect my ability to see my own trees, and I believed my own energies were repelling that interference somewhat. It really brought back memories. The guys banging on our admin's tables, demanding to know why the payment systems were down and how soon we could fix it. Didn't work either, and we do not have mages who focus on such spells. Then what works? I've got a warehouse full of goods, and I can't find out where to send them or whether the route is even safe. There has got to be something. I'm afraid the best chance at this point is a messenger. The mage tried to placate the angry merchant. That's too slow. We're still trying. Over at the military side, Jura attended a meeting with the new Freaka Council, together with a lot of military guys. A strategist under the council's employ was present to give a quick briefing on the situation. 1. Our ability to coordinate our military with our allies is now significantly reduced. 2. Our ability to locate the Demon King and Demon Walkers on a close-to-real-time basis is also almost gone. This means the blood sacrifice spells used to bombard the Demon Walkers is effectively useless. Ah shit, that was a bad thing. What use was a nuke if you didn't know where to shoot it? Also linked to that second point, we'll need to rely a whole lot more on scouts to monitor the demons' movement. I suppose they needed to return to flares, fire signals, and stuff like that. I still hadn't heard from Lausanne, so I decided to send some subsidiary trees toward her last known location. Year 82 Month 3's Islands was eerie. Without the communication networks to inform one's decisions, most travelers decided to stay put and wait. Only those truly desperate or daring made the journey. Throughout my network of trees, demons appeared more frequently and in larger numbers. Given my now smaller effective range due to the interference of the Demon King, it was also harder to move my beetles from one place to another as they had to travel close to my chain of subsidiary trees. When are the damn messages going to get through? Some of the merchants had started drinking extensively. It seemed they were in a limbo. Some of them started to band together and try to make the trip to the next town. A small minority sold all their inventory and decided to stay put. I'm not going anywhere. This town can defend itself against a demon walker. I'll just stay. It's a risk to go out there. You might not know if a demon walker was nearby. We are merchants. We do not sit still in a place. We need to sell to make money. Anyway, back to the beetles. The attacks throughout my network increased, and so, with Trevor and Dimitri's advice, I'd split my beetle force into 6 squads of 1,500 each, all stationed in a different part of my network, the rest of them in New Freaka. I couldn't move the beetles as quickly as before because of the longer route they now had to take, and with lesser visibility. I had a lesser amount of time to plan and respond to any incursion. In a way, this was a hub-and-spoke strategy, mini bases for my beetles. Frankly, I didn't see this coming. I thought Demon Kings were just overpowered and had high destructive abilities. Utility or passive abilities wasn't something I expected. It really felt like there was a mind behind the demon. Would you think it's a reincarnator, a hero from your world? Alexis paused. That would be terrible, wouldn't it, if they brought someone from my world? There was really no reason why the Demon Kings would change tactics this time. There has to be a trigger point. When you fought the Demon King, what did you think? Alexis waited, and then she responded off tangent but very relevant. I wonder whether the demons accessed my memories. When I was trapped as a fire demon, whether the demons looked into my mind just like how I saw their homeworld. You saw their homeworld. I think so. I'm not sure whether it's a dream or it's their home world, but after the Demon Walker it brought back memories. It's a massive desert with large spires, similar to the ones on the Demon Walker's back, but many, many times bigger and more. Okay, now we have 2 suspects. 1, the demons somehow brought a reincarnator or off-worlder. 2, the demons took a look at your mind and decided to copy some tactics, or possibly both were true. Or you may have let the demons in on where you were from, and therefore they can now summon their own version of heroes. Alexis's spirit body rotated and twirled in the air. She looked horrified. I hope not. We need to warn everyone if we were potentially dealing with an enemy reincarnator. All the nations must treat the demons as intelligent. Let's not panic yet. I did suspect that this generation's demons were possibly intelligent or had some kind of thought process to their tactics, but the fact that they only had a small variety of units seemed to imply that there was some kind of migration limit on what they could bring to this world. Maybe the reincarnator himself wasn't here in this world. We need countermeasures. We need to do something. Alexis spun. I thought her spiritual body was changing color. Mila was happily in her inn. Now that the merchants weren't going anywhere, they needed a place to stay, so her inn was full house, and many merchants were drinking their worries away. Busy, Alexis, I've got a full house to manage. Mila waved her off. This is important, Mila, important. After I'm done with my customers, which is like really much later. Later, okay? Mila, Alexis pouted. In the meantime, I called Jura and Mattias to discuss the possibility of an intelligent demon king. Demon kings were somewhat monster-like, at least in history. They seek out places with large populations and have an ability to sense the presence of heroes. Their instincts seem to drive them toward the heroes. They have some primitive intelligence, according to statements from past heroes, but in combat and once provoked, they are like monsters, Mattias clarified. So how bad is it if the Demon King is intelligent, say like an average human? I asked. On the bigger scale of things, it's probably the demonic equivalent of a very nasty undead necromancer. Is that bad? It sounds bad, I continued with my questions. Jura shook his head. His knowledge about such things was quite shallow. Mattias had a better understanding of historical outbreaks. Mattias nodded. If the heroes can work with the kingdoms, it should still be possible to defeat the Demon King. After all, the demons can't level, and the lower-level demons and demon walkers don't display the kind of intelligence that I would associate with sentience. So, it's likely that only the Demon King was fully intelligent. I agree with that theory. Indeed, the demon walker or the demon general did not appear to be intelligent, even if they had some tactical sense. Else they would not have walked in a straight line toward the source of the hex bombs. If so, all the thinking must be done by the Demon King, and that was inherently a weakness. Jura and Mattias looked at the map. There was nothing on it now that we had no data on the demons. Jura shrugged. Nothing's actually changed, has it? The heroes still have a Demon King to slay. It just means the process is harder for them. For the rest of us, the Demon King will continue to wreak havoc. Our preparations just need to continue. True, Alexis, on the other hand, said, we need to send letters to all the kingdoms. The threat of the demons should be higher. That achieves nothing. For kingdoms already fighting for their survival, such as those in the southern continents, the demons are already their #1 threat. For those currently safe, all of them are preparing. By now, no one is treating the Demon King lightly. I believe many other strategists and kings must have come to the same conclusion as we have, that this Demon King is sentient and intelligent. Alexis pouted. Our best course of action is hunker down and prepare for war, and pray the Demon King isn't on our continent. As for you, what have you got from all your research? Can you research how to counteract or offset this demonic interference so that we can restore the communication with all our neighbors? I will get started. Lausanne came back at the end of the month. They had been forced into hiding to avoid the roaming demons. With the beetles asleep, they did not have the numbers to take the demons in a fight, so their progress home was super slow. Laufen was delighted to see her daughter again and gave her a big hug. Happy to see you too, Mom. Laufen was worried sick, even if she put on a strong face in front of others. We need to stick closer to the trees from now on. Jura was relieved, of course. Lausanne wasn't alone. Her squad had 20 others. Luckily, none of them died. Avoiding battle was a good choice. Year 82, month 4, when will the heroes be summoned? Usually 6 months to a year after the Demon King. Maybe less. I hoped it was less. If the Demon King was smart, he would expand as fast as he could and crush all the allied kingdoms. That way, the heroes had less support. The kingdom stood no chance against a creature like the Demon King. If he was truly intelligent, he would use this head start to cement his position. Ian, a demon army in the distance. I spotted it too. They seemed to employ a scorched earth strategy and were headed for the volcano. New Freaka wouldn't deploy itself, but I would have to defend the volcano. After the Demon Walker battle, I had 15,000 subsidiary trees, about a third of which were beetle nests. Each tree with horns upgrades was home to 5 beetles, so I had a total beetle force of 25,000. I was literally a one-tree beetle army, but I had to spread this force throughout my network. 7,000 were at home, in the valley as its defensive force, and I'd lost about 4,000 beetles in various smaller skirmishes in the past months. That left 14,000, of which spread into the 1,500 squads, give or take a few hundred. 20,000 demons. There were already 1,500 beetles stationed in that segment of my tree network. The rest of my beetles, the 7,000 stationed at home, would take about 5 days to get there. It was a battle away from my main tree, not my ideal battleground. They are headed for the volcanic area. The Order captains were surprised, of course. They presumed they would head here. The volcano was a natural mana source, a difficult one to work with, but a mana source. We must defend it, else we will have a demon factory as our neighbor, I told the Order, and Jura relayed the message to a clearly spooked New Freakin' council. The councilors were afraid, so they summoned their local supporters for views. Some of them wanted to participate. They saw why it should be defended. Some preferred to wait and hold a defensive line here in the valley. So the choice was given to the councilors, and they gathered support. Either send an army to fight a force near the volcano or tolerate a demon base next to New Freaka and die eventually anyway. In a way, it was an easier battle since it was just a large army of regular demonoids. There were no giant walkers, but the flip side was my ability to intervene slightly weakened by the distance. Jura and Ivan, I need both of you at that battle. Lausanne tapped herself. Me too. Well, I planned on including her anyway. And you? Laufen gave her daughter a hug. And the Valthorns. I need every high-level person I have at that battlefield. Go and go quickly. The beetles there may not be able to hold the line for more than 3 days, and the demons were only 2 days away. In a way, this could have been prevented had I created an outer perimeter of subsidiary trees, but even that would only give me 1 extra day's advance warning. Still, I made a note to further fortify the southern forest and 3 Tree of Mana. Clearly that magic ley line would be a juicy target for the demons should they discover it. To delay the demonic force while the rest of the forces got into position, I activated Rooting Field and Poison Field multiple times. Sadly, poison didn't work on demons, but the roots did manage to delay them. The battle began as expected, 5 days later on the edges of the volcanic area. I had increased the amount of subsidiary trees. I had so that I could keep control over the beetles, and with new subsidiary trees, the present beetle force stood at 2,500. My 7,000 beetles were a day away, and the New Freakin' army of 4,000 soldiers were 2 days away. The demons, 21,000 or so. The demons themselves were increasing. The demons charged, led by humanoid demons, riding on demon hounds, wielding long halberds and spears. Fucking hell, they have cavalry. They had demon knights that rode hellhounds some time ago, a small, elite, brainwashed humans that chased the heroes, but this was my first time witnessing pure demonoid cavalry as combat force. Actually, how did the demons brainwash those humans? Could they be the source of this change in tactics too? Something wasn't right. If demon knights brainwashed by the demons existed, that meant the demon kings had always been sentient. Because you needed a certain measure of intelligence to utilize demonic corrupted human knights. And the previous demon king had manticores and wyverns too. I needed to come back to this thought later. Now I needed to focus on the fight to defend the volcano. The demonoid riders smacked into my beetles. We were fighting defensively, using the trees as a kind of makeshift wall. Beetles could fight even when they were partly crawling on trees, the demonoids less so. I needed to delay them as long as I could, until the rest of my 7,000 beetles arrived. Utilizing their ability to burrow, the beetles dug numerous trenches throughout the battlefield, all meant to delay the demons. A kind of trench warfare, but these were mixed in between the layers of trees. Some of my subsidiary trees were carnivorous plants, and they chomped on one or two demonoids before they needed time to recharge. Here, at this distance, the effect of my lesser demonic suppression aura was slightly reduced, and a defensive battle meant my beetles could still benefit from my healing aura. But these things merely served to delay the inevitable. The number disadvantage was too massive, and they killed 1,500 beetles within the first few hours of skirmish. The remaining 1,000 retreated back to the last line of trees. On the positive side, half of the demonoid cavalry had been killed, and the demon army was now about 19,000 strong. Jura Lozan Ivan, situation isn't good. We are likely to have to fight the demons after they breach the tree line. There are a few demon knights in the force. Indeed, the demon knights with their various short-range weapons made the trenches unfavorable to the beetles. A mistake on hindsight. Silly me, thinking my beetles were the only ones who had an advantage in the trenches. The 7,000 beetles were still half a day away. The demons continued their charge and the fighting continued into the night. Master, bad news. Another 20,000 have been spotted in the North Corridor. They are headed to the former dungeon, the Naga Hole. Trevor flagged the news. In fact, by the time we spotted the demons, they were already at the dungeon's doorsteps. There was nothing there. How did the demons spawn so many demons? Didn't they need bases for this? With another battle ongoing at the volcano, I had to concede the former Naga dungeon. I didn't have enough beetles to fight two battles at the same time, so the beetles in that area retreated. Back at the volcano, my defensive line broke quickly. There really was no way I could stop an army of 19,000 demons with only 1,000 beetles, even if I kept using my skills to thin their numbers. I had to make a call then. I retreated with the 500 surviving beetles and joined them up with the 7,000 that arrived a little too late. The demons had breached the tree line and entered the volcano area. The demons were in the volcanic area. Should we continue then? Yes, we must defeat the demons before they establish a base in the volcano. We cannot let them tap into the volcano's mana source. The men were not keen, one of the captains said. Some of the men didn't see why they should risk their lives protecting a volcano, then die when the demons come along. It really wasn't a lie. A demonic base next to us. They could spawn more demons, more than the beetle's eye could field. Still, keen or not, we had to fight. I was not planning on letting the demons get too far into the volcanic area, and already I saw the demons fight the native magma golems. The native magma monsters didn't mount any extra defense. After all, they didn't even know an army was headed their way, but the giant magma golems were more than a match for conventional demonoids. But the demons were focused. While some demonoids kept the magma golems occupied, they charged for the caldera, and I didn't plan on letting them get there and establish a foothold. I spawned subsidiary trees, even in this hostile terrain, and the army of beetles and new freakins chased after the demons. They had one day's head start, and the army passed by more casualties by the wayside. Some soldiers took this chance to collect any loot that the golems dropped since the demons were not interested. As the beetles and soldiers headed up, I felt it. A surge in mana, a shiver in the magma and earth below. Shit, I told myself. They might have already started. Demonic energy was starting to corrupt the volcano's energies, and all the trees in the area could feel the incursion. After an hour of climbing up the volcano with this army, we saw the demon's fortress. Past a field of crushed golems and the half-skewered demonoids, right at the edge of the volcanic caldera, a fortress in the making. It was growing slowly, but it already had the shape of spires, similar to the spires of the demon walker. There it was, at the center of the under-construction fortress, a banner-like reddish object, the so-called demon rod as told by the merchant guilds. This was a terraforming army, Alexis muttered. They planned to turn the world into the factories of their homeworld. We could see the demonic energy leaking from the rod into the ground, and it was trying to take control of the land beneath it. But the volcano would not be tamed so easily. This scene somehow reminded me of a game I played, where the four factions used little magical rods to conquer the land, and with it convert the neutral land into the four types of racial terrains: hell, blight, frost, or bloom. No time to waste. The fortress was not ready and we must destroy it now, or actually destroy the rod first. If the rod was the source of the corruption, there was really no need to focus on the army. In fact, I thought of cheating, so I created a few subsidiary trees as close as I could to the fortress and started unleashing root strikes at the rod. But it all met a barrier of some kind, and that barrier prevented my roots from approaching, and it also blocked my subsidiary tree. There were 3 demonoids standing around the rod in a mini-circular formation. They seemed to channel the energy from within the rod to create the fortress and the barrier protecting the rod. I needed to stop them, or by tomorrow they would start to spawn demons. The barrier blocked the roots attacking the 3 demons too. Jura, I need you to take those 3 demonoids down. What, where? I forgot they couldn't see past walls, unlike my top-down visual through all my subsidiary trees. The demonic army formed up around the fortress, and now we had a better sense of what we were up against. The demonoid army had suffered losses to get to this part, a section so close to the top of the volcano. No matter. 16,000 demons noticed our presence, and they fought hard to hold back our 7,500 beetles and 4,000 soldiers. And once again, another larger-scale battle. Without a demon walker to focus on, my role in this battle was to prevent unnecessary deaths. This meant observing the soldiers and interfering when they were in trouble. At the same time, I also cleared a path for Jura and Ivan that led to the 3 channeling demons, so that they could quickly end the rod's corrupting magics. They were my best combatants, and since there was a magical barrier, I hoped they could still physically pass through the barrier. Jura quickly cut through tens of demon knights. Lozan, Ivan, and some of the captains took out a few as well. The battle lasted 3 hours, and the beetles finally managed to punch through the wall of demons. A path was open, and Jura, Ivan, and some soldiers charged in. The barrier did let them through. Ivan rushed ahead, and with a quick slash, she slashed through the 3 demonic channelers. The rod was almost completely enveloped in some kind of demonic energy, and when the 3 demonic channelers evaporated into demon dust, it just levitated in midair, unmoving. "Is it done?" Jura asked. I sensed the corrupting influence of the demonic rod slowly subsiding. "I think we need to hit it," another soldier said. Apparently other countries had destroyed such rods before. Jura looked at it. It was surrounded by a black flame. "I am not touching that, Mattias. Guard it. Don't let any of the other demons continue channeling the rod." The beetles and order soldiers fought off the rest of the demonoids. We should not stay long. I saw a giant magma golem starting to form in the distance. The native monsters were trying to fight back, and they saw both us and the demons as intruders. "Tree, can you move it or knock it out? The channelers are gone, so the barrier should be down," Jura asked. Mattias was busy blasting some demons. Jura continued to cut through demonoids. The captains reorganized the men into defensive formations, the beetles doing the bulk of the fighting. I launched a few more root strikes, and there was no barrier blocking it. It hit through the demonic flame, my roots just lightly scathed by the black flame, and the massive banner rod fell down. But even as it collapsed, cracked, I could sense residual demonic energies from it. The rod fell to the ground, dark energies jumped out like an arc lightning, and it tried to create more demonoids. This rod was the spawner of the demonic hordes, wasn't it? Destroy it, Jura shouted. It's trying to spawn more demons. That was obvious enough. The demonic fortress and the spires around the soldiers started to vibrate and chunks started to collapse. By now the demonoids had been defeated. We were only left with the rod. But no, I didn't plan to destroy it just yet. Take the rod, I said to Jura, but then I realized it was massive. What? No way. It's still emitting that black demon flame. You need to knock it out a bit more. That meant I was the only one that could manipulate it. A beetle approached and the flames burned the beetle. I briefly considered leaving it here, but that meant the rod would spawn more demons, and that defeated the purpose of this incursion. I decided to weaken the rod a bit more, so with some root strikes, the demonic energy dissipated and the rod itself cracked. Still, I could sense some remaining demonic energy, and that was what I wanted. Good, I felt it would be better for me to hold on to it and subject it to some research, see what I could learn from it. If this demon king was intelligent, as I predicted it was, then I needed to know how I could counter him, whether I could use the energies from such rods against it. No one wanted to touch the demon rod surrounded by the residual black flames, and only I had the necessary resistances. I used a bit of my vines, and the black flames were unable to hurt the vines much, and I moved the rod. It took a bit of effort to play pass the baton with my vines, tossing the rod from one subsidiary tree to another, all the way down from the volcano back to New Freaka. This baton pass took 2 days for the rod to arrive back at the valley. It must have looked rather silly, trees passing a cracked rod, swinging it from tree to tree. It took a lot of effort to get the rod to move correctly. Wait, why did that sound wrong? Okay, let's retreat before the golems respawn. There was no need to fight the natives. Meanwhile, Jura ordered the army to retreat home. I would rebuild my defenses around the volcano after this. You gained a level. Level 138, new skill learned. Vine Ropeway Network. Vine Ropeway Networks allows you to move things and people from place to place, like a cable car or aerial gondola system. Must be part of the same connected network of vines. Star Mana variant. Consumes 150 star mana. Creates a star mana vine network that temporarily folds space and time, and opens a portal between any 2 subsidiary trees or your main body. Allows movement of any one animal or item instantaneously from any subsidiary tree to any other subsidiary. Need not be connected. Tree presently has 300 star mana and generates 30 star mana per month. Wait. This was like that story Jura, or was it Cassian, said so long ago, of the twin tree spirits that had a steady portal between one another. Like paired stargates. Year 82 month 5 T-Woe moons, high up in the sky. One blue, one white. Alexis said sometimes they changed color, and apparently the alignment of the moons influenced the power of certain magics and monsters. Back home, there were stories of how some werewolves gained power from the moon. In this world, there were also certain kinds of werewolves that gained different powers, depending on which full moon was in the night sky. It was certainly a fascinating mechanic to magic. There was a third moon that moved a whole lot slower, and for now, it stayed out of sight. Anyway, my immediate focus was on the now broken demonic banner rod, and I put it inside a large lab tree close to my main body. This was because, unlike the lab that experiment on the Hexbomb's hex sludge, which was located really far away for safety, I was a whole lot more confident fiddling with the demonic rod, thanks to all of my anti-demon resistance. In fact, it was better for it to be nearer since the demonic suppression aura was stronger. There was a layer of extremely dense demon mana swirling in the core of that rod, a crystalline object that resembled demolite. In fact, I thought it was demolite. The dense demon mana protected the core from the probing vines, and I was in the process of overpowering the demon mana by slowly draining it. It tried to fight me. The demon mana from the rod even attempted to latch onto my body, but as expected, my body was resistant and pushed back. I activated natural mana overwhelming and did what I'd done in the past, just like how I used the mana from me and all the trees to overwhelm the demon hounds and Alexis. So slowly, but surely, my mana began to break into the rod, untangling it and bit by bit, in slightly less than a month. And then, your mana has completely taken over the demonic presence rod. Demonic rod has now transformed into the stick of tree. The stick of tree retains the mana conversion and assimilation abilities of the original rod, will grow trees wherever it was placed, and will spread your influence. The strange-looking rod now resembled a large wooden spear with overgrown vines all tangled up around it. The demolite core, once purple and reddish, was now entirely light green in color. But seriously, I didn't come up with such a name. Or maybe I did. Maybe it was my subconscious. Deciding it was a horrible name, I decided to call it the forest rod instead. I was just too embarrassed to even tell my beetles to carry the stick of tree. Throughout New Freaka, news was rare. Most message services were not operational, and there were not many couriers or messengers in service. They were often employed at great cost to deliver the most important messages. Some merchant groups decided not to wait any longer, and instead they spent money to hire a large escort force. It was a well-reasoned choice, since the Demon King would not die until the heroes arrive. How long could they wait anyway? Messengers, couriers were escorted by riders and armed cavalry. At this point, speed was key. Airships. Where are the airships anyway? I would think they are reserved for the most important tasks like patrolling the capitals, transporting royalty, or urgent expeditions. Smaller ones are used by adventurers, but charging the demolites usually really costly. I was starting to suspect the airship I downed so many years ago was somehow stolen, or just somehow, airships just fell out of favor. Under such circumstances, I would think airships would work, unless something was interfering with that too. Throughout my network of trees, I was starting to see more travelers, merchants, and others. A courier from Sala arrived today. Jura looked at a letter and then casually placed it aside. They must be truly desperate to demand that we all contribute military to their defense. What a waste of valuable courier's time. Huh. Well, just a strongly worded letter demanding that New Freaka provide protection to the royals of Sala and support the Continental Coalition Army. Sala's part of the organizing nations this time around, together with Tact and the Eastern Nagra. Nagra, where's that? Further east of Sala. It's a coastal nation, and its capital is actually on a large island just off the coast of our mainland. Funny it decided to play a part. Maybe demons found a way to sail across the oceans. Demons can fly, though. At least elder demons, Mattias added. If one of these giant demon walkers have some kind of flying ability. The previous Demon King was a floating castle after all, but what's the point of the coalition army anyway if they can't hold a candle to the Demon King? They can act as a big, fat decoy, a captain said. That's what happened to the last coalition army, a decoy to redirect the Demon King elsewhere. Ignore them then. I thought all these royal schemes tended to fail in the face of the Demon King. Jura laughed. I've never intended to respond. We've got enough on our own plate. Year 82 month 6 and now that I had this stick, suddenly a whole load of ideas came back to my mind. Could I do what the demons did? to claim the volcano as my own using this rod. The fact that it had that spread my mana thing seemed to suggest, yes, I could. I mean, that was how it worked in that other game I played, right? Rod spread influence, and if I had a rod, I could do it too. And after dwelling on the idea for a few days, I decided to call on my beetles and horns, and it was time for me to try to use the demon's tactics for myself. The trees I had on the volcano had been destroyed, uprooted by the magma golems, but it wouldn't be hard for me to get back there again. 6,000 beetles charged up the volcano. We fought golems and giant golems along the way, and it was a little easier this time around, with healing aura somewhat offsetting the natural burn damage from the volcanic environment. With stronger beetles thanks to the upgrades, we managed to secure a one-way chain of trees up till the caldera. And there we had it. The giant magma golems. Defeating the giant golems was easy, but consistently holding on to it while saving all the things that were dying, that was harder. I had to personally intervene every time the giant golems attacked, and that made holding onto the volcano exceptionally time-consuming. That was even before the issue of the volcano's raw natural mana, which I couldn't seem to access. My subsidiary trees also kept burning from the natural heat of the volcano, and that meant I had to constantly replace them. Thankfully, after the past few upgrades, they were a little bit tougher. I hoped the forest rod changed that. If this worked, I was going to start hunting the demons for more rods. A torrent of root strikes later, the golems were down, and 4 beetles helped to insert the forest rod into the edge of the caldera. One of my subsidiary trees' vines and roots then tangled with the forest rod's growing vines, and I felt a strange sensation. I felt like I was in a hot sauna, but I was a tree. Focusing on the forest rod, I quickly saw that it was the natural mana from the volcano and my own natural mana mixing. I thought this might work, and more of those magma golems appeared. They seemed to have been riled up by the sudden shift in mana, and we, the trees and the beetles, now played defense. I supposed it was like tree versus volcano then, and we spent 5 days defending the forest rod while it channeled slowly. There really was no way I could speed it up, since the rod itself seemed to just work automatically once supplied with mana. Increasing it didn't work. Maybe it was like cooking, you couldn't speed up a natural process. Not too much, at least. So, we endured for 5 days, constantly healing all the damaged subsidiary trees from all the spontaneous combustion. The heat meant the trees were drained of all their liquids, and when they were sufficiently dry, they would just burst into flames. That on top of the attacks by golems. To slow down the effects of the intense heat, I tapped on the waters from the rest of my network and constantly pumped water to the subsidiary trees on the volcano. It worked somewhat, but instead some of the trees started to boil, which killed them too. But we held our ground. 5 days of constant fighting against golems, and I lost 4,500 beetles after 5 days. Battling in this unfavorable terrain meant their effectiveness was low, and I'd seen it firsthand during the earlier battle with the demons. A beetle that was normally able to take on 3, maybe 4 demons could only take on 1 demon because of the damage from the terrain itself. For 5 days, golems attacked the subsidiary trees and the makeshift walls from all sides, and I had the beetles try to do some rudimentary digging. The beetles suffered much, digging through hardened magma, and didn't help that there had been a few accidents. Some beetles accidentally stepped on a chunk of loose rocks and then slid to their deaths into the molten lava lake in the center of the caldera. Or some chunks of ground suddenly erupted, and a geyser of lava torched a few trees. 5 days. Honestly, 5 days was just a blink of an eye usually. But this long grind of barely defending the forest rod really reminded me of the early days of the ginseng tree. At least the rod was pretty tough. It could take a few punches. 5 days. I supposed I wasn't as good at corrupting the land since the demons were almost done in 2. And 5 days of magma golem genocide later, the volcano filled with the burned trees, burned beetles, we completed the channeling of the rod. The forest rod transformed into a large tree right at the edge of the caldera. It was massive. And then, one of the longest skill notifications I had ever had. And I meant it was really, really long. Natural feature volcano integrated. Volcano has now transformed into verdant volcano. Verdant volcano will now spawn giant wildbeasts instead of magma golems. Giant wildbeasts and other spawned creatures will recognize your trees and subordinates as natives. Volcanic minerals passive. Must maintain connection to volcano. Subsidiary trees now share nutrients and minerals from the volcano to its surroundings. Provides significant improvement to crop output, tree growth and regeneration and crop health. Bathing and drinking volcanic waters improve overall health. Resistance to disease, plague improved for new Freaka inhabitants. Soul Forge. Red unlocked, Soul Forge. Red increases artificial soul level caps to level 50. Soul Forge. Red unlocks additional repair options and allows the repair of souls damaged by psychic or mental attacks. Improves a soul's ability to withstand exposure to other kinds of mana and also improves skill harvesting rate. Dream Harvester Spirits unlocked. Dream spirits harvest essences, soul fragments, and occasionally skills from those having dreams, aspirations, and strong passions. As you have unlocked 3 Soul Forge colors, you've gained access to the Titan souls. Titans were guardian monsters, protectors of incredible power and summons of yore. You have sufficient power to support 1 Titan. To create a Titan, you must have a Titan frame. Titans start at level 70 and have a level limit of 150. Once destroyed, they will respawn in 1 year in your main tree until deployed again. Titan frames are collected when a level 150 person, or a divine hero, or a dragon, or monster of similar grade dies in your vicinity. Trevor, Bamboo, and Horns, who were now at their level 40 cap, had unlocked new upgrade options. Taking these upgrades would allow them to level up to level 50. Trevor Red Bloodpath requires 10 rubies and 3 barrels of monster blood. Bamboo Red Flower Path requires 10 star garnets and 2 boxes of red flower petals. Horns Red Scarlet Steel Beetle Path requires 1 ton of iron and 10 rubies. And I'm not done yet. You have gained a level. You are now level 139. Skill obtained. Main body environmental adaptation. Your main tree body was now able to survive all environments. Metaphorically, I felt like I had to sit down and digest all that. In fact, that meant just doing nothing. A tree couldn't sit. I could move my roots to resemble sitting, but it was not sitting. Year 82, month 7, I had a lot to think about, particularly about the nature of my new powers. Firstly, the colors of the Soul Forge. How many colors were there? I had earlier suspected that there were at least 5 colors, similar to how some trading card games did it: white, blue, green, red, and black. If there were 5 colors, would that imply a level limit of 70 if I had all 5 colors for my artificial souls? Or if there were more? And acquiring more colors expanded the kind of souls I could create. So if 3 colors unlocked Titans, what would 5 colors do? Or if there were more, what would those functions be? These were things I thought I would discover in the future. Then the Titans. Sadly, its effects were not retrospective, so I did not benefit from Alexis's death in my hands. I wondered whether it still counted if I killed the heroes when they were weak. Did it? Or slaying dragons, an environmental adaptation. Ugh, kind of lame of a level 139 skill since I was here. At least if somebody used a super blizzard, I'd be fine. Also, the rod worked. To me, this rod was a great game changer. I couldn't make the rod, but I could find more. and then I could corrupt it to expand my influence. It even helped to expand my forests. More forests was good. I liked having more forests everywhere. Even now, the volcano's surface was filled with small shrubs and trees, the once violent mana now a whole lot less hostile to vegetation. I should have more of these rods, so it was time for me to turn the heat back on the demons, because these rods were awesome, and for that purpose I created a new artificial soul. Too bad I couldn't have a Titan yet, but I suppose Titans were like endgame units, like Kine or the War Boss. Strategy online. Awaiting your instructions, Commander. Damn, I loved the fact that the artificial soul could leech on my memories to shape his voice and conduct. I honestly modeled him after the adjutants and advisors in all the 1990s RTS games I used to play. Good, here's our plan. Dimitri, Trevor, your roles remain. That is defense and administration of the southwest forests, the valley, and now also the volcano area. Ivy, your role remains to monitor the inhabitants of New Freaka. Strategy, your role is to be my war room and battlefield command. Your task is to find and hunt for these demonic rods. Acknowledged. As it is, our visibility and scouting range has been significantly weakened, thanks to the interference from the Demon King, and beetles are only able to operate within a specified range of our subsidiary trees. This will be a difficult task, but together we will hunt down more of these rods. Silence. As such, I am delegating control over 4,000 beetles and 500 unused subsidiary tree slots to you. Get me more of those rods. Understood, Commander. And so, I let my new artificial soul on its way. I felt a bit like the Overmind, creating new cerebrates to perform specific tasks. It helped that my special project, the Grand Mind Tree, was going to be ready in 2 more months. What would I be called then? I honestly didn't want a name with a mind in it because I thought my mind wasn't really all there. As much as I tried to resist it, my mind splintered and went off in weird tangents. It was almost like my mind was some kind of multi-threaded computer, jumping from one train of thought to another. I wondered sometimes whether I was still mad. But then, a part of me just brushed that off and pushed me back to my duties, which was the valley and caring for all my trees and citizens. I liked my trees. There were so many of them now, and I considered them extensions of me. Yeah, my mind wasn't all there. I wondered whether the gods were playing tricks on me like how they played tricks on the heroes. How long before the heroes arrive anyway? It had already been 5 months. It seemed that the courier services were getting more and more active, with more people taking on the job of delivering messages to nearby towns. We still hadn't received any news from the other continents, but we were starting to get a better sense of what was happening on our own. The Merchants Guild had finally set up something of a high-priority courier network, using their best scouts and messengers to travel along specified routes. The good thing was at least the Demon King wasn't on our continent. The bad news was there were a lot more demon walkers, but that was a small matter. Now that I was aware of the value of the demon rod, I wanted more of it, so I needed to help strategy along. Jura seemed quite puzzled, but once I explained how I corrupted the demon rod, he too saw value in it. Yes, preferably ones where there are known demon rods. Jura didn't want to explain too much but said that I have uses for them. The captain seemed strangely appalled. You do not have to engage, you just need to find it and report back. We'd rather not counsel. With communication lines so limited, the men would prefer to remain close to home. The captains didn't like the idea of looking for demons outside our immediate territory. I could sense their hesitation, and I decided to tap on another source of valuable talent. Adventurers. 20 gold for the first party that spotted a demonic banner rod, and indeed, that helped to mobilize the adventurers. I mean, conventional military men weren't really looking to risk their lives unnecessarily. The idea of poking the hornet's nest was strange to most regular forces, and only those with high levels in scout or spy or infiltrator would even think of risking their lives. Adventurers, on the other hand, were more than willing to take on danger for simple, good old moolah. I mean, at what point did money lose value anyway? In a world where monsters and demons were so insane, why should money have any value? Shouldn't protection and safety be more valuable? What really gave money value in a world with no certainty of value? I mean, theoretically, if you were more likely to die than ever be able to trade that gold for anything of value, the gold was essentially worthless once you stepped out of the city gates, no. Perhaps one of the gods somehow guaranteed the value of gold then, acting as some kind of universal monetary authority. Or did the Merchants Guild play that role indirectly, functioning as a de facto reserve bank? It was a rhetorical question. I needed to stop getting sidetracked. I needed more rods. Maybe I could plant them at the lake. Or what if I used it on the large mound of demolite? How did I get green and white colored soul forges? Year 82, month 8 he fact that the rod worked made me ask more questions about the nature of these mana sources. Why were my normal subsidiary trees able to tap into the magical ley line, yet it didn't work on the volcano? What made the rod special? I made a few theories, but I must admit these were shaped by my experiences with my own games. The first possibility was that there were compatible and incompatible colors for mana, and so, if my base color was blue, then red was therefore an opposing color. So I would have to go through a lot more steps and upgrades to assimilate an opposing color mana, hence the forest rod. That, of course, was just a theory. I had asked the wisp, but the wisp was surprisingly clueless about such things, and I suspected only other tree spirits would be able to answer me. The second but not mutually exclusive theory was that there were tiers to the mana. In this theory, the dungeon core and leyline beneath constituted directly accessible mana, and the volcano's natural mana constituted mana that required processing. The mental model I had for this theory was similar to the oil and gas industry, which had different types of rigs and mines, like regular pumps, deep-sea rigs, oil sands, or shale oil, each with different rates of recovery at different kinds of technological difficulty. I built this theory on the knowledge that heroes and I had star mana, and the sick princess was exposed to void mana. So it may not be too hard to then theorize star mana was like nuclear fuel. So if we were to lay down the types of mana on a scale, there would be an increasing difficulty. Of course, the fact that I had the ability to produce star mana challenged this theory. Like if I could make star mana, why was the volcanic mana a challenge? Anyway, whether these were types of mana or tiers of mana, or even both, I frankly had no proof. Or maybe I was just imagining things. The rod was able to circumvent the tiers, or whether it was the colors, but other than it worked, I had little insights into the underlying mechanics of how it took the volcanic mana and made it usable to me. So what I could do was keep expanding and growing, using the rods in different circumstances, and then observing the outcomes. Meanwhile, somebody important came. We knew it was important because that person came in a rare airship. Apparently, after some sniffing, demolite-powered airships were quite sensitive to the magical interference by the Demon King, and so many fleets had been grounded. This airship was powered by quantium, an expensive and rare crystal. The fact that it was deployed meant a lot. The Kingdom of Tact summons all high-level individuals to assault a demonic fortress. It's located in the ruins of a once large city. All individuals above level 50 are invited to participate, and Tact will bear all lodging and costs. The demons had managed to take down a large city, and a rod had been planted. In the ruins of a place that witnessed intense death, The rod's magical harvesting ability mixed with the residual death energy, and as a result, they started producing special kinds of demonoids. The envoy described it as an upgraded version of demon knights, bound to the ground without wings, but they were twice as large as any regular demonoid. The size of a troll or a large ogre, these demons were equal in strength to a regular demon knight, the equivalent of a level 30 to 35 captain. Not a problem per se, but the issue was really about numbers. This rod produced these demon ogres by the hundreds every week. Fascinating, Alexis mused. It's like these rods have some kind of natural adaptation ability to produce special kinds of units, like an adaptive breeder. It was expected. The volcano's conversion created special giant beasts. Looking at this sort of trend, the former snake dungeon might be spitting out snake demons very soon. I should look into that. But why didn't these sorts of special units appear earlier? I wondered. Perhaps it was a condition for unlocking the next tier units that required the presence of the Demon King. Or like queens in a beehive, it was the Demon King who introduced genetic diversity into their population. A few adventurers in New Freaka agreed to join. I had the impression adventurers avoided participating in such high-profile demon-related matters unless the heroes were involved. But I supposed some people were going to bite if the rewards were good. So, that snake dungeon, were you just going to leave it? Alexis asked. Well, no. I looked at Strategy's overlay, showing a large map, split into numerous hexagons. It was an overlay and presentation resembling Age of Wonders, with my main body at the center. There were 5 straight lines of trees, one to the volcano, one to the South Forest, one that went all the way to Ransala, one that led close to the former snake dungeon, and another one that was headed south, toward where the other demon walker was once spotted. I'm thinking. It took one beetle pod, 1 month to regrow one beetle. So theoretically, I could lose about 5,000 beetles per month with no real loss to my force. I could consistently assault that location with 5,000 beetles, but it was probably better to hammer it with a larger force. Unlike the humans or the elves or any other nation who manned their force with non-renewable lives, my beetles essentially allowed me to fight the demons with their own strategy, a war of attrition. Outside of my own extremely overpowered abilities against demons, this was my second advantage against demons. How about your spiders? They've not been seeing use. Outside making webs here. They're anti-air and were campers. They're not suitable as an invasion force. Beetles, being a mobile unit, were kind of like cavalry. Your other beetle variants, the dung beetles or the spear beetles. I looked at the map again. Visibility was still crap. A comparison to Age of Wonders would be being able to see only 1 or 2 hex away. So, Tree, would you want to send anyone to join the tax force? Jura interrupted my thoughts. The envoy had met a whole load of other adventurers and fighters. No, I deal with them separately. Get me a map of where that location is. I was still very happy that I could actually see now instead of just spirit vision. I could read maps. Apparently Tack's airship was already filled with other adventurers the envoy picked up. It was going to be a rather massive force, and the Tact High King intended to use a large, collected group of high-leveled adventurers as a sledgehammer. What about the coalition army that Sal is leading, or was it Nagra? It's participating, of course, but to minimize casualties, they need this high-leveled force. Every week delay increases the demon ogre force by a few hundred, Jura explained. Alexis magically created a floating, holograph-like map. So either strike early with a smaller force or strike later and face a bigger standing army. Sounds like fun. From Ransala, a chain of trees up to the Tact demon fort wouldn't be too far. I wanted to see the demon ogres for myself, whether they really were the threat that the envoy said it was. So, you're going to sweep in to save the day, Alexis asked. The beetles won't get there in time, not with that kind of distance. Even with your new ability. It's a pulley system based on vines, it's better for goods, and it's not fast. Pulley systems existed in this world. Many ports had engineers who designed large contraptions to help with moving goods. It seemed one of the heroes, a long time ago, did manage to introduce some rudimentary container system, though the practice was competing with magical holding bags. So what's your plan? Just create a chain of trees and watch the battle. Alexis didn't seem too impressed. Honestly, yes. I like seeing new types of demons. I think it's fascinating, and it gives us insights into how intelligent this demon king is. Alexis frowned. The airship with the adventurers left. There was some information trading as well. Some of the adventurers we hired did come back with some targets, and after a few battles with smaller demon bases, this was where I made a discovery. The rods must be collected, either when they were unused or still under construction or in transport. Once fully channeled and transformed into a base, or a fort, most of that mana-corrupting ability was lost. Left untouched, the fully channeled rods could still continue to generate small amounts of demonoids, but they lost most of their base creation ability. In short, a single-use item. I had the idea of smashing some demon bases and stealing the rods, but it made more sense that the rods were mostly a single-use item. Back to the drawing board. Year 82 Month 9 completed the Grand Mind Tree project. The Grand Mind Tree resembled a bunch of walnuts stacked on top of each other. The entirety of the mind tree was wrinkly, with multiple branches twirling around. Located just next to me, the moment it was fully completed, I could see it glow a faint greenish light. And then I had a massive headache. For a good 1 hour. But only 1 hour. I'd had worse headaches. Mind control resistance significantly increased. Each of your artificial minds will now act as counter-checks against attempted mind control attacks. Mind control must now apply to more than half of your artificial minds to work. Ah, wonderful. The blockchain node approach to mind control resistance. Also, my awareness of soul matters suddenly took a giant leap. If I focused, I could now observe greater details in the folds of my soul realm. And most importantly, the processing power to alter souls was at a fine level. It had been something that I wanted, something I figured might solve what I had been facing with Jura. After a string of successes with smaller rats and animals, I tried moving on to bigger things and realized I just couldn't. I had resolution issues, because I couldn't create a canvas big and detailed enough. That meant I would work halfway and realized I couldn't copy more, even with a live version as a reference. It was like working with a forced 600x480 resolution when I needed 10 times that. This Grand Mind Tree was kind of like a massive RAM and solid-state hard disk. Jura, Soul Forge now. With the Grand Mind, I now had what I needed to create a functional copy of the hand. He looked puzzled, but he wasn't one to challenge me that much. So he agreed. I had Lausanne and Laufen gather all sorts of materials and animals and place them around my main tree. With all 3 Soul Forge, red, blue, and black, I drew the mana from all over my network of trees, and they appeared as 3 separate balls of energy, 1 blue, 1 red, and 1 black. This distinction was also made possible by the improved mana manipulation ability from the Grand Mind Tree. And from the Soul Realm, I took a bunch of the soul fragments and started to form the shape of a hand. Jura is now asleep inside. The vines pumped nutrients and mana. And 3 viney feelers, ethereal, both physical and spiritual, reached into his body and pulled his soul out, just partly. It revealed an elf-shaped soul but with 1 hand gone. A gap. It was rounded now, like a soul version of a stump. 2 more feelers appeared and touched the other still present hand. The Grand Mind Tree glowed, and in sync, Another feeler started to work on the floating hand formed from the broken soul fragments of the dead. With the mental processing and storage power of the grand mind tree, we had the necessary mental capacity to copy all the details of his existing hand, and we started to work. Ivy and Trevor acted as my assistants. They helped maintain some of the mana flow and regulated the soul forge. Cocooned in mana, it took a good 4 hours, and the floating hand now resembled the other, with the necessary corrections. Previously, I could only do 3 hours. It had all the vessels, muscle strands, and bone shapes, a perfectly flipped copy of the other hand. Then multiple ethereal feelers appeared, and it cut into the stump on Jura's soul. It was a slow process using the fragments of souls to create all the components and joining the existing soul to this new hand. Bit by bit, vein by vein, bone by bone, strands of muscle joined their counterparts on Jura's soul. This took another 4 hours, and day had now turned into night. There were people looking for Jura, but Lawfen sent them off. The 3 glowing mana balls entered the new hand, and then the energies mixed and bound them together. Before I woke Jura, I checked and double-checked. I made sure I fixed every part of the connection. Trevor and Ivy helped to check as well. Checking my own work took another 2 hours. I had to be sure. If I lost Jura to my own mistakes, I was not sure how I could forgive myself. But after that, I felt I was okay. Jura's body was stable. Gently his soul returned back to his body, and then I used the biolab functions to check another time, 15 minutes. He was all right, his soul spring appeared stable. There was a new section in there. I injected something and roused him from his slumber. Jura woke up and shouted. He felt immense pain, because what was once a stump was now something he could feel in his soul. The loss, the lack of a hand, the pain that once was, all of it returned. He shouted. But now I could apply healing magic, with more surgery, and I sent him back into sleep. I had to wake him to check his response. This time with real physical feelers inside a biopod, I cut into the physical stump on his body and started to apply healing. And instead of healing back to a stump, it started to form a hand. I did it slowly, making sure the recovery of the hand didn't cause any cuts or gaps that would leak blood. Trevor and Ivy helped monitor his vital stats. And after another 2 hours of slow reconstruction, Jura woke up to find that he had both his arms. Jura was speechless when he saw his returned hand. He touched it and he felt it, and he just stared at his new hand for a good 15 minutes, just moving his fingers, his wrist, his muscles. I decided to just let him have his moment. He sat and he cried for a while. "Tree, you fixed my hand. Only gods and their miracles can do such things. Maybe heroes too." Great, I took so long to do something a hero probably could do in his sleep. I didn't know I could too, so be gentle with your new hand. I wasn't sure whether everything was fine yet, even though all the stats from Biolab were positive. Yeah, he stretched it. It still feels kind of strange to be having my own hand and not Bamboo's wood hand. I'll be careful. When he stepped out of the biopod room, everyone gasped. Jura smiled. "Hey, Tree made a hand." "So that tree makes you smarter?" Alexis asked. "Is it like your brain but bigger?" "No, it's just a special tree type I have, increases research and improves my mental resistances." "Huh, for something that takes up so many resources and almost 2 years to grow, I expected it to be more impressive, like warp space-time or something. I believe there are abilities that I have yet to discover. But I guess you needed it to fix Jura's hand." "That's pretty good," Alexis mused and looked at the magical labs. "Too bad you can't fix this magical interference. Could it create like a psychic bubble to push back the Demon King's interference? You know, like Professor X's." "Why?" "Well, you can fix this newsless world for a change." "Huh." I was a bit torn. Should I care about the outside world? I like just caring about growing more trees, spreading trees from place to place. I liked looking after what was mine, my forests and my valley. the trees that I had. Wait, was that me? But then the world was never going to just let me be. A part of me echoed the words of Jua that I had great power and I should use it to fight the demons. The lives that could have been saved if I did something. Yet that earlier part of me resisted that notion. I wondered whether this was the tree part of me that just wanted to mind my own business and focus on growing trees. Helping trees. Trees were my friends, my family, and they were mine, in a way these elves and humans could never be. Maybe a part of me felt that these trees were me. I sometimes thought about where all this came from, a yearning for self-preservation. A collective instinct for self-preservation, drawn from the thoughts of all the trees. Was this world and all these artificial minds and grand mind tree unknowingly influencing my thought processes? Was it deliberate? Or was there something like how the gods could subtly guide one's thoughts in a particular direction without one knowing? Again, why did my mind wander like that? I was having a discussion on the demons, was I not? Tree, you okay? Alexis seemed puzzled. You just stopped talking. I have a lot on my mind. Ah, because you actually have a mind now. Alexis pointed to the mind tree. She laughed. I was wondering where you did your thinking, like is there a brain in your tree? Or were you like jellyfish and the roots in the ground functioned like some neural network? Well, I was beginning to suspect it was some kind of neural network. Or was it overstimulation from all the data coming in from all those other trees? Never mind. I often make jokes that only I find funny. Alexis shrugged. Yes, back to subject, demons. There was a big fight with the demon ogres. The task force of 1,500 high-leveled adventurers and fighters was super impressive, and it managed to crush the force at the demon city. The battle lasted for about half a day, and they were successful. Of course, I had some trees nearby to watch the action. The demon ogres were just giant versions of their own demonoid soldiers, nothing much to be afraid of, and their combat ability was less than a captain. The Kingdom of Tact exaggerated the threat, but I supposed that helped to ensure a smooth defeat of the demons. The adventurers and generals did have to work a bit harder against the few demon generals, but they still vastly outleveled most of the demons. And as a bystander, I witnessed many high-level skills used by some of the higher-leveled adventurers. Yet even the best of them were just about level 80 to 90. I supposed it was a bit of a letdown on both the adventurer and demon fronts, but hey, the variants the demon rods made weren't that overpowered unless the source itself was powerful. Or maybe there were more powerful variants. Maybe the demons captured a dragon cave or cemetery and spawned dragon demons. That would be a hell of a sight. Year 82 month 10. After the demon base over the ruined city was destroyed, the captured souls were gradually released. The city, a field of death of many, had many wandering souls, spirits, and the rod caught onto them and leached off their energies. I could tell because now that my trees were nearer to this location, some of these lost souls entered my soul realm, and their condition looked pretty bad. It seemed the demonic interference also meddled with the navigational abilities of souls. Would it be like warp immaterium, now corrupted by the presence of the demon king? Well. Class Seeds Knight X6 received. Class Seeds Paladin X2 received. Class Seeds Ranger X4 received. Class Seeds Mage X4 received. Skill Seeds various classes. The souls, as they returned to the soul realm, gave me various class and skill seeds. Many of those perished in combat, many more in the chaos after the demonic army breached the walls. These were the fragments. As they died, the things that held their soul spring together started to break apart. So I might as well pick them up. After all, once they entered the soul realm, only the inner soul was needed for reincarnation. It's a horrible thing for these souls that even in death they have to serve the demons for a while. Different demons, or are we talking about the same demons? I asked Alexis. If these demons were extraplanar in nature, wasn't the term aliens more appropriate? Yeah, but I mean the native demons of the world are more of jinns, or like dark fairies who make unfair deals. Any resemblance of the physical appearance is coincidental because what powers them underneath it all is very different. These demons are invaders. That's because you've seen it. To most of the mortals fiddling with demons, I'm not sure if they know, but heck, too bad there aren't any demon hunter classes. There are. I guess you're just unlucky. But then, paladins can gain skills that boost damage against demons. But if they were aliens, why did they benefit from the same boosts? The skill system clearly acknowledged that they were demons. Even my own skills considered them demons. Or was this some kind of godly classification? I wondered whether I could just plant these class and skill seeds and let them grow, so that I had more such seeds. Each of these class seeds gave one level in that class to the person that consumed the fruit made from these seeds. But second helpings did nothing. Skill seeds, on the other hand, there were specific types and generic types. Specific types would grant a skill in the type if the person had a compatible class. Generic ones would grant a skill from that class's pool of skills. In a way, generic ones were stronger, since it was theoretically possible to give someone one class seed and multiple generic skill seeds to let him have multiple skills. They were seeds, right? You can compress 10 class seeds or 10 skill seeds of the same type into a class tree or skill tree. These class or skill trees produce 1-3 seeds every year. Oh, was it theoretically possible to create an orchard of these class trees and skill trees? I mean, if I had 100 paladin seeds, I could create 100 paladins, right? Level 1 for sure, but still 100 paladins. What if I had crazy powerful classes like kings or heroes or emperors? What happened if I gave 100 people all king classes? Did they fight each other for a chance to be king? What if I had 100 knight seeds and had them fight each other to level up? That was possible, right? A survival of the fittest gauntlet to produce a strong fighter. Sounded like something out of those mobages where one fused units together to level up. Why couldn't I just fuse those class seeds together? Wouldn't fusing class seeds create hybrid classes? Or did this world's classes not work like that? Class fusion and creation requires a compatible class or creature type and the divine gift taskmaster, or the divine gift evolutionist. What? It was possible, and divine gifts. What was that? So, are you doing anything with those class seeds? I was sitting on a lot of class seeds, skill seeds, and experience seeds. I thought I had enough experience seeds for about 20 levels now. Too bad only class and skill seeds could be multiplied, else imagine a fruit that gave levels. That was really overpowered, wasn't it? But skill seeds were pretty good too, since they gave new skills. If I could create a skill seed tree that produced a strong skill every year, I could have a team of very highly skilled fighters. Nothing. For the experience seeds, I'd like to use it on Lausanne or Jura or Laufen, but Lausanne continued to gain levels from all the demon fights she participated in. So there was really no need to use it now. The rest of the Valthorn initiates too were on the lower side of the levels, so they were still able to gain levels. Commander. A part of me felt happy every time I got called that. Really felt like the days when I was playing RTSS as a kid, only, well, I was fully immersed in it. Strategy had been really busy with all the demonic movements. He deployed another 3,000 beetles and subsidiary trees to go with it to hunt for more rods. He wanted to get his first rod. He was thirsty. Glory to the country, we will expand our reach. He even had a catchphrase like what usually happened when a player selected a unit in an RTS. Did he just invent a new name for the state, country of Frika? Did that make me the Primosnitri, Country Ian? Anyway, focus. Stop getting distracted. Grand Mind Tree, if you can, help me stay on track. Demon rods, well, the issue really was intercepting the rods before they were fully deployed. Maybe someday I could get the necessary powers to make my own rods rather than robbing the demons for their rods. Operation Rob the Rod status update. We are pursuing a small demonic base that's just been spotted. The beetles will attack the rod as soon as we spot it to disrupt its channeling. Well, the attack failed to secure the rod. The demons were able to protect the base until it was fully channeled, and because it was located in an open space, there was nothing slowing down the channel. The demon rod's channel time was correlated with the ambient magic energy in the area, so using the rod in a regular plane didn't take very long. Next target. Please bestow your punishment on me for my failure, Commander. Strategy wasn't happy. Do a post-mortem and tell me what you think. It can improve your chances for success. Maybe you should flip it around. Look for magical places and lure the demon rods to them, Alexis suggested. Genius. I mean, why didn't I think of it? All these minds and I couldn't get a good idea. News from the southern states of the continent. A demonic walker had been spotted swimming across the ocean. The southern naval states were forming an armada to intercept the walker before it hit land. This means the southern continent was done for. Jura looked at the parchment. Else why would the walker make the journey across the ocean? Intercepting the walker before it hits land is a good idea. The regular demonoids are unable to fight on water. Could the demonoids be, I don't know, walking beneath the oceans? Like that pirate movie where the undead marched underwater, Alexis asked. I mean, they aren't exactly living things, right, so they may be able to function in water just as well as on land. That was a good point, Alexis. So I asked Jura and the leadership team. There have been documented records that some generations of demons were able to function underwater or fly. But walking underwater is not something that has been observed, Mattias explained. He rummaged through a few massive tomes. But Eon is right. Nothing rules out the possibility that the demons can simply walk underwater. So, perhaps it is a trap. I mean, what can the naval forces do? Shoot cannons and fire spells at the walker until it somehow sinks. But if it doesn't breathe, that doesn't change a thing, does it? Jura thought out loud. Whatever the outcome, I feel it didn't change that we're going to have more demons from the south, so we need to increase our southern sector defenses. This did mean I needed to widen my net of subsidiary trees, but I'd already deployed most of my subsidiary trees. I needed my next level up. 15,000 trees was pathetic compared to the kind of numbers the demons could put out. I'd like to be a tree supercluster with billions, no, trillions of trees. I mean, if I could somehow become a massive forest that covered the entire continent, I could take on the Demon King myself. I could just keep throwing beetles and trees at it until I won by attrition. That was what ants did. That was what invasive plants did. Outnumber and overpower. I would like to see a world where trees ruled the entire world, where there were all kinds of trees from the North Pole to the South. Maybe trees on the moon and other planets. Earth was once like that. If I was back home, I could solve global warming by just spawning trees everywhere. I recalled reading some articles while working that a few billion trees would help fix the whole carbon dioxide emissions thing. Anyway, I wanted to gather my thoughts. So much had happened, so many places to watch, a whole load of news from all over the world. I had had so many new skills and faced new foes. Since the end of the year was coming, it was time for me to do a bit of a checkup. Maybe I should do such things once a decade or maybe once every few years since a year was really short to me. Introspection, or I supposed introspection, was very much overdue. Wait, didn't I assign one of the artificial souls to keep track of things for me? Trevor, apologies, Master. I had minimized the task manager when the Demon King spawned, Trevor noted. Pulling it out now and updating, volcano completed, airship pending, research and upgrades suspended due to Demon King. Mineral hunting, suspended due to poor visibility and reduced beetle range. Rune deciphering, no progress. Is that all? The task list remained what was given 5 years ago. You didn't add new things to it. Trevor didn't reply, but then I thought he either needed explicit instructions or he wasn't sure what needed to be included. The artificial souls had quite a bit of ability, and they were able to make judgments in their fields of expertise. But I supposed being artificial, their ability to make judgments and self-organizing didn't apply to all fields and all kinds of tasks. Then again, even a regular folk had different parameters for tasks. Some people were better able to judge cooking ingredient sizes than others. Trevor was really good at forest management, and he could decide on the direction of growth of plants, and decide when to cull and replace normal trees that had gotten sick or damaged due to animals or monsters. So perhaps this issue of judgment was a matter of unfamiliarity. Never mind. I wouldn't have been able to handle that much anyway. Where are we on the sewage issue? The newer hyperaccumulator trees are performing well, and we are introducing layered trees to the area. However, utilizing 1,000 subsidiary trees to contain and process sewage and high magical toxin fecal matter is honestly not the best application of the subsidiary trees. I would recommend further research into the hyperaccumulator trees, as the single metal magic type restriction on trees means we have to utilize multiple trees adapted to different materials to remove all the toxins. Upgrades. The Demon King's interference meant most of the merchant networks were down, and intercontinental traffic slowed down significantly. What this then meant for me was that I was unable to purchase the materials needed to upgrade my 3 artificial souls without incurring significant spending and without the usual delivery guarantee. No progress master, of course. Rare gems were rare. Even if I could mine some of the gems, it remained that there were other materials that would be located far away. Ivy Dimitri, what else is being worked on? Anything of note? Observation of the citizens is ongoing. Nothing to report. Dimitri's turn. Defense is strong. Preparations and traps for the southern demonic incursions are ready. Winter was coming. Year 82, month 11, a fairly quiet month for the valley. Maybe it was the cold. During this month, Lausanne and the Valthorns spent a lot of time fighting smaller demonic incursions. It was good for their experience, and they did need it. The second strongest girl in that Valthorns was now level 18, and that was pretty decent at the age of 9. I recalled Lausanne had only reached level 16 at age 9. It was partly due to a mix of starting early and being exposed to the effects of all the leveling skills. It was still a long way for them. Strategy was also busy extending trees to places where the demons might want to establish a base. We wanted to lure them there, just as the volcano did. I did hope to mount an offense against the Snake Dungeon and retake that location, but I was waiting for more information to come in. Not easy when the cold reduced the operating range of beetles. According to recent courier reports, another demon walker had been spotted in the south, on top of the one that was immobile. That made 2 demon walkers on our continent. And if we added in the demon walker that was somehow swimming across the ocean like some kind of massive island turtle, that was gonna be 3 demon walkers in the southern parts of our continent. I don't recall having that many demon champion equivalents during the last Demon King. I asked Alexis. You have a point. It's likely that the Demon King delegated more powers to its walkers rather than holding most of the power. Even the demon champions were just a wee bit stronger than the walkers. But then again, this Demon King was also harvesting energies and mana from the world itself, and it may be using that energy to create more demon walkers. If so, the Demon King may be just as insane as my time. Insane, eh? I mean, it did blow up a massive crater, did it not? A crater that still remains today and left all that stray demolite embedded throughout, creating weird monsters. I wonder whether the demon rods work on demolite. It was a thought, right? If these demon rods worked on mana sources, would it work on the Demon King's remains? I wonder what happens when your captured rods are in the Demon King's crater, Alexis retorted. Had the demons taken control of where the previous Demon King perished? From what I understood, after the defenders of the valley were cleared, the nearby nations usually attempted to mine all the demolite for sale, given how valuable it was. Maybe it was cleared out by now. Apparently most Demon Kings' corpses had been cleared out due to how valuable demolite was as a store of mana. Maybe it was like this world's equivalent of a super lithium-ion battery. Year 82 Month 12 W Inter's fury mixed with demonic attacks. With winter in full swing, my beetles were forced into a retreat, even with their upgrades. It was harder for the beetles to move in such cold, but at least around my trees, the effect of heat transmission routes meant I could keep the surroundings of New Freaka relatively warm, and the beetles could still perform optimally in the warmed areas. Yet this also meant I couldn't attack the snake dungeon. The cold affected my beetles more than the demons, so we waited for this winter to pass. We fought mostly defensive battles where my roots provided warmth and worked on research. Winter also meant traffic and news from the south came really slowly. On some days during the cold winter, the sky turned really clear, and we could see about multiple astral objects. The moons, the stars, and things that just seemed to drift in space. On days like this, my star mana production was very slightly better. For the New Freakans, it was a month of preparation, hiding, and retreat. The subterranean hideouts were now popular, thanks to the presence of heated water from the volcanoes, a great way to warm up. News also slowed to a crawl, thanks to the thick snow and occasional blizzards. With news being carried physically, almost all the towns would be in a similar state. It was only thanks to my network of routes that I could still see what was going on in my surroundings. Midway through the cold, we detected the presence of blood magic being used again. Somewhere, somebody out there was desperate enough to use blood magic, perhaps the Demon King, triangulating southern continent. That far, the readings of the amount of sacrifice were insane. Trevor and Alexis ran through some calculations and calculated perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 were sacrificed for a spell this large. With little else to do, we spent our time theorizing about the nature of blood magic. How did blood magic even work, really? What really was blood magic, and why was it so powerful? I mean, I could see the effects of the hex created from blood magic, even at the few locations near to me. It was just corrupted by the hex, though it was slowly decaying. Alexis's theory was that it was a nuclear weapon. The hex was a magical version of radiation. I mean, looking at the indicator's high power fallout, it felt like it. She wondered if the origins of blood magic would be similar, that it was the magical equivalent of weaponizing the soul. Perhaps the numbers made the spell stronger, by the same principles of nuclear fusion or fission, that blood magic fused or broke apart the components of a soul into some kind of unstable form, and in doing so released all this magical energy, and the unstable soul remnant form was what created the fallout. Given how difficult it was to access the soul, I thought it was quite unlikely that the blood magic worked at that level. So I thought maybe it was really the blood that was like some kind of superfuel, and blood magic bound the superfuel and concentrated it into a bomb. The hex was just the leftover, unexploded bomb. Essentially, what I thought happened during a blood ritual was life energy or mana of the sacrificed was converted into an energy form, and that was the bomb. Kinda like when you packed a big bunch of low-quality fireworks together, and then when you blew it up, sometimes there were some of these fireworks that didn't ignite, or old World War Roman II bombs that, for whatever reason, failed to detonate. When I thought about it, I realized our theories were similar, just at different levels. I just presumed the blood ritual converted the energy of the living into that of a weapon, essentially whatever that was happening at the mana pool and body into another form. I liked Alexis's theory, since there was an elegance to it. It was like the blood magic version of breaking the atom, and had far more consequences. Like the realization that there was a kind of magic or energy that fundamentally held the souls together. A peek into the true natural forces of the world. I supposed it could be tested. If Alexis's theory was true, I should be able to witness some kind of soul change during a blood ritual, or perhaps detect whether there were soul residue in the hex, which I so far did not. Perhaps it was a size thing. If Alexis's analogy of nuclear bombs was true, perhaps the soul fission created even smaller particles that required specialized equipment to be detected. Like soul quarks. Squarks. Side story: Lausanne meets the heroes sometime around year 83 month 2. I'm off, Mom. Lausanne walked over and gave her mum a hug. Laufen smiled and hugged her back. Lausanne was about to turn 14 years old, and she was now an active member of the regional patrols. All right, come home safely. Laufen kissed her on her forehead. Laufen smiled. Her age was starting to show, lines and all. Even elves suffered from stress and age, though at a slower pace than others. Don't stay too far from Tree's trees, all right? Yup, got it. Lausanne nodded, but a part of her knew it was a lie. Very often she and her patrol group had to stray from the trees, sometimes to help a stranded group of merchants or just reach out to some refugees who'd lost their way. But after their first incident of losing contact with Tree, they'd improved their strategy. Now their squad had 3 rangers, all with a focus on tracking. One of the Valthorn girls was also a ranger, a choice that they got as they progressed under Tree's tutelage. Lausanne grabbed a small pack of food, equipped a few wooden spears on her back, and then 2 wooden swords, all enchanted to be extra effective against demons. There were some basic armlets, made to her size, and she walked to the meeting place. New Frika was a whole lot bigger now. A lot more crowded, at least compared to a few years ago. Tree didn't really feel it to him. It was just a blip, but for Lausanne, the smell, the ambient noise, the chatter, sometimes she wished it was a bit quieter. Still, she knew that Tree was always watching, even if his vision was brief. She could feel it if she had his attention. It would just resonate with her special familiar. The warden. Lausanne looked at her own status menu and then the familiars. It had its own manometer. There was a star symbol next to it. It lived in her, and it slithered out like a snake, detecting its host's attention on it. Routine patrols, she whispered. The tree snake nodded and disappeared again. It had never spoken, but Lausanne believed it understood what she said. Let's see what we bump into this time. Hello, milady, 2 of the patrolmen bowed. Lausanne sighed. The captain nodded in acknowledgement. All right, everyone's here. The captain brought out a makeshift map. We're traveling a bit further today to this section. He gestured, and the rangers nodded. Our scouts this morning saw some flares out in that direction, and we'd like to check it out. Council Jura has already stationed some beetles near to the location, but as you know, the beetles' range was limited. As usual, we have to investigate. If we encounter any opposition, we lure whatever we face to the designated beetle hideouts here and here. The beetles will take care of them. The captain looked around. Everyone nodded. It was a routine task, something they'd been doing since the whole communication shut down. Well, looked like we're good. Remember, our role is to minimize our fight. We scout and we lure. Don't do anything stupid. If in doubt, check with myself or Lady Lausanne. She mentally sighed, but in New Frika, Lausanne had had many titles. Some referred to her as the princess, some as the avatar of the tree spirit. Things she never really noticed until recently, as she approached the teen years. Lausanne looked around the patrol group. There were 4 other Valthorn initiates and about 20 patrolmen, a mix of soldiers and rangers. Most of the soldiers also had movement assistance skills due to the mobility focus of the squad. A young Valthorn initiate came over and sat next to Lausanne. "Lady Lausanne, what do you plan to teach us today?" Lausanne rubbed her chin. Her role was part tutor as well. She didn't really have a tutor plan in mind. Some sword-spear forms, perhaps. "If we encounter demons, anything you'd like to see, Sarah?" Can we see your warden in action?" Lausanne shrugged. She tried not to rely on the warden too much. "All right, let's move out." A convoy of beetles helped transport them to the designated starting area. There was a bunch of beetles that functioned as buses. They moved at regular intervals along the 5 chains of trees. It conserved the patrol group's energy, and the beetles were plenty fast. They arrived at the nearest location about an hour later. "All right, let's stop here." The captain tapped the beetle on the head twice, and the beetle obediently moved to the side, then stopped. "Don't forget anything, especially your supplies. You may never know if we're cut off again." Well, nobody was going to make that mistake. Everyone had enough rations for a week, and the warden could even create healing fruits just like Tree. "All right." The beetle moved away and continued its route. It was headed for the next waypoint. There was another tree on the next hill. Lausanne looked around. It was hilly, and there were a whole bunch of bushes and grass. The past demon invasions left some damage to the area, but things regrew quickly. "Let's move out." One of the soldiers walked next to Lausanne. "Milady, what do you think we're getting this time?" "Refugees." 9 out of 10 sightings had been refugees. No merchant was going to travel without escort in this environment. Unless they were extremely desperate, they walked past animal corpses and some debris. There was also some damage on the ground from normal monsters. "It's quite quiet for a sighting," one ranger said, but Lausanne knew their scouts were rarely wrong about sightings. "I hope it's just a dud." Sarah and the Valthorns sometimes caught up to Lausanne, and they would try to chat. "Lady Lausanne, what kind of dreams do you get?" The dream tutor." The Valthorns looked to Lausanne as an idol, thanks to her high-level, special familiar and position as the first Valthorn. "Yeah, does Ian give you more scary ones?" Sarah asked sheepishly. They wanted to know more about what they could do better to be like her. Lausanne looked at the 10-year-old girl. "Sometimes." Lausanne did recall the war dreams were especially gruesome. She vomited after she woke up from that one. "Often, do funny people appear in your dreams?" "Sometimes. It's usually someone to teach me how to fight." A streak of light in the sky, and everyone knew. They stopped their conversation and focused. "Magic." They increased their pace and headed in that direction. A few more flashes of light. "Somebody's using quite a bit of magic, and demons." As they approached closer and closer, they could hear it. In the faint distance, the sounds of demons. When they arrived, they saw 3 young persons, 1 boy and 2 girls about Lausanne's age. Humans. And around them a whole lot of destroyed demons, but the battle was not yet over. There were 5 demon knights. It seemed they'd only managed to defeat the regular demons. "Should we help?" They looked at the 3, and they looked tired, weak. Not injured, though. They were on a hill, and the 3 were down below in a small valley. "I'm out of mana." Myri looked at her 2 friends. They weren't much better. Harris shook his head. "I'm almost out of mana, too." "How'd they find us so quickly?" Becky sighed, and a floating shield appeared. "We need rest. We can't even choose our level 10 perks like this." The demon knights closed in. Myri looked again. It was a tactical mistake to use her powers so quickly on the regular demon army. The demon knights wanted to drain them out. Inexperience. Harris lifted his wooden shield. He wished he had something sturdier, but after being popped in the middle of nowhere, this was all he could make with his newfound knowledge of shields. "I can't block all of them," Myri sighed. They were backed into a corner. They were too green to take on demon knights, and she hoped her friends would do better. Her fists were both charged with lightning, but she knew that it wasn't enough. Becky's back faced hers, and she had a magical sword in her hand, a summoned weapon. Becky was probably in the best shape. The 5 demon knights, however, didn't move. They turned. and they saw a girl about their age. She was surrounded by vines, dark greenish vines. Is that a bad guy?" Harris asked. "Because we're dead if she is." Harris had a skill battle sense and he knew the odds, and those vines moved incredibly quickly. To them, they saw it almost instantly impaled the 3 demon knights, destroying them. The 2 moved to engage, and a wooden snake chewed off its head, its fangs sinking into the body of the demon knight. One left, and she threw a wooden spear. It struck the demon knight's shield, but then the girl took the chance to impale the last demon knight with another spear. It died then. "Adventurers," Lozon asked, "are you all right?" More soldiers came down the hill. Harris wondered whether they saw the battle the entire time but was just relieved to be saved. "Yeah, thanks. WUH tried to bite off more than we could chew." Myri and Becky were absolutely relieved and at the same time impressed. But they were so exhausted that they just sat and took a short shut-eye. Harris smiled at his 2 friends and then turned to face Lozon. "How'd you beat the 5 demon knights so easily?" Lozon shrugged. One of Warden's unique abilities was the ability to use variants or lesser versions of Tritri's skills. That meant she could use anti-demon strikes and a smaller anti-demon aura. With those 2 skills, taking down a few demons' knights wasn't exactly difficult. "Apologies for my 2 friends, mages. We've been fighting and running for the past 8 hours. They're so tired their mana isn't even regenerating anymore." The captain nodded. "Well, it's not a safe place here. They can rest elsewhere." "Where were you 3 headed?" We don't know." Harris rubbed his head. "We're still trying to get directions. Can we go to wherever you are?" The captain looked at Lozon. "Milady, your decision." Lozon looked at the 3, all of them about the same age as her. Maybe younger. "Very well, let's take them back to New Freaka." Harris bowed. "Thank you." The 2 mages were still too exhausted but found some energy to walk back after some rations. They made the journey back to the tree line and the convoy of beetles was their ride home. "So, what happened back there?" the captain asked. Harris seemed to be the leader of the 3. The 2 other mages were napping on the beetles' seats. Harris looked a whole lot better after some food and water. Fighting for so long was exhausting and they looked visibly green at it. "I don't know where to start, honestly." "Well, whatever you were comfortable talking about." The captain smiled. "The beetle ride was 1 hour after all. Let's just say we got lost and somehow we found ourselves being chased by demons. We fought where we could, but the 3 of us were just level 1. I think I'm level 14 now, but before that rest, I was still just level 5. You had a lot of skills for a level 5 person." The captain smiled. "Oh, it's a bloodline thing." "Ah. Gifted children. Milady Lozon here is also one of those gifted children." The captain grinned and Lozon just glared. "Well, that vine strike thing was impressive and I felt like they froze in place. So, where are we heading? And what are these giant beetles?" "New Freaka and transportation." The captain laughed. "Impressive, right? Most refugees are extremely excited when they see one of these. Merchants less so. Some of them say the giant elephants or the sand beasts are more impressive as transports. But whatever, we have giant beetles." Harris nodded. "Indeed, it's my first time seeing such obedient beetles. Do you control them?" The captain shook his head. "Nah, Ian does." "Ian?" Harris asked. "Our city's guardian spirit." "Nice." Harris nodded and he looked at Lozon. Lozon was talking to the younger Valthorns who were extremely impressed by her display of the warden's abilities. Soon they arrived at New Freaka and passed by the 5 layers of walls that now encircled the entire city. This was impressive. Harris looked. The 2 girls were still asleep. They'd really drained their energies for the battle. Harris being the physical combatant less so. The captain nodded. "Indeed. Even during the last Demon Walker's attack, they only got as far as the 4th wall before Ian destroyed it. I know because I was on the walls." He pointed to one part of the wall. "I was there." One of the soldiers tapped the captain on the shoulder. "All right, Captain, don't have to talk about the same story to every single refugee." "I can't help it." We were there too, but we were right in the trenches with the other beetles. Harris looked at the captain and the soldiers. So, is every city in the world like this? Everyone instantly shook their heads. The captain even sniggered as if they said something ridiculous. All this was possible because we have a guardian spirit. Without it, this valley would be uninhabited. Many of us were refugees from other cities that were attacked by demons. Harris soaked in this knowledge. He looked at Lausanne again, who wasn't really talking. She seemed more interested in something else, but Harris wanted to talk to her at least to learn about her powers. So, UHDO, you guys have any money? The captain asked. If you do, I'd recommend the Oakwood. It's the fanciest inn we have in New Freaka. Otherwise, you can head to Inn Street. There was a few good ones like Roomies and the Paul House. Harris tapped at his menu. He smiled. He did have some cash. Yeah, is there ANUH Adventurers Guild? Yup, right next to the council offices. Oh yeah, one more thing, we're from the Valtrian Order. We're sort of an independent arm of the city, but New Freaka has its own militia and guards, so don't mix us up. You can identify us by our armband. Harris nodded. He looked at his two sleeping friends. He tapped both of them. Hey, it's time to wake up. The beetles stopped right outside the city gates. There was a tree woman waiting. Lady Mika, what brings you here? The captain asked. Your guests, they're with me. Mila flashed a wide, hospitable smile. It was something she'd practiced over the years. The captain tapped Harris on his shoulders. You're in luck. The Oakwood boss is already here. Lausanne hopped off the beetle with the rest of the Valthorns and headed back to the Order's HQ. As for Mila, she looked at the three visibly human heroes. Hello, she extended her wooden hand. Come, all of you must be hungry, poor, and extremely confused, and probably have a whole load of questions. Harris looked at her and noticed she looked like a very high-quality wooden carving of a young girl. What, don't trust me? Harris nodded. There was probably no one you can trust if you can't trust me. Especially if you are heroes, Mila whispered into Harris's ear, and his eyes immediately opened wide. There are ears everywhere, best to come with me. Those words made Harris nod, and they followed her to a large, opulent wooden lodge that looked like a hybrid between a tree and a hotel. Two treefolks waited at the lobby, and working for Mila immediately passed them their keys, and there was proper food waiting for them in a quiet, private dining room. Harris, Becky, and Myrie sat, and it was food from home. A burger, sit, eat, leave us. Mila motioned to the attendants, and the doors were closed. She snapped a finger, activated a few skills. High security room, private quarters. All right here, now it's just the three of you and me. My name is Mika, speak freely. You three are the reincarnated summoned heroes. Harris stared at Mila. Becky ate a bite of the burger and nodded. Yes, we are. How'd you know? I received the notification that heroes have arrived. And then I saw the three of you traveling on Ian's beetles, and your clothes. So let's talk. Year 83 month 1 at the end of the first month, the heroes, long awaited, finally arrived. I had a brief vision like I always did. 12 streaks of light, split into 4 groups of 3, and then each landed at a different part of the world. This was important because that meant the heroes were in smaller groups of 3 and were scattered. A vague, reddish hand appeared in that same vision. It tried to swipe at the streaks of light, but another hand stopped it. That was when I woke from the vision. 12 reincarnators have arrived. I wonder where they are, Alexis said. I hope they don't make the same mistakes we did. She got the same ping as I did. And Tree, why do you get the notification? I have no idea. I do see a vision. Was she wondering why I knew about the heroes? Well, I suspected it was because I came from their world too. Maybe Tree's like some kind of super entity, and that's why the gods sent the ping to him too. Mila came to the rescue. She'd gotten the notice as well. That was why she came over. Her hotel inn could run itself quite well. She'd hired quite a few treefolk to work for her. I wondered how many would survive this time. The world was in a shittier state than it was. Tree, I have a request, Mila said. I know you didn't have a good impression of us heroes, so let me deal with the next generation of heroes, if they ever swing our way. I assure you that I won't bring you any harm. The heroes need to be educated in the ways of the world, and both Alexis and I have seen more of the world without the distorted lenses as a hero. We should be the best place to advise the next generation so they do not walk the mistakes we did. Mila sounded like she was begging. Fine, but keep me updated. Sure, you know where they are. No, but I will tell you if I do. Other than the return of the Reincarnators, another month of mostly defensive battles. Quiet. The southern parts where it was warm were battling demons daily. Up where we were, where the winter was relatively mild, we focused efforts on research and making more anti-demon weapons. I was also gradually extending my trees to where the legless walker was. But I was taking it slow, as the terrain was unfamiliar and there were demons walking all over the place, so I had to clear out the area before expanding. Year 83 month 2 T. Hayer with me, Mila said, a week or so after that announcement. Honestly, it felt like just yesterday that I had that conversation with Mila. 3 heroes, reincarnators. They arrived somewhere near our borders. They've just been summoned and we're still getting used to their new powers. One of your patrols picked them up. Oh, I'll take care of them, don't worry about it, Mila assured. It's only been a week since they arrived. They're still a bit confused and lost, but they've managed to survive thanks to their special powers. At this point, I remembered my Titan souls and I thought, well, since they were so vulnerable, they could die around me easily, wasn't it? Divine, moratorium on hero killing, in force until Demon King's death. Those who murder a hero before the Demon King's death will receive a divine curse and be marked as a hero killer, inviting the wrath of other heroes. The fuck? Looked like the gods already thought about it. So what did you talk to them about? I gave them an overview of the world, what they were facing, and what the previous heroes did without telling them I was a hero. I think they bought it. They are just 13-year-olds after all, unlike me or Alexis. Thinking about it, if they arrived at age 13 and it had been close to 13 to 14 years, did that make them pretty much 26-year-olds? Well, that's good. Hope they don't put New Freaka in danger again. Do you feel old talking to them since you are their senior? Honestly, yes. I feel a bit afraid. Of course, we can't be older than you, Tree. You must be centuries old now or millennia. I was not answering that. Mila continued anyway. But yeah. They're still in a state of panic and they were just relieved that we were here to give them some cover. The 2 girls were just sleeping in for days and exploring New Freaka's markets and shops. It's not a holiday, though, Alexis popped in. They need to start leveling soon. The Demon King won't wait for them, and Tree, you need to make preparations. The Demon King can sense us, and they will send men after the 3 heroes. I know, Alexis, but I think taking care of their mental state is important too. We made that mistake of rushing from battle to battle, and that made us fight each other, remember? Alexis sulked. They need experience and they need it soon. We do not need to nanny them. They need to level up and gain full access to their star mana and heroic tier skills as soon as possible, and find some items of the right tier. Oh, yeah, items. Tree, can I get some of your anti-demon weapons? The one that Lausanne has, and a wooden anti-demon shield too. Only the normal ones, and they'll need to buy it like anyone else. There were the regular series wooden weapons that were distributed to the patrol force, so I thought that was fine. I'll pay for it then. I soon learned, thanks to Ivy's updates, that the 3 heroes in New Freaka were Harris the Shield Guardian, Becky the Horde Summoner, and Myri the Lightning Guardmage. Of course, I took some time to watch them as they walked around New Freaka. Well, today I'm taking you to some of the bars and restaurants and having some local food. You may be on a mission, but if you feel overwhelmed, don't hesitate to demand a break. You only live once, even in a magical world like this. Revival magic only works if one of you was a hero-grade specialist healer, and it must be used within the same day. So if you feel your team is moving too fast, say it. Honesty matters. How do you know all this, Mistress Mika? Mayuri seemed impressed. I worked with the heroes, the last generation of heroes at least. All of them died in their final battle, but they told me to help where I can. Mila pulled off the act swimmingly. It was part of her skill. As the proprietress of the hotel, she had superb acting skills. In many ways, working as an hotelier really made her more mature. It was something I didn't realize, of course, because to me, the months just flipped by so quickly. But Mila's hotel had been open for the past 4 years, since year 79. So she'd had a lot of experience dealing with people and customers. I supposed it was strange for them to change, when I was the one still being the same. 4 years was long for them, but not for me. They stopped at a restaurant with an al fresco frontage. Mila's restaurant was one of the first to feature al fresco dining, but soon many other restaurants caught on. The waiter bowed and quickly let Mila and the 3 humans in. Right this way, Lady Mika. Mila, as the owner of the best hotel in town, was pretty much a local tycoon, a respected member of the hospitality industry. She was apparently even the chairwoman of the local innkeepers' guild. Things I forgot, of course, since I was focused on my own things. Maybe if Alexis wasn't so rebellious, maybe. Never mind. They sat and had a cup of local tea with milk and some snacks. So I've arranged for some anti-demon weapons. That should be your starting equipment. You will outgrow them quite quickly with experience multipliers from your blessings. Harris sighed. Honestly, I'm a bit, how do I say this, intimidated by what we went through. Why can't people like Lausanne fight the Demon King? We saw her crush the Demon Knights like nothing. Mila shook her head. Lausanne's impressive, but she doesn't have the special gifts. Heroes are needed because of the cheat skills. It's also important that you think about the cheat skills that you have and figure out how to maximize them. The last Demon King was a giant castle that had a few forms, lastly, an exploding demon crystal. We're here, and you're talking about something like that. I don't see how we can face something like that. Mila smiled and sipped her tea. Baby steps. You must first be able to take on demon knights like Lausanne. Can she accompany us? I mean, I'd feel much safer if she's with us, Becky said. Even if she does, she can only stay with you for a short while. With the blessings, you will gain levels very, very quickly. When the last generation fought the Demon King, all of them were at least level 100. Lady Lausanne, if I'm not mistaken, is only around level 40 to 50. We're level 10 or so. We need a babysitter, Harris said, and he ate a cookie. Mila asked for some local potato slices with olives. Mila nodded. I can have a skill that can give you a bodyguard, but I feel that will hobble your growth. You must realize that leveling and experience is scaled to difficulty. Can't we have some practice first? Mayuri asked. I mean, if you see those RPG games, we usually have tutorial or practice stages so that we get a good hang of how things work. Mila sipped her tea and thought for a moment. At this point, I had a hunch Mila was going to ask me for something, and she did. She telepathically pinged me. Tree, can we borrow the Order's training rooms? I'll have the captains and Ivan spar with them. Matthias too, if he is willing. When are they leaving New Frika? When they are ready. The faster we can get them up to speed, the faster they will leave, Mila insisted, and well, she had a good point. Fine, only the one in the Order quarters. Mila then turned to the 3 heroes. Well, I've arranged for the 3 of you to use the Valtrian Order's training rooms. That will be a suitable practice session for you to know your limits. Unfortunately, you can only use them for a few days, and after that it's out to the field as an adventurer or join the patrols. So short. The 3 looked reluctant but soon accepted that it was better than nothing, and then they walked back to the hotel. So, do you want to watch some practice today? Oh, can we? Magic or sword fighting? Magic, the 2 girls said together. Mila brought them to one of New Frika's magic academies. The council ran one academy as part of the Mages Guild, and the Order ran another one led by Matthias. There was also a third independent academy, but it was mainly for merchants, smiths, and others, as it was more of a craft-focused magic academy. They watched some children practice some basic magic. Both of them, though, instantly learned a spell. Oh, that's easy. Mila shrugged. That's your advantage. You won't learn much from the children if it comes to you so easily. Mila led them to the back area of the guild, and there were multiple sparring areas for mage adventurers to practice. Go participate, you might gain some levels. And they did. How many levels can we gain like this? I don't know, depends on the system. I was wondering, why didn't the gods just give us all our levels from the start? Then we don't have to struggle like this, Harris asked Mila as he watched. I don't know that either. You can ask them the next time you see them. I guess it's some restriction on the gods that anyone new starts from level 1. The heroes practiced a few times. The two girls were visibly outclassed, even with their overpowered abilities, but with each battle they improved very quickly. According to Alexis, it was a gift. Heroes, when they started out, had a special blessing on top of their overpowered ability. I didn't recall seeing these blessings in their soul spring. But then again, maybe I was not able to see divine items. The blessings did a whole lot of things, like improve their rate of experience gain, the ability to choose the direction of the skill growth, meaning heroes could actually select what kind of skills they wanted to learn, a natural affinity to combat, enhanced recovery rates. And there were usually a few gates, which unlocked star mana at different amounts. At level 100, that was when their entire mana pool was converted into star mana, which meant they had way more star mana than I had, like easily 10 to 50 times more. Mila then brought the three heroes to one of the Order's militia practice yards, and where the soldiers practiced. Similarly, they also had a few spars. Why were you bringing them to all these places? I mentally asked Mila. They can gain levels from practice, and it's a safe way to gain these early levels. I'll ask Jura for permission to include them in a few patrol missions so they can fight some demons. I'll send my bodyguard with them just to be safe. Well, more spars. Mila then led them back to the hotel to rest, and the next day they were at the training rooms. We're fighting Lausanne. The three looked surprised. Yeah, I asked whether she's willing to spar and she said sure. Does she know? Nope. It's my first time watching Lausanne in action too. Mila smiled. I don't think we can take her alone, unless she's fighting handicapped, Becky said, and Lausanne obviously heard it. I won't be using my familiar, don't worry, and we're just using wooden swords. But you whooped the demons with those wooden swords. Harris seemed visibly panicked. Mila clapped. Oh, come on, just fight. If you can't face Lausanne, you'll have trouble facing demon walkers and the demon generals. Mila's pep talk worked and they started to spar. Indeed, they'd seemed to have gained levels from yesterday's spar, and their performance was much better than before. But the heroes weren't good at sparring, in the sense that they couldn't seem to control their powers. It was 100% on all the time, so Myri accidentally loosed a lightning blast and it hit the training room walls. Thankfully, no damage. The training room was exceptionally sturdy. Still, as one who watched their fights yesterday and today, their progress was unnatural. It was like there was a genius that guided their growth. They instinctively knew what to do to improve. For now, Lausanne was still better, but I would think within a month they would be able to stand toe-to-toe with her, without her familiar powers. All of them took turns to spar over the course of the next week, and for Lausanne, whose usual sparring partners were Ivan and Jura, this was a welcome change. In fact, Lausanne had her first loss on their last day. Their exceptional growth was very humbling for Lausanne, even if it was just a sparring match without Lausanne's full skill set. After the week was over and their time was up, Lausanne came back to me. Tree, who were those people? They make me feel like I'm stupid. Why? I mean, I took so many years of practice to get to this point, but they just got from newbies to be able to do that in a week. Well, it was all relative, wasn't it? To the other Valthorns, Lausanne was an exceptional fighter, But as with all things, there was always a higher mountain out there. They're the gifted ones blessed by the gods themselves. Don't hold on to your defeat too hard. Are they heroes? I think so. I knew the truth, but I was not sure whether I should tell her. Lausanne paused. She was in my secret hideout, her home. She sat in bed and looked at the wooden spear next to her bed. Is this what heroes need to be able to do? I suddenly feel like I'm not good enough. She was 14 and feeling demotivated and discouraged. Should I inject her with some psychedelic dreams? Was this puberty or teen angst? Should I give her a pep talk, or should I ask Laufen to do it? Maybe I should ask her mom to talk to her first. And indeed, Laufen came into her room and sat next to her bed. Hi, darling. Laufen smiled and patted her leg. I heard you lost. Losing's fine, but it's just that I don't know, facing genius. Laufen moved herself a little closer. Every now and then the gods create people who are so exceptionally good that they blow the rest of us out of the water. There are those born with a unique ability or unique skill since birth. These are champions. I want to be a hero, Mom. I just feel like, suddenly, that dream feels very, very far away. It's okay. Laufen gave her daughter a hug. I felt a bit guilty spying, but then again, I did want to check on Lausanne's mental state. It's a privilege that you could even attempt to dream such a dream. I wouldn't have dreamed of what we have today, my dear. Mom, that's not helping. Lausanne still sulked. Laufen just hugged. Think of it as a challenge, then. No great things are achieved without great obstacles. But then why do the heroes get such great powers? They have the burden of defeating the Demon King. Would you want that burden? Lausanne sulked. Year 83 Month 3T heroes, annoyingly, made Mila's Oakwood Hotel their base of operations. At least they were now participating in the Order's patrols and were helping to defeat demons that they encountered. And within a month, they had gained about 30 levels. So they were now about level 35 to 40, and seemed to have unlocked their first quarter of star mana. This meant they could now stand toe-to-toe with multiple demon knights, just like Lausanne. What seemed crazy to them a month ago was now something they could do. The first 50 levels are easy, Alexis explained. We got it within a month, too. It's the grind up to level 100 that took a whole lot longer, and past level 80, we only seemed to gain levels when we fought champion-level monsters. Good thing is I think they will leave New Freaka soon, Mila, their de facto nanny, said. Thanks, Tree. I'm happy to have helped them get on their feet. After this, they must find other places to go, other monsters to fight. I told them about the demon walkers and that they need to start attempting to fight them. Can they? I would recommend level 50 before trying the walker. At least they get their second quarter of the star mana. It was mostly a conversation between Alexis and Mila, both of whom had differing views of what the optimal strategy was for heroes. At the rate they are going, they will encounter demons and level up along the way. And all of them have summoned units. I think the gods gave them all a mini-army-like ability. I didn't watch their battles, especially those that happened with the patrols, so this really piqued my attention. Explain. Yeah, Harris has a defense aura and can summon living armors with massive shields. Myri has lightning elementals and thunderstorm rods. Becky has a squadron of magical knights. This meant something. Did the gods intentionally delay the summoning of the heroes so that they knew what they were facing? And then, they tailored the gifts to the heroes based on what they saw the demons were doing. What if the demons knew this too? I didn't see how the previous heroes' abilities were tailored to the Demon King at all. Or it was just a coincidence that this roster of abilities leaned toward the heroes being a one-man army. In any case, after a week or more of fighting, the three heroes eventually decided to make a move for the next town. As advised by Mila, they were going to head south toward the stationary walker. The heroes took one of the beetles to head south. A magical ball appeared in front of them. Hi guys, everyone alive? A voice came out of the ball. The three heroes jumped but then nodded. Astra, was that you? Yeah, it's me, all right. Sorry it took so long. I had to reach my level 30 perk to unlock the hero chat communication ability. Everyone here. Yup. It seemed that they could see each other's faces in the magical ball, but my spirit vision was able to only see the presence of a pure white magical orb and not what was on it. Kinda like an overexposed camera facing a television. It was all white to me, but at least I could still hear the message. Good. How's everyone? I'll start. We had a rough first month. We got ambushed by multiple demon groups, but luckily a group of knights helped us out. We're based in one of the kingdoms in the far south. South? Harris asked. Isn't the south in very bad shape? Not gonna lie, it totally is, it is. The southern continent's entire northern half was, and still is, lost to the demons, and the far southern kingdoms, thankfully, through luck and some good strategies, managed to keep the demons away, however barely. The kings were super relieved to see us. We're trying to gain levels as fast as we can, and thankfully we met some locals who were very willing to help us, this Astra person explained. Your story sounds similar. We got saved by the locals too, another voice. Totally not what I expected. If I see the gods again, I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind for dropping us in the middle of nowhere. Harris and Myrie nodded. Yeah, we also got saved by the locals. We're in the east and we're quite lucky. We didn't see many demons and we fought whatever we could. We're now based in one of the towns. There were some helpful locals as well. Ah shit, this skill drains my star mana faster than Pokemon Go does. My star mana is running out. All right, we'll catch up again once my star mana recovers. Sorry, Astra complained. It's fine. Good to know everyone's alive, someone said. Yeah, and the magical orb vanished, and the three of them shared glances while still riding the beetle. That's like a Skype group video conference call. Who uses Skype these days? Becky looked puzzled. My dad does, Myrie shrugged. For work. For me, this meant the hero star mana was able to overcome the Demon King's magical interference. Year 83 month 4 I was so glad they were gone. The heroes headed south, and I thought they passed by some other cities. I thought they would probably reach the Demon Walker in the next month, or maybe the month after, depending on which route they took. I felt like I was on edge whenever they were doing something in the city. Or maybe it was that subtle presence they had, the hero's aura or whatever. I got a sense that it was a subtle aura the gods gave them, albeit bundled up in the blessing that they had. So with them gone, I focused my attention back on New Frika and those under my care. Tree, do you have any special powers you can give me? Lozan sat. She was done with another round of practice with the rest of the Valthorns. Still, even though the heroes left a mark on her mind. She was too young the last time the heroes came, but this time she was old enough to even spar with them. You already have some, no. Well, the possession of the devoted was a special skill. It gave her that weird, whip-like ability, and she'd already gotten exceptional resonance to my own abilities. But what would I have to do? Let's say if the heroes survived and they started having political ideas like Alexis, what would I do? Clearly not everyone would agree with them, and the divine moratorium on their death was lifted. A super-condensed version of Dream Tutor and a whole bunch of level and skill seeds. What else? Physical enhancements, soul modification. I could probably do some physical enhancements and give her a super strong dose of Dream Tutor, but skill seeds, did she want some special class? Dark Knight, perhaps. Would that be enough to even stand up to a hero? Lozan, what's your class at this point? Main class Elven Swordfighter, secondary class Villager. I'm level 31 at my main class, level 8 Villager, total level 47. I thought you broke level 50. This segregated and accumulated class level system that humanoids had still felt a bit like a cheat, but on the flip side, creatures like me had way higher base stats and gained more of such stats per level than humanoids. Not yet, Lozan sulked. Is that why I lost? But before I could answer, she answered herself. No, they improved so fast, higher levels didn't change that. It would be a matter of time unless I could improve just as fast as them. I would need to have some kind of anti-hero countermeasures. So, UHDO, you have any kind of fruit that can make me smarter, so that I can level up faster, or just as fast as the heroes? How would I do that, Lozan? Maybe not make you smarter. But the process of gaining levels was essentially these experiences were absorbed via the soul. Experience was in the outer soul, and the blessings acted as a modifier on the soul spring was the gatekeeper of levels. It would make sense, therefore, that any experience multipliers, such as the divine blessings, would exist as a layer outside the soul. So if I were to make a super-leveling follower, I would have to somehow influence the soul spring. Might be possible, Lozan, but not something I can do now. If I could create the effects of training room, dream tutor, power leveling, learning aura, or even my very own hero fragments, as a part of Lozan's soul spring, then she could level up faster. But would the soul spring affect natural ability? It seemed quite predeterministic if that was the case. The fate of these young infants had been decided at the start of their lives. I felt that must not be true because there were tales in this world of young men and women of modest upbringings and station rising into greatness. One would then argue that perhaps these young men already had the seed in them. Those who never had the seed would never do something like it. You may have to wait. They would get so much better than me already. Lozan sulked, but she sighed. But then again, they were blessed by the gods to be heroes. I'm just an ordinary girl. Still on that subject. Jura walked in. He smiled at some of the young Valthorns and motioned for them to spar with him. He was careful with his new hand, even though it had been months. He was gradually testing it out more, though, using skills to parry with his repaired hand and test the strength of the bones and joints. Yay, Uncle Jura. I'm asking Tree whether he can help me cheat the level system, like the heroes. Would I be able to modify the familiar to create this effect if I was unable to alter the soul directly? Perhaps this was a stopgap measure. Learned familiar type. Studious Spirits. Studious Spirits loses almost all familiar abilities except Wood Shield. In exchange, the host's experience gain is doubled. Skills and levels gained since acquiring Studious Spirit are more likely to be transferred to the Grand Tour on death of host. Okay, that worked too. But clearly Lozan wouldn't benefit from this, since she already had one familiar spirit contract, and strangely, although you could get multiple familiars, each from a different giver, you couldn't get multiple from the same giver. I wondered why. Could Mila give a familiar as she was a tree like me, even if she was a hospitality-focused one? My thoughts strayed a bit, then Jura and Lozan started to spar again. Ivan was playing the role of a teacher for some more Valthorns, but my 20 Minder familiar slots were full. It was a half-yearly thing where I selected new students to receive the Minders, but now that I had this leveling familiar, I wondered how I should organize the Valthorns. Should the Minders be a lower tier? Lozan ducked and went close to All Out, stopping short of using her special familiar. Jura outclassed her, of course. Even Ivan outclassed Lozan, though the gap between them was a lot smaller. But the Studious Spirits clearly had no limitation. Was it because I allocated a portion of my mind to oversee the Minder familiars? So the 20 Minders were essentially a limitation of my ability to simultaneously track my young Valthorns. In such case, wouldn't the Minders be inferior? Curious, I had the Valthorn spar with one of the captains who possessed a regular familiar and fight entirely using the familiar's abilities. I wanted to hear from them on what they thought. Isn't it about the same? The Valthorns and captain asked. Turned out they had no insight that the Minder familiars were different. They fought, and the abilities were similar, and the regular familiar was no weaker than the Minder familiar, though the Minder familiar was more in tune with the host, so its response time wasn't that different. Fair. I supposed if the minder's task was to observe, it didn't make sense for those being watched to know they were being watched. All right then, at least I could easily swap them for a regular familiar, since they didn't know any better. Are you planning to give us better familiars? Like Lady Lausanne's? Valthorn sounded quite excited. I had druidic aspects, and Jura had bamboo, the artificial soul eidolon, and now this studious spirit. Only the artificial soul and the possession of the devoted was a clear upgrade. The rest were just a question of what was being traded off. I have a familiar type that increases your leveling, but you lose almost all familiar abilities. Oh, I wouldn't want that. One of the Valthorns shook her head vigorously. I like eating fruits from the familiar. I'll never go hungry ever again. This young girl was one of those who suffered through a period of starvation during the refugee runs, so the concept of having a magical companion who made food was like heaven. If you have a familiar type that focuses on producing food and water, we'd have to worry a lot less about supply chains, Jura casually remarked. Just one or two guys focused on making food, and we'll be able to send a small squad anywhere around the region quickly. What if they die or get targeted? It's an alternative, and it is a compromise for speed and range. Hauling food using conventional holding bags is possible too, but more expensive. Doesn't help that holding bags food feels kind of stale, even if it's mostly preserved. Jura and Lausanne sparred again. Lausanne was using a stick this time. She said she had to try something different. I thought she even asked Mattias to give her magic lessons. Though I could give her mage class seeds if she ever needed it, I wondered if multi-classing too much was a good idea. I recalled some game designs intentionally hindered or scaled multi-classing such that they became jack-of-all-trades, and the gains of multi-classing were often less than the benefits of a focused class. I didn't feel any drawbacks from multi-classing, I think, Alexis wondered. But then I don't do player, people versus people, so I really don't know how I stack up against another person at the same level but with a more focused class. Demon hunting heroes are essentially a people versus environment setup. Alexis intentionally avoided the word player. Oh yes. Before my diplomat and fighter class merged into warlord, I did feel weaker. A consolidated class was easily better, with benefits from both. If the multi-classing is within the same category of classes, it's usually not a problem. Mages are known to take multiple related magic types with little to no drawback versus a focused mage. In fact, as our magic levels are gated, where we need to perform certain feats to progress, taking multiple classes is how we make progress. Yes, Mattias and Magic's weird requirement for feats or accomplishments to pass a certain level barrier. I don't have that, Alexis retorted to me. I was an archmage and a pyromancer, which later merged into archfiremage. I still kept a few other classes. I sort of mentally rolled my eyes. I didn't have actual eyes to roll, of course. Even my tree eyes couldn't physically roll. I mean, we all knew heroes worked differently. It was quite clear by now. Which class should I take, Tree? Lausanne asked. She wanted to add more learning into her time, so she wanted the dream tutor to be something new. Yet she was unsure of what other class she should take. As it was, she was a combat melee-focused unit. Should she get some range, or maybe she should head for the spell sword kind of route? Enchanted blades and magical sword attacks. Year 83 month 5, I hope they remember what I told them. Mila sat and enjoyed a cup of wine. Alexis sat next to her. I thought they both were quite high-leveled by now. Mila was in the level 60s or so, and she was waiting to get some kind of branch hotel ability. In here, Alexis could somehow take up a form that could enjoy wine. Well, you did what you could, Alexis sighed. If only some of us survived to fight with them. Heroes don't get summoned until all the previous ones die. Is that really a rule or just a heavenly preference? Alexis sipped on the wine. For Mila, wine tasted kind of funny because she was also a tree like me. Drinking wine didn't give her the same effects, so her preferred drink was, strangely, a grape-flavored cordial made of condensed nutrient stuff. Mila shrugged at the question. Well, if they are careful, they'll be able to hide from the Demon King for a while. One of the key lessons Alexis wanted Mila to share was that the Demon King could sense their presence, and the stronger they got, the easier it was for the Demon King to find them. It was like a fire in the darkness. A stronger fire burned brighter and easier to see. Think they'll come back? Honestly, Mila paused and sipped on her nutrient cordial. They will, Alexis sighed. I see us in them. We were just as desperate and lost as they were, the burdens on them so heavy that they will look for anyone, anything to help them, and if they can find a safe harbor like Tree, they will. That's why I didn't tell them anything about Tree. Mila stopped. You know Tree won't agree to help them. They're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and Tree's just concerned with this valley. But then I liked only paying attention to my things and things related to my things. The Demon King was one of my top 3 threats. Other kingdoms, other monsters, and demons. All of them were threats because they threatened the existence of this valley, and they were often destructive to me, the trees, and the valley around me. You know he's listening, right? Mila shrugged, and she sipped on her cordial again. But then again, he's not exactly bothered by what we say about him. Look at the new freakins. So many of them say weird stuff about Ian all the time. Nothing happened. As someone who's mostly tree, I think he's still thinking whether he should do anything. Mila finished the cordial and walked over to the sink. I mean, I sort of can understand his slow response now that I am a tree hotel. We get assaulted with so much sensory information from all over our tree, and in his case, his network of trees, that we need a lot of time to just take it all in. But he fights battles surprisingly well for someone that lives life on a different time scale. It's probably an emergency reaction. It's like how some of us can enter into bullet time and fight things differently. Alexis frowned. That implies that if Tree fights too long, he'll need to rest like the rest of us. Why not? A tree is still a living being and energy fluctuates, but what's long to him is probably extremely long to us. Shouldn't it be the other way round, that someone who lives on a longer time scale should consume more energy to focus on a short battle? But then again, he does have a mind now. Maybe that helps. I wondered what they were on about. Mission accomplished, Supreme Leader. Strategy managed to capture a demon rod. But Supreme Leader made me feel like some Hermit Kingdom's dictator. The luring tactic worked. We located a force of demons headed for the 3 trees of mana, and after we had confirmed the existence of the demon rod, Strategy led the fight. It was a fairly easy battle. The demons were only 5,000 strong, and the South Forest had more than that in beetles alone. Added to it, it was a defensive battle, so we crushed them easily and took a rod. Another 1 week to convert it into forest rod, and now I had a tree-creating item. Now, I needed to think about where to use it. With winter over and the snake dungeon now spitting out more demons, I gathered the beetles from across my valley. I probably wouldn't use the demon rod on the snake dungeon, though. I didn't quite fancy having snakes, and I recalled the residual mana in that location was quite weak. So I would rather save it for something that was more likely able to unlock the next Soul Forge color. Still, time to crush the annoying nest of demon insects in my neighborhood, pests. The battle was relatively brief. Lausanne, Horns, and Jura, accompanied by 8,000 beetles, led the charge into the snake-hole-turned demon base. Unlike the dungeon, this demonic base didn't block my subsidiary trees, and as such, I could still use the beetles even within the dungeon. It was one of my concerns that the demon rods could possibly enhance the effects of the Demon King's magical interference, but I was happy to see this was not the case. Anyway, Lausanne spoke of 2 demon generals defending the demon rod after the battle. She gained a level after Jura and Lausanne defeated them. The rod itself apparently transformed into a large, nest-like structure, which crumbled under the attack of giant beetles. Year 83 month 6W Heil. No actual news arrived on our shores. I had a sense there had been a lot of fighting. My soul realm collected a whole load of souls, and they seemed to come from all directions. Even my wandering soul harvesters seemed to bring back souls from far away. I hadn't heard of the heroes, nor did I care all that much, but I wondered whether this was linked to them. And then refugees. By the thousands, they came from north and south. Trevor and Strategy detected them as they approached the outer ring of subsidiary trees. Curious, I had my assistants zoom in and try to pick out what was the cause. There were 2 walkers. That was the gist of the chatter amongst the escaped refugees, many of whom were soldiers themselves. It seemed the walkers weren't headed my way, so that was a relief. It seemed that 2 walkers had somehow managed to move into position together, the second one being from the south. It landed on some poor, unsuspecting village and then started to wreak chaos. The other one came from the north, headed south. Were they planning to meet with the third immovable demon walker? What was the point of 2 walkers in the same place? Still, it was amusing, and I would like to see a battle of walkers and heroes. Would you have problems with 2 walkers? I asked Alexis and Mila. When we were in our level 100s. I could probably take on one single-handedly, but when I was level 90 and our heavenly forms needed channeling, that was a bit harder. But then, it's hard to say. There were so many things to consider. For example, I think piercing magic works better than explosive ones with the walkers, so there may be an issue of compatibility. Sometimes Alexis got really long-winded, and I was quite certain it was her laboratory spirit doing the talking. I thought we handled the walker quite easily, but then again, I did have anti-demon boosts. Apparently, not all the hero's conventional abilities included an anti-demon boost. This meant a paladin hero with anti-demon abilities, far stronger than a generic archmage with no specific anti-demon ability. Except their star mana, which star mana by nature were especially effective against demons. I recall all of you struggled against 3 champions and had to come to me. 10 years was but a short while ago, though ancient to them. That didn't make sense. Mila looked awkwardly, and it was Alexis who responded. We were in our level 90s, and we were just coming to grasp with our star mana and heavenly form. Unlike you, somehow the gods didn't give all of us anti-demon blessings. Only paladins, healers, and some of the sword mages. Regular mages like me got supersized mana pools, high-tier spells, multi-elemental enchantments, and that sort of stuff, and supersized star mana. Why wouldn't they? Again, another nonsensical idea. If the heroes were created to fight demons, why wouldn't the gods give them anti-demon blessings? Such a thing did, after all, exist. How would I know? Maybe they thought it wouldn't be necessary since the star mana was so damned good at killing demons. Besides, those anti-demon blessings don't work against the demon king itself that much. They don't. I thought they did. I survived a demon king thanks to them. Did the fragments manifest differently from blessings? I pulled out my tree heart status again just to reread the narration. The tree's heart and spirit lantern. This is the heart of the tree, adorned with the fragments of 67 heroes. It gives the tree 3350% increase in experience gain, 670% extra damage against mid-tier demons, 335% extra damage against elder demons, significant demon armor negation, immunity to lesser demons, significant damage reduction against elder demons, and immunity from all lesser forms of fire, and significantly reduced damage from higher form of fires. Mila, Alexis, when your friend died, did you get a fragment? Or a blessing? Mila nodded. We did. All of us received a fragment. It's called Baton of the Fallen. It boosts our experience gain, blessings against lesser and mid-tier demons, some demonic resistance and other stuff like that. I lost it though. We lost it. Was it not effective? Or did they not know whether it was effective or not because they'd not seen its effects? When they fought the Demon King, that fragment had always been with them, and they probably had one fragment. Maybe the effects were too minuscule for them to realize. Or was it because the Demon King was perhaps an otherworldly, divine being, perhaps something of a demonic half-god? Therefore Star Mana was the only true counter for the Demon King. All these stat boosts negated only an aspect of its power. Why did you ask? And how did you know there was a fragment? Alexis suddenly probed. That's not something anyone knows except for heroes. UHA hero told me once, but I didn't know what it did. Alexis paused, thought for a while, and I witnessed her eyes change as if something dawned on her. Tree, how did you get those heroic fragments? You know, the ones in your tree heart, the ones you showed us so many years ago. Did she figure it out? What should I say? I don't know, I just get them. Who? Alexis asked. Her voice seemed almost angry. Mila seemed puzzled. Alexis, what's happening? It's so painfully obvious now. I cannot believe how I have been so blind. You Tree have heroic fragments. You clearly don't like heroes. Hero fragments are the shattered remains of a soul. Tree has a soul forge. Did you steal fragments from us through your soul forge? You cut into our souls and take it out of us, a bit of us, didn't you? Or a familiar? What? That time when Mila was in your biopod, you took a fragment from her, didn't you? And the same when I was here, or that familiar of yours. That's a thing to steal hero fragments, right? That's why you insisted on all of us taking a familiar. Mila rubbed her chin. I don't think so, though. I don't feel a thing. Of course you don't feel a thing. It probably happened after we died. Timeline didn't line up. Tree didn't have a soul forge until later, Mila retorted. Then it must be the familiars, Alexis mused. The familiars are scavengers like vultures that wait for us to die and then pick on our soul fragments. That's not true. I don't believe it. It all makes sense now, Alexis shouted. That's why you asked Mila to offer your familiars to the 3 new heroes, which all of them accepted. You've planned this all along. Look, you're a smart girl. Think about it for a moment. It's not as if you actually lost anything. You died. Your attachment to your body and whatever fragment stops there. It's like your corpse. After it's buried in the ground, some worms come and eat your dead body. It's just nature, naturally consuming and assimilating the deceased. Do you curse the worms for eating the bodies buried in the ground? I am a soul tree. My job is to recycle the souls and spirits of the world, and reality is you, as a person who died, were part of that cycle. Oh, did I just make it worse? Oh my God, I cannot believe that I am soul contracted with someone who's been collecting our fragments. I want out. I want to break this contra, and Alexis screamed in pain as the soul contract acted on her mind. Mila sighed. Alexis's screaming slowly faded into the background. She seemed calm, but she was thinking, and she asked, Tree, did you steal or take fragments from us through those familiars? No. I can assure you I did not steal them via familiars or any other methods. I wanted to keep my presence as also a reincarnator a secret. No one should know. I received them only after your death as part of my duties as a soul tree, but I did not steal or take them. Mila paused and sat on a chair. Tree, the screaming stopped as the soul contract put Alexis's mind to sleep. I don't believe you were malicious, Mila said. Alexis might be right that the kind of magic you have, this soul magic, isn't something we can comprehend. I'll talk to Alexis, Mila sighed. I need to think about this. I guess neither of us has ever really come to terms about how different you are as a soul tree, Alexis, and myself. There are concepts about this world that we still have not accepted. I think it's probably like I died and somebody took over my online identity and sold it. Sure, I didn't lose anything, but a part of me didn't feel right. Like the dead has been desecrated. There was reincarnation. You had a new body, and if you always held onto your previous bodies, then eventually you would need to care for so many previous bodies. There was a time to move on. Give me some time. I need to check on Alexis. Alexis was in deep slumber. She'd probably wake up in a day or two. Looked like I must revisit my assessment of Alexis and Mila. Should I still keep them around? Perhaps not. How did I split without making them enemies? They were former heroes and they knew a lot about me. If they wanted to harm me, a stationary tree, there was a lot they could do. Should I just kill them? I didn't think I could keep one and kill the other, and Alexis's value to me was clearly not there anymore. I mentally sighed. I could probably banish Alexis as she was soul contracted to me, but Mila as an independent soul, even if I destroyed her present body, she could still manifest in this world as another entity, find another body. If I were to kill both of them now, Mila would find another body, and I would just make her an enemy. If I could just wipe their minds, or send both of them into the reincarnation cycle on another world, that would be great. But alas, there were no clean divorces.